is to it, right?
Well, no, I'm not saying that's all there is to it. I'm saying that's a good model to use to try to understand the way language works.
Okay, yeah, because, the people that are democratically aligned will say, "Oh my God, there's a soul involved." You can't have self-reflecting consciousness without a soul.
There's no point in even talking to people like that.
Really?
No, it's a waste of time. If they have a set of beliefs like that, there's nothing that's gonna, they're welcome to it. I just move on.
So they're kind of like brainwashed cult members, and you're never gonna unbrainwash them.
Well, maybe people do wake up, and more people will be waking up, I assume. But they're either gonna wake up or they're not. I'm not gonna worry about it.
So it's kind of like you're not gonna debate someone about that topic. So the whole concept of a soul consciousness versus non-soul consciousness is a non-starter. Is that what I'm?
Well, tell me what you mean by those words, and then maybe we can talk about it. I hear those words all the time. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, they'll say there's some greater creator that
they can say all sorts of shit. So what?
Okay, well, what do you say to come back to them?
I don't. I'm not interested in debating it.
Oh, that's cool. You just don't go there.
No. It's a waste of time.
That's the ultimate put down, right?
Well, it's nothing. I'm just not going to waste my time dealing with that shit. That's the caterpillar. Fuck the caterpillar. Well, no, fuck it. It's important, but that's the old bullshit, and there's no need for that anymore. I'm not going to waste my time debating that shit.
So you don't think it's not within the domain of rationality to debate or discuss?
Well, I think that's fun for certain kinds of things, but metaphysics is a kind of linguistic pathology as far as I'm concerned. It's just a linguistic pathology. That's precisely what it is.
So you have a belief system that...
No, I don't have a belief system. That's precisely the point. I don't have any beliefs. I try to operate on conscious assumptions. It's very different than having beliefs.
Okay, but if you're not willing to engage in certain assumptions, it kind of assumes that you have a system of some kind.
Well, I've got a bunch of maps that work for me. I'm quite happy with them.
Okay, so being happy kind of like shuts your brain off to any of the alternatives that are outside the domain of
I don't know. It's just...
I think you need to think about this stuff, because I think you're on a good track, and you got a rigorous belief system, or... No, that's not the right word, belief system.
I've got a series of maps that are quite useful.
Okay.
And I'd like to share those maps.
Okay.
And that's basically what it gets down to. And well, listen, we've talked.
No, I'm a big proponent of, I think that's a description of science, and I think science is a bunch of maps that were...
Yeah, they're good maps. They're probably the best maps we've got so far. Well, not for everything, but they're good.
We should continue with the system of good maps.
Yeah, or better maps. Even.
Yeah, better, exactly. Because science is never conclusive. It's always provisional. It's saying, well, this is the best.
You know who Elon Barinholtz is?
I vaguely think so, but go ahead.
You should remember that name. I think he may be, or maybe not him, but he's onto an idea that maybe, well, think about this. I'm thinking about, we got Newton, Einstein, and then Barinholtz.
Yeah, I think I've heard you bring him up before.
I've only really got on to him in the last couple of months.
Oh, wow.
I knew who he was. I'd heard his name before, but you know what paradigm shifts are.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Newton to Einstein was a paradigm shift.
Big time. Yeah.
I've been suspecting there is a paradigm shift coming, and he just nailed it, I think. And it's so shocking that when I heard it, it stunned me. But then I realized I've been thinking the same thing for a long time, and it's that the statement is so simple: language is more foundational than physics. That physics,
Was made a doctor. Yeah.
Don't you love the Francis Pontificate?
Oh man, what's this guy doing? It has 3 axes. You can measure spin in the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. So if you measure the x spin of a particle and it's, let's say, down, then the right spin of the partner particle is going to be up 100% of the time. But another question is, if you measure the x spin of one particle and the y spin of another, now it's no longer going to be 100%, 0%. It's going to be fucking, if you measure, dude, it's like there's a 2x3 little column matrix, and you start getting, this is what I was talking about earlier, you start getting like two of them at 75%, the other one has to be 25%. The quantum mechanics only predicts 25% of the time, and then the Bell experiments predict that you're going to get the right one greater than 33% of the time. So that was the Bell inequalities. The Bell inequalities predicted where they experimentally verified, actually showed that it was greater than the quantum mechanical prediction of 25%. So that you had to drop either locality or realism, which really I don't really get the difference of the two. It's just local realism. I just say maybe locality. If it's real, I guess what we mean by real is already kind of local, at least classically.
Very interesting. So if though, like, even if this is real,
answer, you could hang up the fucking phone.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, another fraud. Click.
Yeah.
No, I mean you have a great open mind and inquiring, mind, and I'm a big fan. Okay, next.
Yeah.
But no, I think if we could replicate that spirit of fraud checking, that would be cool. I don't know how to do that exactly, but I think that's a good.
Well, as I see it, the job is humanity has to wake up from what I call the Paleolithic trance of language. Most humans are literally entranced by the voice in their head their entire life.
Yeah.
There may be moments when they step out of that, but that's usually when they're traumatized or something. So that's what's happening. It's time for humanity to wake the fuck up, and it's going to happen in the next 10 or 20 years.
But it's interesting you talk about trauma, because the going wisdom is you get frozen in your development at the age that you have trauma, right?
Well, but our whole society keeps people entranced. I mean, the whole point of everything is, it's not just trauma. I mean, that's part of it.
We've got to self-replicate.
From the moment we're born, we get programmed. We get an operating system installed in our fucking neural net in the first 4 or 6 years. We're fucking large language models.
Is the operating system a self-replicating trauma, maybe?
It's English, or in my case, it's language. That's
the point. Language is traumatic. I mean, English
it's not traumatic. It's just language. It's just that we don't know how to use it. We're still, like, think primitive. We've been entranced for a couple 100,000 years. It's worked. It's been good up until just recently, but it's no longer adequate. We need a new operating system. We need
but you said something very relevant, is that people get frozen by trauma, so.
They do that too, but they're frozen. I mean, our whole civilization is built to freeze you. To imprint some idea of what the world is and what's important and what you should do and what you shouldn't do and what's possible and what's not possible. That whole fucking story is built into the language. So when you get the language imprinted in your brain, you're stuck with that fucking story unless you get lucky enough to wise up to what's going on. And that's beginning to explode now. I think that there have been individuals throughout history who caught on to this. But now it finally caught on and it's exploding. I'm expecting a sort of outbreak of what some people would call enlightenment in the next 10 or 20 years. That a critical mass of humanity is going to wake the fuck up.
So is it kind of a self-reverberating trauma system that keeps us bound in the old system?
I don't know. Trauma. You're really focusing on that word. I wouldn't worry about that word.
Well, it's an important word. I think it's a crucial word because
it's one of it's just no. The main thing is that we get programmed. We get an operating system dumped in our head, and most people live their entire life with whatever fucking operating system they got dropped on them.
Right, and I think that's a traumatic definition.
Well, no, I don't. It depends on how good the operating system is. It's not traumatic if it works. Trauma. I mean, I don't know. I'm not interested in trauma. I mentioned that that's an issue, but it's not the same.
Well, I mean, it's very big among the mental health community.
Yeah. Well, big deal.
But I mean, aren't you talking about mental health with the language trapping?
Yeah, but I'm not interested in trauma. I mean, I understand there's plenty of trauma, but that's not talking about that ain't going to change anything.
Okay, well, what's a good analog?
Reprogram the fucking language machine. It needs a new operating system. That's what the 5 stupidities are for. Start eliminating the stupid use of the word "the" out of your own language machine. Start defining the reifications you're using.
Right, but if the reifications are, related to trauma, something you don't like to talk about trauma, isn't that kind of weird?
Well, listen, if you want to talk about trauma, go ahead and talk about it. I'm just not interested. It's not really relevant.
I think you kind of brought it up, dude.
Well, I brought it up as a passing point. Jesus,
okay.
We're getting off on the same thing again.
Well, what's a better, descriptive system than the word, trauma?
Well, I don't really give a shit. Like I say, I'm not really concerned with trauma. Trauma is a result of a deeper problem.
Well, it's kind of a dynamic that describes what you're railing against. To me, it seems like.
No, what I'm railing against is our old operating system.
Yeah, and why do people have these old operating systems? Because they're frozen from development.
Because they have those operating systems because they were planted on them.
Right.
And they can wake up from that shit anytime they take a look at it and think about it. It's just that most people are so fucking unconscious, they never even think about this stuff.
Well, when you're frozen in a self-reflecting pattern, it needs a lot of things to keep you out of that pattern, doesn't it?
Maybe, people are different, you're different than me, I'm different, everybody's unique. What works for you isn't going to work for me.
All right, let's step back and take a breath. I feel like you're getting really defensive, because I'm using some words you don't like and stuff.
I just am bored with the conversation.
Okay, well, tell me the words that don't bore you.
Well, it's not about words. Like I say, what I'm interested in is people waking up from what I call the Paleolithic trance of language. Start reprogramming your fucking language machine. Have you ever heard the 5 stupidities? Have you listened to them?
It's been a while. I might have forgotten some.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest listening to that once a week for the next year.
Okay, well,
or
are you
2 months?
Are you trying to be Jim Jones? Do you have some Kool-Aid I should drink too?
No, you can just listen to that.
Because I mean,
Listen,
You-
what the fuck are you here for? Why have you come? You come here to tell me how great you think I am, and then start this shit with me.
well, no, I'm trying to engage you on your own terms, and you just throw me under the bus.
Well, like I said, I'm not interested in talking about trauma per se. It's just irrelevant.
Well, I'm just trying to interpret what you're saying in language that I have familiarity with.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't know. This is going nowhere. So I don't know what you want. What do you want?
I think you just don't like me, and whatever I say, you're just going to tell me to fuck off, right?
No.
No, I've had that feeling for a while, man. You don't fucking like me.
Well, there's a difference between not liking and disliking. I don't dislike you, but I don't like you. No, there's nothing particularly that I like.
Wait a minute, can I unpack? You don't dislike me, but you don't like me. That's interesting. Can you unpack that for me?
Yeah, it's easy. There aren't just two states, like and dislike. There are actually 4 different states. There's like and don't like, which is one thing. And then there's dislike and don't dislike. To say that I don't like someone doesn't mean that I like them. It just means I don't even know my next door neighbors say. I don't even know the person. I don't like them. I don't dislike them. I don't know them. But to say that I don't like them does not mean that I dislike them. They're different. There's 4 different states that are possible.
And most people can't wrap their head around that.
I don't give a shit whether most people can deal with it or not. I can deal with it.
But do you want people to understand what the difference of those 4 states is?
Sure. Yeah. And it comes up, I explain it like I'm doing right
Well,
now.
I'm very interested in understanding that because I don't.
It's real simple. It's real. You just got it. There are 4 possible states: like, dislike, don't dislike. They're all different. There's nothing more to it than that. To say you don't like someone everyone thinks that means, oh, you dislike them. If you don't like them, you must dislike them. But that's bullshit. That's just stupid, bad logic. It's merely not liking them.
I'm totally fascinated, but I think I need some time to understand that.
Well, okay, well, think about it. It's pretty simple. I mean, how difficult can it be?
Okay, can you relate to like apples and oranges, sort of, or something?
Well, listen. If I say I don't like chocolate, say,
Okay.
does that mean I dislike it? Or does it just mean
Okay. That's a great analogy.
Okay, so and there are others like pistachio. I really did never eat that shit. So there's 4 different states, and people confuse them all the time.
Yeah, I think that's what your problem with languages.
Well, it's just one more issue of language. That's all.
No, but it's totally widespread because people
it's
confuse.
Yeah, like I say, it's time to wake up.
Well, I mean, don't get defensive, man. I'm a fan.
I'm not defensive. I'm just.
I mean, it sounds like you're about to.
my time talking
You're about to. It sounds like you're about to hang up on me because I'm wasting your time.
Well, I am.
And
Okay, well, should I leave now?
Don't
Well,
think about that.
unless we can talk about something that's interesting to both of us.
Okay, please change the subject.
Well, no, I'm not here looking for anything. I'm looking to share information with people. I'm not sitting here to lecture or anything. I'm busy doing shit.
I think you're in a extreme state of enlightenment, and I would like to be there too.
Yeah.
You're just like not very happy of people that want to.
We're about 40
Well, like I said,
category.
I'm telling you, I already told you what to do. Go listen to that 5 Stupidities podcast. Do it every week for a month. And actually, if you're really serious, I'm writing up a little short essay that sort of explains the whole program.
Yeah.
It won't be ready for another few weeks, probably.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry if I make you feel like I'm wasting your time. I am willing to do that. I will listen to the 5 stupidities and
Well, just listen to it and take notes. And,
Okay.
And come, next time you come, come with some written. I mean, you probably have some questions or some objections or some additions or something that you take some notes. And then let's talk about it.
that's fair enough.
I'm up for that.
No, I mean I think you're a great thinker, and I apologize for not keeping up.
No, listen, don't apologize. Just do what you're doing, man. Do you. That's all you can do anyway.
That's all I have to do is to get a point. But hey, man, I thought we got rubbed each other the wrong way a few months ago. I think we kind of boycotted your clubhouse rooms, and I'm sure it did no good for me or you.
Well, maybe this will work out to be something useful for both of us, you know?
Tell me that, will you?
Yeah, I get your notifications all the time on Clubhouse.
I see you guys all my coaching match.
He insulted me last time.
You're no more organized than me.
So you overcame that.
Yeah, well, I thought hey, that was a hallucination I had in my head.
Yes.
So,
This whole thing about lighting your this is really important.
You're going to tell me that you run around on Friday nights when the exact times of the sun sets? I have to go.
It's just such a restrictive environment. You either like it or you dislike it. There's nothing in between. That's just bullshit.
I love the binary and brain or anagrams. Yeah. Absolutely. Or, dog through a no-evil store. That's another one. What do they call this? Palindrome thing. But yeah, I mean, language is just a fucking trap for things in so many ways. And you've got so many escapes.
There's the 5 stupidities, and particularly the first 2, the word the and the reification, that each evaluate. When you're doing the 5, so you're listening to that thing. The second 2 links that follow the first one are a little exercise on reification. It's important that you do that. Okay, so the first 3 links in that link
Excellent. I will be done. My Zen master.
listen to that and then get back to me. And I'm very close to I've written out a self-study program. It's not done, but I'm close to writing it out. And then you can do this whole thing.
That's great to hear. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you letting me, converse tonight. And I hope you will pick up my call.
Listen, I'll pick it up and I'll cut it off if I get bored.
You know what? That's the best training, that any of us can do for each other.
for one particular kind of training, yeah, right.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll talk again, I hope.
Okay, thank you, man.
Good night.
Good night. If anybody wants to talk, you better raise your hand now, because if I don't see a hand go up, I'm gonna close the room. I don't even know if anybody's here, because it leaves icons around. Anyway, I don't see a hand going up, so adios.
I'm the only white guy in a black, like pure Jamaican flux. You the fucking cop told me.
Yeah,
But there's this other side of New York that I love, and that's like the very they love posturing, and I think it's so cute. Like the intellectual posturing. The number of times I've heard people pronounce Dostoevsky as if it's some feat that they never say that.
that crooked, boy. Hey, that motherfucker say you going down for everything they do like shit. Brother, you got a case.
I never said nothing.
Why you talking to the frog on that one?
So they
I
go
didn't put
into
my
these like art
elbow in the cop's face.
galleries to
Not me.
pretend to
I understand.
or have taste in art
Right.
because they want to be
You know,
cool. Those
Everything.
people are very interesting. to
Everything.
watch.
That's the front thing.
They're
From the exotics to the top mid shelf, top shelf, and exotics.
all posturing that they read books.
You're not.
And
Like,
they
listen,
actually
you know
read
what?
the books.
I'll tell you straight.
It's way better than
I'm
LA.
solid as a
You know,
rock.
LA postures like
But let me give you an example.
everyone postures. Every culture has.
Let me
like,
give you an
posturing.
example of
It's
something.
like, what are they posturing about?
What you've
Everyone's
been through is
posturing
something
about
you would never want
being
somebody of your
retarded
family to
and
deal with, right?
and
Not even my
knowing
best
famous
friend.
people.
Right? But that's something we deal with on a day-to-day basis. That's a
Hey,
that's a
Daily.
that's probably listen. The opportunity of that happening to you again
The
is rare.
businessmen, the
No, you can't say that.
just want to be
Say
taken
that.
serious.
I'm going to say
I love.
I'm going to say this.
Can't say that.
Listen.
Even the cop, the cop come up to me
I take you
with the
very
gloves
seriously.
on.
Listen.
I like interacting with these people, and it's better than like if you go to the South when it's like more hillbilly out in the whatever. They love posturing like morality, but they have no morality either.
Yeah,
The South are like the meanest, bitchiest bitches ever. They gossip like fucking crazy, and they're so nice to your face, but they like create problems interpersonally, like middle schoolers everywhere, grown adults.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate those people. Like go to church and they're like the most god awful people. Like you have so many sins, bitch. Like you're going to church every Sunday as if you're some. I don't like those guys. I like New York. I like the culture. They're very immoral, but there's like an innocence to it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like everyone's a lost little boy or girl here, and they just want to be loved. They just want mommy and daddy to take them seriously in their business pursuits. I think it's sweet. It's like a little charming. It's like, oh, you defrauded millions of people. You just want to be loved. You just want to make mommy and daddy proud of you.
That sounds like a fun story.
Yeah, SBF, man. I love that cute little gumdrop button.
What are you talking about?
It's the curly hair. SBF.
Oh, yeah.
He's following me.
Is
He's
it?
in prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that South Park Mexican?
SBF, the guy that defrauded millions of people out of billions of dollars.
The polycule bus buddy who let all his he let all his friends sleep with his girlfriend over
Yes. He promoted like being vegan and like loving the animals, and he like portrayed himself to be this sweet, innocent little boy character. While he's on Adderall and doing orgies or whatever.
Yeah.
It's cute. It's cute when like the Asperger's boys try to do crime. You know, they want to be bad boys so
Is he
bad.
posting from jail or somebody running? It must be running his account. I'm just looking at it.
I think he might have access to his phone.
SBF's words shared by a friend monitored. So
Yeah, I think he might have a phone though.
yeah, he probably does.
I've sent some DMs my boy SBF. I need to break him out, really. We need to get that boy a pardon. He's innocent. Oh, those rosy pink cheeks. You can't put him in jail.
If you go to if you go to the New Year's Eve party, you could potentially
SBF pardon.
you could potentially, if you played your cards right, you know.
I might go to the party without you. I'm thinking about it. I think I could get an invite even through that girl. I'm just.
He messaged me tonight. Like I could definitely, if you want to go, and I mean it, I will not only make sure that you get invited, I will make sure that you are treated like a known friend. That, you know what I mean? Like he will, you know what I'm saying? Like it'll be like, I'll make sure it's a good experience.
I'm thinking about it. I'm used to like being introduced to social group. Well, I'm very aware. Yeah, because I am autistic. I do well in social groups because I position myself properly. So if I don't have the proper positioning, then I get scared because I'm like, I'm used to being introduced or having like a sort of baseline, and then I can navigate social groups from that baseline. But if I'm going in by myself, then it's scary to me. But I'm thinking about it.
You don't have anybody who can go with you, even another girl.
I have someone going that I'm very close with, but he's mad at me at the moment. So.
The same person we discussed last time.
Not the person I said in DMs. No, not that person. No, another person.
I can't keep up with all your foolishness.
I'm not sleeping with it. I'm a celibate.
Hostess.
I've been celibate a long time. This year, I had one where I was thinking about it, but then he ruined it.
Was that the one that you said that you liked, and then you said one thing, and then it fucked it up?
Yeah. I was starting to feel my heart. I was like, oh, it's still there. And then it immediately turned off again. I was like, okay, bye again. But there was a faint glimmer, so maybe there is still a heart in me. Men are, they ruin things. They have everything fine, and then they say something fucking stupid, and it's like, why did you just do that?
Like what?
Why did you do that?
What was the thing?
Men just.
He had everything going for him. He passed all the tests, right? And then he was actually about to achieve what is Zentani called access. He was close to getting access to Zentani's near weathers, and then at the key moment he said something that was
He said something that he thought was very romantic, but it was a line, and my intuition, I immediately caught that, like, this is a line that he uses on women multiple times, and it's not appropriate, and actually out of the romance.
A false sense of pride about it. Like, she could already see that he was already proud of himself for having landed her with the line, and it didn't land, and so she's like looking at this guy who has now like kind of like given himself a self-fulfilled prophecy, and she's like, oh, not only have you used this before, but you are prematurely thinking that I'm just some dumb bitch that's gonna fall for it, right? And so then you want to break for him.
It's alienating. There's something in me that like breaks my heart every time, and men have no idea. It makes me so angry because men don't realize like they're messing around and they're just like going through the motions or whatever. But for me, you're like hurting my faith in men. So it makes me mad at men because I don't want to lose my faith in men. Like I want to admire and respect men. But then they do things or like the mask falls off. That's always heartbreaking. It's like if a man fucks it up and he knows that he's fucked it up, his mask will come off, and I see the real him, and then I see like all of the lies, and then I'm like, oh my god, you were putting on a show this whole time, and I believed the show, and now my heart's broken again. Like existentially, my heart is broken. And then men will start talking about like youth and beauty and be disgusting in the way that they view, or it's disgusting to me, like the way that they view dynamics. It's very, I don't know if I'm explaining this properly. I think the nature of man is perhaps just the nature of man, and maybe I'm losing my innocence or my naivety or something that is breaking me. I don't want to lose that.
You're looking
I don't
for
want to see the
authenticity.
truth.
You're looking for authenticity, and very few people ever become capable of that.
I don't like that for me to be interested in a man, it has to be a lie. That's what I'm starting to uncover in this like loss of naivety, is like, have all the men been lying?
I tried to explain this to you. I think in the first discussion we ever had on the topic, you were very defensive, and that to hear you, pretty much proclaiming what I told you the problem was is it's like an amazing evolution to behold. Even though you're a little black pilled about it, I would say, right, is that maybe you should reconsider your priorities
What does that mean?
of mate selection.
Reconsider how? The thing is, like, I want a man to be my prince, and he saves me, protects me, and all the things, man. He's dependable, and he's stable, and he's strong, and I can be a woman. But where I think like the naivety is falling and my heart is sort of breaking is that like they don't care about me. That's what it is. I'm like, I am struggling against this concept that perhaps none of the men in my life have ever actually cared about me or loved me. And I don't know if that's real or if I'm like being black-pilled, but I'm very scared that this might be a reality. That no man has ever cared about me, and they're just sort of, they want something. They want attention or something. And it's very damaging for me.
What's the distinction?
Because, what do you mean?
Like, when I'm interested in a woman, I want things from her. I'm not there to just give her presence and attention and make her happy. I also want something in return. But, how is it that you're distinguishing the one part of the relationship from the other, the give from the take? You're saying maybe they all just wanted something from you. Well, they all wanted something from you. But are you saying that 100% of them were lying about being interested in your well-being?
That's my concern, yeah. It's that I am realizing or recognizing that once a man realizes that he can't get something he wants from me, they seem to not care about my well-being, like, at all. And this is very scary to me, because I don't operate that way at all. Like, I would never hurt someone I care about even if the relationship is, like, I would never be, I don't know how to, men just they're just scaring the fuck out of me. I don't know how to, the way they're acting is just scaring the fuck out of me. I don't know how to explain it any other way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure either. Because, there have been a lot of times that relationships didn't work out for me, but I didn't just like push her in front of a train or whatever it is that you're saying these men did. Like they suddenly stopped giving a shit about you at all. I just wonder what that looks like, because you could be psyching yourself out.
I had one particularly bad experience. I am aware I could be painting over my past experiences with this new lens out of just like trauma or something.
Yeah.
But
Rules were made to be broken. Now that I'm grown up, what I've learned from all of that is...
Are you aware of the documentary that Rob Reimer was working on? Because when you look into it, things get a little bit suspicious. But see, there's also...
we're gonna don't get me wrong. You understand?
All of the fields that are used to poison the American public and what you've been perpetuating, racism, white supremacy, and genocide is being carried out on the Palestinians.
People, and how does it feel?
My name's Alex Shea, and I'm a rising junior at Brown University, one of the most exclusive institutions in the world. But I'm not here to glorify the Ivy League. I'm here to warn you that the promise of American higher education, of opportunity through meritocracy, is under attack. I'm a legacy student at Brown. I went to a prep school that fees to the Ivy League. My parents are doctors who can afford the $93,000 a year sticker price. In other words, I'm exactly who the Ivy League was built for. Oh,
Okay.
You see, like in the long term, where will things end up? Long term, I don't know, like what long term? Because maybe it's.
Mayor Johnson, last week I asked you about an illegal alien from Nicaragua who beat a Chicago woman on
10, 20 years, something like that.
Hi.
I came to save you. Looks like you didn't need it. I'm sorry. I should have told you. I thought it would be better this way. Come on. Let's get out of here. This time. Yes, you will. Save us your lost life. Be so vulnerable, so dry, so nothing. I lose Karen. Maybe next time it can be different.
Hold the shield on him until we get the signal. Then we gentle him.
Hi.
I came to save you. Looks like
I found that you.
for me, that's fine.
Conscious and raped her on a Chicago sidewalk, and you answer the question. Millions of people shared the video, liked it, commented, but you were covered for not answering the
But it's
question.
been quite a while.
Now the Department of
I
Homeland
still seem to
Security
be
has
like
shared the
this,
video,
so I don't know.
racking up additional.
I just feel very like almost like a businessman. The man, when men approach me now, I'm like, how much?
Border Patrol officers in tactical gear appear to be targeting a gas station in Evanston.
How I feel is very gay. I feel like a man. The men turn me into a man.
No, it's not it. It's because it's the again, here we are on the other end of the conversation I tried to have with you the very first time we
I
had.
need to go to my ex and get rid of his 20-year-old. I need to go live in the sewers with him.
No, I'm not talking about that. The first time I talked to you, I told you it was because the nature of your selection is transactional. You are not like eliciting good results, right? Like that's it's not a principled approach. If you are having a principled approach to your mate selection, which is not based solely on fiscal, like it's transactional. There isn't no emotional transaction. Your very nature is to have like a bonding experience. By continuing that behavior, right? And this is what I was talking about. By continuing that transactional behavior, you're preventing a pair bonding experience.
Well, when she was
if
22.
you stop that, even though it didn't feel right, this is where your discipline would come in,
right? If you stopped yourself from doing that, I'm not going to do it this time, or even if you just try, and then over time it got better, you would find that you would slowly be opening yourself back up to experiencing that kind of connection. But as long as you're
She can't defend
approaching it
her
from a
record. She's
transactional
lying about
standpoint,
Brendan
which is
Riley's.
exactly what you described. Oh, businessman, blah, blah, blah.
I'm approaching it transactionally because because the heart isn't turning on. So that's all that's there is numbers.
That's a feedback.
Last year,
If the heart isn't turning on
was found
because you
guilty of
are
lying.
approaching it in a transactional way. Like you have
Maybe
got
I should just go murder the guy that hurt me. Maybe I should just be mature about this. I should go hunt him down. Take him out.
No, she's lying
I haven't gotten any. I haven't done any public scandals. And that's not really my vibe. I think, I never murdered someone, but maybe it's time. Maybe that's what growing up is.
maybe you should go
Maturely and calmly murdering those that have hurt me.
instead of like sleeping around and like exposing yourself, you can go
Brendan
peg
Riley.
students or something.
I built my career
I bet I could go peg him. I bet I could get him to let me peg him.
Everything she just said was not against any charges or any sort of incitement to violence or something else she wouldn't do.
She knows that Riley took you.
Including
Illinois could soon be facing major electricity shortages and high.
Yeah, they be both looking up. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we up in a cruise.
No, I hope my kids are up to
I'm in better shape than him.
No, I hope my kids are like you, Bam, in terms of keeping that closeness. And my and T and Pen, like that's the only thing I fear. Like I don't want them to grow apart. You know, life changes, people move.
That's my little brother right there.
Circumstances happen.
I think I posted a picture before. I have pictures of my phone like that on my phone. But that's my little brother right there. Got videos.
Oh, that's a big fish. Nice.
Yeah, fish on the black.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I did. I didn't know that was your brother. I see the resemblance a little bit.
I said to try to do that.
Where you got that at a lake?
Fishing offshore.
Yeah, you need to teach us fishing. You need to teach us fishing. T wants to go fishing so bad.
That's us when we was younger. My big brother, my sister, I told her she'll fuck with us. And then my ugly ass on the right side.
Damn it, can you swim?
Yeah, I swear, yeah.
Okay.
I ain't no Michael Phelps, but
you can swim.
Yeah, I can get out of the situation.
Okay. T, you need to swim before you go fishing.
I know how to swim.
We can fish offshore. We can fish offshore.
I know how to swim. I've been fishing plenty of times. I like to.
Can you swim in the deep end in the ocean?
I don't do that. I would never swim in the ocean. I can swim in the deep end of the pool.
I ain't doing that.
Why not?
You should stop. You need to stop messing with the ocean. I'm doing that.
Yasmin, at the age of 5, is snorkeling. You can snorkel in the deep end.
Snorkel? I can swim in the deep end of a pool.
No, snorkel in the. Yasmin.
I'm not going in there with all the animals.
But Yasmin went to.
It's like being in a
was in Mexico. We went to Cabo. We went on a trip to Cabo, right? I think she was like, I got a picture of it. I can show you. I think they were like, she was like 4 or 5. She was swimming and snorkeling the deep end, Cabo, deep end. Yeah, like in a boat ride for an hour type vibe. And she went swimming. T, would you join us?
No.
She was 5 years old.
Some stuff just ain't for some people. And that ain't for
stop
me.
Messing with the damn ocean.
That ain't for me.
Stop laughing.
No,
the ocean is no joke.
I'm going to be honest with you. Ever since you scared me or tried to, listen, it's so weird, right? Ever since you tried to like discourage me or scare me, all that stuff you're doing. Every time I'm on social media, I get the algorithm of this area, like Malaysia, Indonesia, and a lot of people coming to Bali and other places, and they're like dying from shipwrecks. Have you been
Oh my
seen
God.
that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Literally, like they're like normal snorkeling adventures, just basic snorkeling, nothing, no scuba diving, no nothing. It's just shipwrecks, and like they'll say 20 died and 2 survived. I'm like,
what the heck is a shipwrecking for?
I don't know. Like I'm gonna show you. No, I'm gonna show you. It's like I think it's about 3 or 4.
What year is it?
The last few months, the last year. I'll show you.
What the heck happened to the ship?
Oh yeah, capsize. Shipwrecks happen all the time. They were just capsize or a crash.
They just don't like if they don't get no traction in the media. You see it like they happen all the time.
What causes a shipwreck?
Usually the
shipwreck. I don't know. I think it's
for me.
I ain't never been on a ship.
I don't know the shipwreck, but I know the recent one was capsize. It just capsized. Like it just dropped, right?
Terrible.
Yeah, but these are vacations.
You see, that's reckless. Why? Did they not regulate the shit out there?
There was an interview done. I watched 60 Minutes. That specific one that I watched that bothered me the most was so preventable that ironically I'm on YouTube, picks up an algorithm. It was about that story, and it was Australia. It was 60 Minutes Australia. It was like a 20-minute clip. I can send it to you if you want, but it was talking about how those people were complaining on the Yelp and something shady, but they weren't regulated to the point where no one
They got away with it. The
You squeeze all those people in the boat, you see.
Yeah.
Think about this. All these high-risk things, and not to scare people from doing all, just different stuff. I mean, I don't want to be ridiculous, but I am, but not to be ridiculous, but like, think about it. Kobe is dead, okay? Kobe died, all right? That pilot should have known, all right, not to fly in that
And that fog weather.
Yeah, people make mistakes, man. They make misjudgments, poor decisions.
And it's
flying visually in a foggy day. They make decisions and shit, high risk activities.
Yep.
Let's put some more people on the boat. Bad decision. There it is.
Let me find it for you and show you. Hold on. Oh, by the way, I went on the helicopter ride maybe months before Kobe.
You don't want a reason to learn how to swim.
I know how to swim. Actually, I'm not how to swim since I was a
kid. He knows how to swim.
If you in the ocean, bro.
No, the ocean is different than a pool.
You gotta think.
Why? I'm not going in the ocean.
If you in
what's the difference swimming in knowing how to swim in an ocean versus a pool?
First of all, ocean is salt water, so you have more buoyancy, you have a lot more currents.
Okay, so how's the technique different?
Because there's waves.
There's no technique.
How's the technique that's different? How's the technique different?
Depends on what you're trying to do. It's just it's more about, well, in a pool you're kind of just treading water. In an ocean you're
swimming.
You're fighting against currents.
You're not just treading water in a pool. You're swimming getting from point A to point B.
You don't need to know that, T.
But the water's not moving in a pool.
Look, Alex.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about swimming.
You gone. Who gonna find you out there and see quick enough? Like, you shouldn't just say you got to be
Banana? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about either.
I'm saying
you know what I'm talking about.
I know what
I used to. First of all, I used to boogie board all the time. Swam in the ocean plenty of times. I'm not swimming in the middle of the ocean. I used to go out there and all day at the beach, but I'm not fucking doing that anymore. Not since I learned about riptides. Fuck that bullshit. I used to be out there all the time, water to my neck. That's as deep as I would go. Well, probably over my neck if I literally touch the bottom. But I can swim with it. I know obviously the ocean's moving, but I don't see the difference in the swimming technique. You just have to swim with the fucking waves and shit. But I'm not swimming. Why? I don't understand why people swimming in the middle of the ocean. Why?
But you gotta tell you that thing. This really white people shit. They be the main ones.
Tell that to Faye. She be swimming in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, that's fine. They go snorkeling and see all the.
This fellow's been called the
I don't have to see it.
You know what it is, or the corals and the fishes and all that. So
fuck all that.
Okay, I put in some links. It's just every few months. I'm telling you, there's just so many.
Let me see.
Here's the capsize. Shocking video of deadly boat accident in Bali. Okay, hold on. This is 8 months ago.
Boat all upside down and shit. Oh my god, it's just flipping out.
That's your uncle.
See, why it sound like you got a frog in your throat? You getting over a cold or something?
No, I was tired.
It sounds like it's tired. T. This guy is obsessed with you, girl.
I'm not obsessed with her. You got an ugly uncle.
Think twice about going. These are 38 minutes. Is this the same video? You said the same video twice?
No, check the last two. Check the other. Just take the quick shorts. Forget the 60-minute one.
Okay.
This fellow's been called the chillest dude
This
in
one
America.
is one. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. It's not a capsize. It caught on fire.
That was a ferry, though. That was a ferry. That's a different one. I was just showing you examples every often, T on average, every month I hear something. Hold on.
This fellow's been called the chillest dude in
That
America.
motherfucker's dying. That ain't my motherfucking uncle.
This fellow's been called the chillest dude in America.
So here's your uncle.
Yeah.
This fella's being called the chillest dude in America.
You sure that's not your
This
uncle?
fella's being called the chillest dude in America.
Y'all match your baby picture and his.
This fella's being called the chillest dude in
Your
America.
baby picture and
I'm a
his.
cute ass baby. What you talking
I know, you were a cute baby, I ain't gonna lie. Fufu actually, that's a cute baby picture, I ain't gonna lie.
Let me see.
Fufu, that's a cute baby
This
picture.
fella's being called the chillest.
baby, but you was ugly now.
Oh.
I am not ugly.
Let's see.
You know it's hard. It's hard to be an ugly baby. Like say something that's it's hard to look good growing up. I was an ugly newborn, but like after about a month,
They decided to take the boat out there to the tropical storm in 2017.
Yeah, the 27th dead was the 60-minute one. I mean, I don't know if I used the right name, but the 27th dead got to me, because they were literally trying to storm a girl.
which land?
And the very last one.
That's a lot of dead people.
It's a lot of people.
This fella's being called the
And
chillest
they said
dude
the
in
boat
America.
wasn't like the maintenance of the boat was jacked. They shouldn't have even that boat.
Is that what point? Because it looks like the storm was pretty bad.
It was a storm, but they shouldn't have gone out. But they even I don't know if it's that one or the one I sent before that. There was one where the boat was such shitty conditions as well. And I don't know if it's the 27 dead or the one where that lady died. There was one lady that died in Bali. I don't know if it's that one that they're talking about. But usually it's the weather, like kind of like the Kobe thing. Don't go out because of the weather. And then the second one is like the boat make the news because the boat is so jacked up, and they still continue taking tourists on it. But ever since you told me, I'm like, why am I?
This is greedy.
Oh, here's one in Gilly.
It is
There's
greedy.
another one in Gilly. I gotta show you this one. This is 2 years ago. Hold up. 2 years ago.
For some reason,
This is like very common to like. Look at this one.
Because they about to
Oh my god.
Oh, and in Indonesia, it's a problem.
Fast boat to
you said
Ferry one that happened.
Kill.
There's another one that happened 7 years ago. T. There's one in Indonesia ferry. It fire took out. I think it was a fire. Was it a fire or something? No, it sunk, and a dozen
Look
died.
at the boat. Oh my god, look at them. Look at them, they're falling off. Oh, they're jumping. Yeah, they definitely, they have to swim away from the boat, because when the boat submerges, it pulls the water down in there. You're gonna get sucked in.
And they can drown from it.
Mm.
They have to get out.
Yeah, they gotta get out and away from the boat.
Man, no life rafts on that motherfucker now.
They have like
Wait, how many people died there? Because they shouldn't have. No one should have died there. They're on life vests.
Nigga, how long do you think they gonna be?
This one is, I think it just, I don't think anyone died on this one. I was just showing like different instances where these boats are capsizing. Like there's no bad weather. You see how clear the weather is, T?
Yeah, this one's burning out for some odd
What the
reason.
fuck wrong with the boat then? Is
This
this a
one's
janky
on
boat?
fire.
They're cheap as fuck and they don't fix it.
I seen some shit where the orcas were biting off the rudders. Y'all see that shit? They was biting the rudders off of the yachts and shit.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Go orcas. Fuck SeaWorld. Shit. I'm mad.
The ferry fire that happened 4 months ago, T, there was like 500 something people in it.
Oh god.
But that was 4 months ago, and that one said, it says passengers jump off ship as massive fire engulfs ferry, and that one I think had 568 people, 3 died. Three died from that one.
Oh wow, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad that 3 died, but
Right.
it could have been more. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2020, the orcas were ramming into boats.
Oh.
They damaged like hundreds of boats, and they sunk like 5 of them.
Oh God.
Yeah, they
They're mainly sailboats this one.
Yeah, they was biting off the rudders and everything. Hey, they still doing that shit though. They haven't stopped.
Oh really?
Them animals done got intelligence.
I remember it was a thing, like, they kept being reported years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, those orcas were just jamming, and they said they were mad.
Yeah.
They were mad because they were being disturbed or
I
something.
don't know, bro. Seems pretty lame with me.
They've been doing all kind of fucked up shit to them orcas, catching them, putting them in SeaWorld and shit like that. Like, man, them animals ain't stupid.
You ever seen Blackfish?
Yeah.
Man, you know how
Yeah, I watch Blackfish.
I don't know, bro. Seems pretty good, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
What documentary?
I scratched SeaWorld off my bucket list years ago because of that.
That's actually like fun.
That was some cold shit when they.
Did you go again? Wait, they closed SeaWorld, didn't they? SeaWorld's not a thing anymore.
No, it's definitely a thing. They just
They make too much money.
First of all, Anheuser-Busch owns SeaWorld now. And
Oh, so they still have orcas and shit?
They do, but they don't catch any orcas anymore, and they don't. They're doing more like girl rights now, like villagers.
Would you go to SeaWorld?
Yeah, because SeaWorld still does conservation. They go and still rescue.
You know, in San Diego, yeah, there's like I have like a moral issue with SeaWorld, but so like when I was working with the Navy and you know the marine biologists and all of them, they had these initiatives, SeaWorld of conservation. He's right, but it's like research based and conservation and money because it's dependent on keeping them running. So they have to. It's like they can't run a SeaWorld without that element. But to me, it's just it's like it's just evil. I couldn't. I took my daughters to the one.
The only animals they have in captivity are ones that are born in captivity and
Yeah, but it's not the catching only. It's also like the training for the shows, and they're caged up and abused.
Oh yeah, they stay there.
And then they start attacking the trainer and killing them.
Well, right, and yeah, right. That's from the documentary, and that's because they're born in captivity, so they can't go out into the wild.
They're supposed to be left alone.
Leave it the fuck alone.
It's still like an
And you see when their fin is like, you notice the ones in SeaWorld.
The dorsal is drooping, yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, Khufu. It's so sad.
I ain't gonna lie. When they get to the next round, I don't get to
Me neither. Stop it. I shouldn't say that. You're abusing something for so many years.
You don't poke no fucking bear and then be mad because the bear fucking killed your ass. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's stupid as fuck. You got.
They weren't really abusing.
Man, you got to be.
Until it comes, they were.
Let me look at your PTO.
It's just an unfortunate. It's just a big ass animal in a small cage.
That's what that is. White people think they can fuck with everything. That motherfucker weighs tons, and you're gonna get on his fucking back.
Khufu's running.
Yeah.
Look at Khufu.
And then so when your chest.
Yeah, but you have to look. You're only looking at the negative aspect of it all. You have to also understand that.
It's all this is for pure entertainment. This is what kills me, right?
But that's not bad. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
And all that. Let me tell you this. It's no different to me. It's no different than when I took my kids to the what's that brothers?
Ringling Brothers.
Oh, back in the day. Yeah. So what they were like 2011. It's been a minute. I took them to this circus when they were babies, and in Baltimore of all places. Anyway, so I went from DC to that circus show, right, and I didn't know they were about to shut it down. So, like, I think it was around that time it became a scandal. But I was sitting there, and I'm like, why? I'm not enjoying it. Like, I'm watching them poke these elephants, like, literally with a poke. It was
that's just sad.
That's what I saw too. I took my kids to. I was like, oh, they're whipping those zebras. What the fuck?
They're whipping it, poking it. And I never went back. Never cared to check it out.
But y'all gotta, man, at least they ain't getting ate up by lions.
They did get his he did. One of the brothers did get his fucking head bit off. What are you talking about?
Well, see if you know
the ones that's in captivity
got scratched.
He got his fucking head bit off.
The ones that's in captivity.
Look that shit up. That motherfucker put his head.
I know. He
got
scratched.
Because I never really got to.
And what was the guy's name again? The two guys.
Siegfried and Roy.
Brothers. What's one of the
right?
Yeah, look
what's
at
the name?
Siegfried and Roy.
Siegfried and Roy. Okay.
That motherfucker put his head in that motherfucking tiger and it bit his motherfucking head off.
What the tiger got to do with it?
Did he get his head bit off or did he get it out?
It says, okay, let me read it. It says, I'm going to check the AI. The Siegfried and Roy accident occurred on October 3rd, 2003, during a Las Vegas show when their white tiger, Manticore, attacked Roy Horn, biting his neck and dragging him off stage, leading to critical injuries, severe blood loss, and multiple heart stops before doctors revived him. While Siegfried and Roy maintained it was an accident, Manticore trying to help Roy after he fell, their trainer suggested diminishing respect for the animal played a role, ending the famous duo's career. Oh, that ended it. Yo,
Even though he's right.
Yo, he grabbed his neck, chewed it, and dragged it.
Yeah, I just paraphrased and said his head got bit off, but yeah, fuck that boy up. Shit. Look at you know who else got fucked up? Remember
But the thing is, he didn't touch it. The accident happened when the guy fell trying to help him, right? And no, I'm saying what led to that situation. I'm not saying what the history of the treatment. I'm saying like that particular scene. One of the guy, he fell off. I think that's the main thing. Like the guy fell off. It wasn't
It wasn't the tiger snapping. It's because he.
Yeah, it's okay. So,
man, look, if a motherfucker been whipping me my whole
They treat those tigers like well.
Like
what? Dude, those tigers are living in.
Can I be honest with you? That video, like, I don't want to watch it, the whole thing, but it looked like he was about to die in that situation. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm shocked he's alive after that.
I bet you won't fuck with no tigers no more.
How about the Australian guy? Nam and I were talking about it.
That's the one I was thinking about. The crocodile.
Cosplaying as an indigenous.
I knew that motherfucker was gonna die, but I thought he was gonna die.
I was like, it's a matter of when.
I just thought he was gonna die jumping on one of them motherfucking crocodiles. This motherfucker hit by a stingray in his heart.
Yeah.
In his motherfucking heart. I seen that video too. That shit was gruesome.
How about you can hand feed stingrays? I've done that.
That you have.
That's the only thing I'm scared of in the water is the stingrays.
You see one?
The guy was no, but the scuba instructor was talking about like the safety precautions when it comes to stingrays. It's horrible.
What do you do?
I don't remember, girl. This is 2-3 years ago. You stay away. Just stay away. Don't go near them. Avoid them. I don't remember specific like.
Have you seen how long,
breakdown of how to protect yourself? But
have you seen how long that motherfucking stinger is on the motherfucker? That shit is a fucking shame.
But I'm thinking, how do you hunt them? They're in the water.
You don't, but you can hand feed.
I hand fed their ass out the water.
A bunch of them, Cozumel. They swim all around you, and they're nice.
Okay, so yeah, T. So this is what they say. See, I gotta refresh. I told you the refresher. I'm not even allowed until I complete the remaining. But there's a part where it says, to avoid stingrays, use the stingray shuffle by dragging your feet through the sand as you walk in shallow water to alert buried rays to your presence. Like, that's just when you're in the shallow end. I don't think you can do anything in the deep end, but let's say you see one, right? You're going boogie boarding, let's say, right? Shuffle your feet on the sand. Like, I don't know who has time for that. I'm maybe running. It says shuffle. So it says, drag your feet through the sand as you walk in shallow water to alert buried rays to your presence and make them swim away. Also, avoid running into the water. Stay out of the shallow, warm areas where they congregate in warmer months. And if you're on a board, keep your feet up. Stingrays typically only sting in self-defense when stepped on, so shuffling prevents accidental contact.
Oh my God. Motherfucker is 10 to 14 inches long.
Basically, you gotta drag this, like it says, use a stick, drag a stick or pull in front of you to stir up the sand. Keep your feet up. If surfing or on board, keep your feet out of the water and off the bottom.
Yeah, in general, you don't want to be walking on the bottom anyways. That's why you have a...
Yeah, anyways, you don't, I don't know who would want to. Anyways, just be extra cautious. Be extra cautious in warm, shallow waters. That's where you normally be, T. Be extra cautious in warm, shallow waters during spring and summer when stingrays are closest to the shore. I'm not really on the shore like that, so that's probably why I didn't pay no mind.
Yeah, don't do that.
Wow.
Did y'all see that one guy that used to be out there with the bears and shit?
Oh my God. Yeah. So when I made the mistake of listening to the video, you know, it was like recorded when he was getting attacked.
What does he mean?
That video was
him and his girl.
It was horrific.
What video?
So the Grizzly guy, what is his name? Let me look it up real quick.
It's in Bad Grylls.
Grizzly Man.
What'd you say?
It's in Bad Grylls.
Grizzly Man, yeah. I forgot his actual name though.
The part that fucked me up is when this girl was like, play dead. And he still get fucked up. She was like, fight. Man, he fucked up. And then the bear turned on her and killed her.
Yeah. So Timothy Treadwell. That's his name.
Timothy is no longer with us.
So you heard the video too. It was just fucking, it was terrible. He was like, he's eating me.
I didn't give a fuck. Leave them fucking animals alone. I know that sounds cold, don't it? But leave them fucking animals alone. It's common sense. Like, it's some white people shit. It really is.
Be right back to you.
Okay.
Motherfuckers want to have elephants in the fucking carnival tent and shit. I seen a fucking elephant tear that whole motherfucking tent up and was going down the street fucking tearing shit up. They had to come out there and shoot that motherfucker. That's what your ass did.
You know, they said like black people, right? They don't go doing dangerous activities like white people do because they had enough shit going on back in the day. So white people ain't really deal with shit, so they're like, shit, we gotta find some way to die. Some way to get that thrill.
Yeah, we gonna bungee jump, we gonna skydive. Y'all seen the motherfucker that he skydived?
You white nigga? Skydiving's fun. You skydiving's bad.
He skydived, and then his motherfucking parachute didn't open.
Oh, skydive.
Oh, yeah, I thought I got stuck on skydive.
I was thinking about skydive. I ain't gonna lie.
Do it. Fun stuff.
Yeah, you've been around white people so too long.
No, nigga, the white people I be around, they don't skydive.
Oh.
They dive off roofs.
And that made it better.
like they have the flamethrowers and shit.
I said he did that shit for white people. He said the white people I be around though. Like, man, you funny.
These niggas don't even got the money to skydive, Mike. So they ain't doing none of this shit. I was just looking up the stat on like it's way more likely to get in the car than for your cash.
Yeah, and I bet some white people say some shit like that. They always say shit like that.
Well, niggas go out the door every day and get shot at. So shit, like I'd rather die instantly than get my head shot up. Niggas be risking their lives just to prove a point in front of a nigga. He be talking about white folk doing crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
nigga, what?
Yeah. You sound crazy.
Nigga, that's the truth. How this sound crazy? The truth.
I bet.
Niggas are down with Pajay's, and y'all won't talk about niggas trying to have an adventure.
This ain't the motherfucking 90s, and the only motherfuckers that's
the 90s.
Yeah, niggas in the 90s was dying over J's. Niggas ain't dying over J's. Everybody got fucking J's. And if a nigga
sound goofy as hell.
If a nigga, no, listen, bro. If a nigga gets shot over some shoes, it's a wild ain't doing that. It's a teenage motherfucker that's out here wilding.
I thought niggas went down over shoes though.
I'm talking about grown ass men. Ain't no grown ass man killing no other man over no motherfucking shoes. This ain't the 90s.
You can't be subjective like that. I made a objective statement. You gonna make it subjective like that?
I'm just when you skydive, record that shit. Just record it when you skydive.
I ain't say I was gonna do it. I thought about it.
No, well, go ahead, do it.
You must don't got the money to skydive.
You scared.
I wouldn't give a fuck if I was a millionaire. I wouldn't jump off no motherfucking plane. That's sacrilege. I value my motherfucking life. Why? Like, why would I do something where I could lose
you
my
came
life
from the hood?
doing it?
You came from the hood?
What does that matter? Either way.
I'm asking, like, what you out there gang banging doing all? I'm just asking.
I don't.
I'm trying to ask you. You know what I'm trying to get at.
I'm intelligent, bro. I don't fucking gang bang. I'm a grown
Don't
ass.
sound like it.
don't sound like I don't gangbang. Because I don't.
No, the intelligent part.
Oh, you jealous. You don't sound intelligent talking about you gonna jump off a plane.
I never said I was intelligent.
With the parachute.
You're not. You're not. Because if you was intelligent, you'd be able to recognize another intelligent person in the room.
You understand?
I'm really not the one to come for, Bama. For real. You need to chill.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. You saying they stupid, but we die. At least they died having fun. We died scared.
You said what?
They died doing what they love. We died struggling.
I mean, you gotta understand though, what didn't happen to our people. What the fuck? Like, we didn't wake up one day and just get like this. It took a long time. First of all, we don't even manufacture guns. We didn't bring crack cocaine to our own motherfucking neighborhood and have a war on drugs instead of a war on poverty and motherfucking government housing and bad food and Popeyes and fucking McDonald's and churches and all this other deadly shit. They gave us 1,000,001 ways to kill ourselves. What are you talking about?
But not now.
McDonald's.
What's happening? What's happening now though? That's different. That's back then. You talking about we in the 21st century?
Exactly, and there's more people that's waking up. We got more black millionaires now than we've ever had. More black women owning businesses. Like, we doing a lot of good shit. It just don't get publicized.
But the black people, the black millionaires, they pushing out killing and shit. Most of the black millionaires, they like rappers and entertainment.
Nah, not that. I mean, entertainment, but who's behind entertainment? Who owns the record label? Fucking Jewish people. What are you talking about?
But if they wouldn't rap about this shit, they wouldn't get they can sing.
You just thinking about rappers. Most black millionaires are not rappers. A lot of us are in the real estate, all kind of businesses that you would never even think are black owned. That's motherfucking getting money off of that shit. Patents for inventions and all kind of shit. It just don't get publicized. No. And like, black people are the only people that will take the bottom of the barrel of their race and then use that to represent their whole race. Like, every fucking race got drug addicts and fucking low life, no good motherfuckers. But when it comes to black people, it's like you take the bottom of the barrel and want to use that to represent us. It's more people got degrees now, graduating and shit. But like I say, they not publicizing that shit. They ain't putting that shit on the news. They gonna put it on the news when Ray fucking shoots up the barbershop. Ray does not represent our whole fucking race. You sound stupid. Do you come from a fucked up family like that? I don't. I got some.
Why you gotta come from a fucked up family?
I'm saying because I'm asking you. Because is that what your family is about? Maybe some families are hood like that. I got a few cousins that's fucked up, but like, my grandma told us not to hang around their ass. So I don't know what you're talking about. I come from an educated background. My father got a degree. My uncle got a degree. Like, what the fuck? Fuck out of here. You sound like motherfucking. You sound like the rednecks and shit. This motherfucker's a clown. Y'all gave him a green bean. He must be y'all's entertainment. Who the fuck else dies from these motherfucking animals and shit and doing dumb shit? Jumping off motherfucking cliffs and shit with them hooked up to a fucking kite and then be mad when the wind blow and your ass crash into the mountain. Parasailing and shit. That shit is crazy. That shit is delicious. I bet you think it's dope.
I mean, they're not complaining.
You need that rush.
You know the risk, obviously.
You need that rush. You lack certain energy points.
Most black millionaires come from entertainment and sports. Okay.
Curve and shit. They go out like Dale Earnhardt. Some dumb shit. No,
what kind of energy you lack that you have to do crack?
What'd you say?
So what kind of energy do you like that you gotta do crack? Since I like energy and I gotta jump off a cliff.
You talking about do crack? I ain't never smoked no fucking crack. What are you
okay, so black people don't smoke crack?
I'm talking about
you just said
white people smoke crack.
And white people smoke crack.
Black people smoke crack too.
Hey, watch this. He talking about black people smoking crack, right? So let me ask you this. How did cocaine get into the black neighborhood?
Well, I know how to crack out in the neighborhood, but nobody forced us to sell crack, bro.
Yeah, ain't nobody said. I said, how did it get there?
I don't know.
No, the government put it in our community. I know.
Thank you very much. And what race of people was mostly in the government during that time?
Crack.
Thank you.
Who
are trying to hear that shit?
Who learned how to cook crack? Who figured out crack?
Shit, a motherfucker.
I mean, crack is whack, we already know, but I want to focus on the white pill poppers.
Yeah, the meth heads, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
They lose their teeth and shit. They age 2 years and 2 years from
Yeah, Skid Row, that motherfucker's quarantine. Yeah, we know it's a lot of black people that suffer behind that crack epidemic.
Like white people right now today.
Like white people made that shit in the Midwest. Y'all was going to motherfucking Walmart buying chemicals and shit, mixing shit up, blowing your fucking houses up and shit like that. Y'all made that shit.
You think white people made meth?
Yeah, but you right. I know
for a while, bro.
I know that's what white Alexander. Motherfucking matter of fact, anhydrous, the gas that's needed to make the shit, that's something that Hitler used to give his soldiers to make them never go to sleep. They were like super soldiers. Okay, so
we get our soldiers too. They're called go pills.
This shit came from. Y'all always bring fucking war and disease with y'all everywhere y'all go. Name a place you went where you didn't bring war and disease. Name a place y'all went where y'all didn't motherfucking steal somebody's land and rape the women. Exactly.
That's everyone in history.
No, it ain't everyone.
It's white people specifically.
Hey, watch this. Everybody get it. Name a time.
Y'all didn't wash your asses in Europe. Y'all died of the plague because y'all was dirty.
How did they die if they're still around?
How about never?
Y'all still dirty.
Name a time.
Y'all came over here and wiped out America with the Native Americans. Everywhere y'all go, that's where misery.
Y'all are motherfucking disease on the planet.
So you're saying the entire world got conquered by some dirty ass, dumb redneck hicks and everyone's
ass? First of all, you didn't conquer the whole world. You tried to.
Pretty much, who did?
What you did is you conquered most of the Western Hemisphere. The only place you didn't conquer was Haiti, because y'all gave these crazy niggas some machetes. And yes, Haiti. The only place in the Western world that's not conquered by y'all. They was out there cutting motherfucking sugar cane, and y'all gave them machetes, and they turned it on y'all's ass.
And then do you know what happened when the French king found out? So the king found out, and he said, "Listen here, motherfucking Haitians, you're gonna pay me back every fucking." This is what he said first. He said, "You're gonna pay me back every cent." Or else I'm gonna send my
military. Got your white ass in his room though with all these black people talking out the side of your motherfucking ass, white boy.
Because I can't.
Because they crazy about ban your motherfucking ass if I want to ban
We about equality.
No, you got this motherfucker, this trifling motherfucker.
You want to keep coming at me? I'm just bringing it right back to you.
Look, you sound like Kufu came up with the tubs. He ain't say nothing about it. Kufu came up with that shit. I'm talking about the fact that he got his dusty ass up in here. We ain't talking about Kufu right now.
Master give you good hand-me-down clothes. He give you good cornbread. Man, get the fuck out of here. Look, hey, let him expose you. Cause look,
expose me for what?
I ain't talking about you. A hit dog out hollered on. I'm not talking about you. You heard how he said, pay attention. Try to keep up with the conversation, man. Look, what I'm saying is, you see how he talked about the French and all this shit, and he puffing his chest out and shit. Them the only motherfuckers on the planet that will think that pillaging somebody's shit is virtue. Understand that. Y'all the only people on the planet that you brag about going into somebody else's land and taking over.
Really?
That's how savage
y'all are. If everything was switched around, if it was white people where black people are and black people where white people are, you wouldn't be proud of where your people were?
You sound like
would black people be more virtuous? If we just look through history, that's not true.
We are more virtuous than y'all. We never left Africa, never left
human beings just like everyone else.
coming in.
Man, I think no matter what race or color, man, niggas
than the average human being. I get it. No, everybody ain't got it in them to go ride on a fucking orca, to go bother elephants, to motherfucking go into somebody's land and want to kill everybody. No, everybody don't have that in them.
Oh, that's been
Everybody ain't got it in them. Hey, listen, cause Bama gonna talk about niggas killing niggas. What black person do you know is dropping bombs on people though?
Shit, black people in Africa fucking cutting people's hands off and shit. What are you talking about?
Listen, they ain't gotta. War is war, bro. It ain't gotta be. You
Okay,
keep
you
trying
know,
to subjugate different things.
listen, no, black people killing each other argument is so lame. The root cause of what's causing all that, who's interfering amongst those nation states. Instead of just saying simplistically, ignorant way, black people killing each other, there's always a root cause.
And it's white people always want to stir that shit all over the fucking world.
Today, what's happening in Sudan today is in the hands of Israel, UAE, America. Not black people killing each other, okay? There's resources they want so bad that they're willing to create problem to get that.
So what about before?
War is not just all I'm saying is war is just not a white man.
She's on my level.
I don't like when we be trying to just say it's a white man sport because like before
Why people defending white people? They are evil.
Who the hell is defending anybody?
You defending
Bama, do you know, let me ask you a question, Bama. Let's talk about Africa just quickly, right? Because everything's it relates to Western imperialism, which is the U.S. as well. I want historically you to tell me what happened. What's the history of Congo? What happened to the people of Congo?
Then they get
Let me ask you a question.
Of course, but that's nothing new. What else?
I don't know.
You know why you don't know? They won't teach you what happened between 1835 and 1909 and what happened after that from King Leopold I, II and onward. They killed about 20 million Congolese. They amputated their legs. They did slavery. They did everything. They killed 20 million. The Holocaust, they estimated 60 million. This is way more than 6 million. But you know about the Holocaust. Bama, you know about the Holocaust, right? Yeah, I know there was a Holocaust. But you don't know nothing that happened in Congo. And it was double the Holocaust.
Congo Holocaust.
I know it's anyone, but I don't say it fake. That's not like.
Yeah. But that guy was a white belt.
No, I'm saying like before it did
Congo
property.
Like that's my property.
Before all this stuff,
Behind white people. Honestly, the world would be a better place. I'm a twirler. I don't want y'all to think like I hate all white people. Like I twirl, by the way. You know? But we have to be real. Like we weren't taught like the standard American education system. They will not tell you what the evils that they've done around the world. They're gonna rewrite history and formulate it in a way that serves you. Like even from Shakespeare. Like even Shakespeare. They shut Shakespeare up. You would think Shakespeare, white man, British, he had so much disdain for the Jews. I'm just saying, he wrote a whole play about them, and they censored that shit. Who censored it? Why would a white Christian censor it? It was Zionism, right? Like there's just so much in the American politics that it's deeper than just the white man. It's Zionism. It's racism. It's just so many like issues. That like as a black man, like saying it, I get it. We are responsible for ourselves, but there's also factors as well that we can't like ignore. Like we are responsible for ourselves, of course. We have to hold each other accountable. But then it's like to me, it's like a kid got sick, and you're mad that the kid's sick. You know what I'm saying? Instead of finding out what caused that kid to get sick. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes sense. That's a more immediate response, and I actually agree with that. But that's not what's being said earlier. But that's fine.
Being born in poverty
purified.
The kid got to be in a clean environment. The kid has to have a sanitized, plates and food and have to have the medication needed. Of course. But that's not what's happening in America. America's getting, to me, is getting sick. It's getting sick by the day.
Yes,
It's a nasty ass country. And I was born there, so like I say, I'm anti-American.
right. America is a banana republic. The Republicans are stealing the taxpayers' money, and the Americans don't give a fuck because they dumb. I was sitting there thinking about the shit that went down during the shutdown, and how in the history of the food stamp program, there's never been an interruption until this year, because the Trump administration stole the fucking money. They stole the fucking money. And it just flew over everybody's little teeny little brain head. That the government, I don't know how they stole it, but they stole it because the food stamp program has never been interrupted.
It's not. Wait, hold up. So whenever there's funding for social programs, it has to go through the Ways and Means Committee.
Right.
Appropriation. Then they authorize it, so they can't, technically it's a budget every year that they set aside, and then they have to appropriate that fund.
Right.
Agency. So there's no way, he can't just go in. I'm being real honest.
No, I believe they stole that money. I believe they stole that money.
And appropriate that for himself. There's a whole
I'm gonna say this. When it was shut down, that was in 09 or either done that in 09.
Poor people take money. That's all.
But still, we gotta go. I believe they stole it. I believe they steal the money right now.
I believe
they stole the damn money. I really do, Kay.
I believe most of the motherfuckers on food stamps don't deserve them.
Nobody cares what you deserve. Shit, you sound like you get food stamps.
Bama, the biggest fraud that's coming out of the country is not actually by food stamps. It's things like tax fraud. Like the most fraud that is white collar fraud. It's actually not the poor. Not the poor.
That's true.
Even with that number, even if you want to add up all the potential fraudulent activities regarding social assistance and all that, yeah, even if you add that up, it doesn't even pale to what white collar crimes consist of and what money is being from the people in terms of tax write-offs and frauds. It's not even tax write-offs. It's just some do get caught, but it's they have loophole the way they set up the system.
Or it's actually
It's amazing.
See, my brain is trained to see both sides. I can kick for the black.
I can just say, I never said, Bama, I never said there's no fraud in the welfare system. I said, even if you account for that, let's say race, even if I say, count all the potential fraud, that number doesn't pale to what white collar crimes take from U.S. You know what I'm saying? From the people.
Fuck them too. Fuck all of them.
Fraud is fraud.
Rich companies that wars overseas and shit. They don't give a fuck about poor people in this country. They never have, and they never will.
Yeah, they gotta give a fuck about us. They gotta give a fuck about
poor people anywhere in the world.
We talking about particularly the United States of
Not
America.
necessarily.
The United States cares more than most
There's
countries.
countries in Norway, Finland, Sweden, and places of that.
Oh, come on, that's not fair.
They kind of smaller though,
They have a better
3 million people.
quality of life, and even the prisons are
Yeah, they got 3 million people.
they have a better quality of life.
If this country got money to make sure they not sick and to make sure they not homeless. We got money bullshit. We got money for everybody else but the people within the United States.
Man, come on, man. All these conversations about bullshit, man. Come on, man. All these conversations about all this bullshit, man. Ain't nobody saying nothing.
Wait.
He keep hollering. He can't holler at my hairline.
You can't hear you when you're screaming, Mr.
Come on,
Mosey.
you gotta stop.
You want to submit without yelling?
Mr.
'Cause I got a
Mosey.
headache.
Yeah, what'd you say,
What
brother?
did you
Come
say?
on,
Seriously?
Take your Tourette's medicine.
Come on, mute, cuz. I didn't need no more.
You got a lot of bipolar shit going on.
Hey, if they don't turn in their pink tickets, they can't
Talking all this shit. Ain't nobody saying nothing about no money.
you gotta say about the poor people, though?
I said poor people. Nobody cares about poor people anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, it's America.
I don't really like getting into politics, man. It's just, man, I just like, man, I'm gonna try my best to be straight, regardless of the situation. I just don't like it. I don't like white folk. I don't like black folk. I don't like none of that shit. Get over it, do better.
I don't like nobody.
I just don't like folk complaining. He just sent me a message.
Mosley did.
I don't know how to send people.
Do you like white folks?
I don't particularly care for them too much. But I don't walk around with hatred in myself. It's just more like I recognize certain things. I just like I study them like a species. I study people and I just recognize them for what they are. I don't.
How many white friends you
I
got?
would never like have a baby with a white woman or shit like that.
Why
I
not?
don't sleep. Hell no. I don't sleep with them. Fuck no. I love black women too much. Like nah, hell no. And you know, I just see them for what they are.
How about you, elegant? Would you be with a white man?
I tried swirling 2 years ago. It
How did it go?
Girl, we was getting along really, really well. He's a very smart man, but guess what I found out? He was a Trump supporter. And that ended up with that. Yes. Nah. Yeah, it was so good to be true.
Good to be true.
We used to FaceTime each other every day at 5 o'clock in the morning.
How did you find out? How did that come about?
We was just talking about politics. He said, I would never vote for Kamala. I would leave the country. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, okay. And that was that.
Did he vote for Trump the last election too?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, wow. He really is. Oh, wow.
And he lived in Indiana. Lord.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
Okay,
girl.
wait. So is that the only experience, elegant?
Yeah, that was my only experience. Then it turned me off. Yeah, you
No,
can be
yeah, okay, no.
just for that.
You can't just write it off just off of that Indiana guy.
Who y'all think I voted for?
I thought you voted it off, sweetie.
Yeah, right. I ain't vote for
Look,
nobody.
if a black man voted for Trump, elegant,
I ain't vote for nobody.
he wouldn't vote for Trump.
I would have. If I had a place where I vote for Trump. If I had to. Goddamn right. Man, look, bro. Everybody, man, all the presidents fucked up. It don't matter to me. I'm gonna be straight regardless.
I don't vote. Hey, we in the same boat. I don't care who the president is. I'm a survive regardless.
Shit, I'm just trying
I've
to.
been knowing they don't give a fuck about us. Them presidents, politicians, lawyers, judges, man, you better not get caught up in that shit. They're gonna fuck you over. Make money off of your ass.
Everybody got their own agenda. Shit. So shit, whatever suits me better. Shit, that's why I'm voting for. But I ain't getting no fuck. I don't really care about no money.
Oh, you a flip flopper.
No, I truly believe in order for you to be a politician in America, right, you have to be a narcissist. Like, you really have to be full of yourself. Because they have this little script that they read, they have this and that, but like, what is the psychology behind why are you running? Are you truly serving the people? Because a lot of them have a political ambition that's beyond the people, right? why you got Trump? You gotta blame the Dems too. You can't just say, oh.
Oh, it's all their fault. Look, I'm through with both political parties in this country. Neither one of them works for their side.
I mean, you got Biden, sending $30 billion to Israel to commit genocide. I mean, honestly, how are you going to back that? You're a Democrat. You're supposed to be a progressive, for the people, like the truth platform, and then you're going off killing out women and kids. You want true liberals to vote for that shit.
Hey,
Come on.
here's a historical fun fact, right? So in the South, who owned slaves? The Democrats or the Republicans? The Democrats.
Democrats.
The Democrats.
Yeah, but the Democrats that then is not the Democrats technically.
Right.
Yeah,
Correct. That's why I said
in terms of just
historical.
name. But
That's why I said historical fun fact. Historical fun fact. Fuck all this motherfucker.
But I'm saying they're all
shit.
hoes and trash. I don't know why. Really
They all crooked as hell.
If you live in 2025 and you still in party lines, you're idiots. You really are.
A complete and utter idiot.
This nigga just called me a flip-flopper. Don't try to take it back now.
I'm not taking it.
Who called you flip-flop?
You said you gonna go with whatever.
You were just mad that you said you vote for Trump if you could.
That is
Nah,
not
when I
what
said no,
when I said I know a lot of black people that support Trump. No, what I'm saying is he said he gonna go with he basically gonna do whatever is gonna benefit him. So I call him a flip flopper because that's like the Richard Pryor joke. When motherfuckers asking what gang he with, whichever gang is winning. You feel me? What it ain't
He didn't say whatever game's winning. He said what's beneficial for me.
I related that to Richard Pryor's joke. Richard Pryor had a joke when he was on stage. He said they asked him what gang he's in. He said whichever one is winning. So whatever benefits him in that moment, whoever got the leverage, that's who we gonna go with. That's not a motherfucker that's staying home in the crib. That's somebody that I consider a flip flop.
I'm standing on you.
You're right, and you're an individual, and they divide and conquer your ass like that. And remember this, bro. The devil never comes to his promise. So when them motherfuckers tell you they gonna give you this and give you that, I bet you won't receive it.
So you see what I just learned?
Look at that stupid.
I just learned, Faye, they just take
I love Bama.
for face value.
You better fall back.
Because Alizé, you know what Alizé?
No. Cuckoo.
Oh, yeah.
Cuckoo. You better not be coming for my Bama.
No,
I
Faye,
ain't
you know what
fall back.
No.
You know
I
what
think
I
we need to go and jump off that plane and get it over with.
Bama, my little brother.
We need to go on. Well, you need to raise your little brother a little
He's the
bit better.
nicest guy you'll ever meet.
You don't know.
He didn't. That man told me I was not intelligent. That man was talking all kind of greasy shit.
I wasn't
Going
you.
around.
We always talk shit. This
I wasn't
what
you.
we do. This is
Bama.
Bama is also a troll.
Yeah.
We go well around my family. I always do
Cuckoo,
this
I
talk
know
shit
Cuckoo. You're a little sensitive.
all the time. Like this is normal. It's not much.
No, Cuckoo be sensitive. I'm used to Cuckoo. He comes on stage, he's a little sensitive. You gotta be a little sensitive.
I fuck with you. I know all the time.
You gotta be a little delicate with him because he does get a little sensitive on stage.
You ain't gotta be telling shit, but I am sensitive.
See?
You ain't sensitive. Shut your ass up.
And everything shifts. I can feel everything. I can feel every color, every sound in that motherfucker.
Oh, God.
I can feel energy shift. I'm serious as a motherfucker.
You spiritual minded?
I'm more soulful, I think, than spiritual.
What the fuck is that?
This dude is crazy.
Come on with different shit.
You asked me a question, I answered.
What's the difference what is the difference between spiritual and soulful?
Well, like, okay, this is the best way I can explain it, right? Like, people say they spiritual. You hear people say that all the time, right? But that don't mean it's a good spirit because there's evil spirits. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm following your drift.
So now the soul is dealing with, like, you know what I'm saying? I know how to move. I know how to dance. I can control. Like, I just got a certain energy about myself.
You listen to blues and jazz and shit.
Inner fire, inner heat. I got a strong, potent energy. Everybody
You in
know
that
that.
astrology shits.
I
He's probably
studied
into
that.
that.
No, I'm not really into that. I did study it. I think you can learn from every school of thought. Like, don't close your mind off. Like, that doesn't mean that when you study something, you gotta make it be your end all be all. Some people let that shit be their end all be all.
I agree with that.
You know,
Like, you take little pieces from everything. You take a little piece from feminism. You take a little piece from the patriarchy. You take a little piece from everything.
because there was this woman one time. She said, "Man, all men are dogs." That's what she said. I said, "You calling half yourself a dog?" She said, "What you mean by that?" Well, then you get 23 chromosomes from your father.
I don't know about that.
You got 20. You don't know about chromosomes, so
I know what you're talking about.
so you get 23 chromosomes from your mother.
I know about that.
And you get 23 chromosomes from your father. Your DNA is what makes you who you are. So you got masculine and feminine energy in you. No matter how much man you think you are, you have feminine energy. That's yin and yang, Taoism. Yin and yang is dealing with the masculine and feminine aspects. Most people are not balanced. They're either extreme on this side or they're extreme on the other side. They don't have no balance.
I need my woman to be balanced. And I bring up balance.
Oh, you need something outside of yourself.
That's why we got to be a unity. We got to be a unity. We got to be a unity.
Well, don't have no expectation. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Everybody has expectations.
And that's where people get fucked up, because once the expectation is not met, that's when they become disappointed. That's when resentment sets in and shit. You're not just letting the person be who they are.
No, that's where you're wrong right now. You can have the expectations, but don't let them expectations blind you from, everything else. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
Don't picture all that dude. Don't picture all the dude. I expect certain things out of certain people, but if it don't happen, I would not be let down. You get what I'm saying? You expect certain things, but if it don't happen, don't get rid of that stuff. That's all I'm saying. It is with life. Everything you want,
I'm gonna tell you. And I expect people to be equal. You understand? It's like the fucking bears and shit we was talking earlier. You can't be mad at the fucking bear for eating that guy. Because I'm gonna expect the fucking bear. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna expect the bear to be a bear. I'm gonna expect the polar bear to be a polar bear. I'm gonna expect the stingray to be a stingray. I'm gonna expect the crocodile to be a crocodile. I'm gonna expect the same shit out of you. I'm gonna expect you to be human. I ain't gonna have no expectation. Humans are just as unpredictable as a fucking tiger. Fuck out of here.
Well, a tiger is real predictable.
Is it? Oh, so that motherfucker could predict that tiger's gonna bite his neck?
You talk about tigers in captivity. I'm talking about tigers in the wild.
I'm just saying. Oh, you think you can predict the tiger? You could be in the fucking jungle and not even know that the tiger is right there behind you. You talking about you can predict it?
You know, predictability don't have to be 100%. It can be the majority.
Yeah, you don't know. You young, huh? You like 24 years old, huh? You about 24.
What did I say wrong?
You got a lot. You ain't saying nothing wrong. I just tell you young.
If somebody predict the weather, do it, then it don't rain.
I don't even think you got a baby. You had a baby yet?
Oh my God.
That has nothing to do with it.
What the hell does that have?
Now, what a baby got to do anything, people?
What does that have with a baby?
Okay, y'all might be mad because maybe I'm right now. I'm gonna tell you why. Remember, listen, because
Oh my God.
I'm gonna tell
We
you
have a
why.
problem with that. We need to go back on that.
No, listen.
I
Okay,
have a problem.
a lot of times when men talk, right, I can tell whether they have children or not because it's very subtle, but there's a certain level of maturity, especially during that child's life. And I'm not saying he's dumb, I'm not saying he's an immature person, but I'm saying I can tell he's very fucking young.
And you know what? I actually know Bama, and I know he's sometimes on stage cuckoo. Bama's more successful.
He could be.
He's more successful at life than you are. So for you to have
He could be. How do you know what I'm doing in life?
I'm just saying, he's more
That
successful.
sounds crazy right now. Okay,
And he's younger. Damn.
Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about, but this one I'm gonna say. He sounds young, and he don't sound like a father. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, look.
That don't mean that. That doesn't mean
I'm not
does not make sense.
I'm not saying he won't be a good father.
Instead of saying, and why does he have to, what?
I
Okay,
mean,
the doctor said that, wait.
I understand that your little brother, he's trying to defend him right now and shit like that. Hey, Bama, you got in your mid-20s and you ain't had a child yet.
Okay.
Right or wrong?
I'm glad
I
he
could be
doesn't.
wrong.
He's not there yet.
You
don't want to be like
I was right. You mad at me because I was right? And you wondering how the fuck I was right?
Are you a single father?
No, I'm not a single father. Hell no.
Are you married with kids?
Hell fucking no.
Wait, are you married with kids?
I got children. I'm not married. Hell no.
Bama.
Hell,
What was that?
Bama, can you hear me?
I got my
I just wanted to say, Bama, you were making some good points, and all that happened was there was an attempt to derail you, and the derailment was gaslighting, trying to call you immature. In those instances, I just wanted to say the best thing to do is ask someone like Kufi to give you an example of what it was you said that was immature, because he probably wouldn't be able to do that. Don't let him derail you. Ask for an example. If he can't give it to you, then keep it moving.
I'm trying to give you a definition of prediction.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And let's get back to that.
Yeah, he was talking about higher probability.
Yeah, it's likely to happen in the future.
I don't understand that.
I'm tallying up the whole conversation since I've been talking to this man, probably even before Storm came into the room.
So you must have lots of examples then, Kufi. Give us an example
I do.
of that
I do have a lot of examples.
I'm happy to
Okay,
For
let's
one,
have 10.
you asked for the example.
Give us 10.
Number one. No, it wasn't 10. It didn't have to be.
You said lots.
Go ahead, cause we
said lots.
there was a lot of examples. Okay, number one, him talking about jumping off the plane. Okay, ain't no father, right? Think about jumping off the plane.
That wasn't the question.
Hold on.
We want examples of him being immature, not him not being a father.
I'm giving you examples of what I
Now
would
he's giving
consider
what a father might or might not do. That's not what we were asking. Kufu. You want to hear more examples? Wait.
Or you gonna
Want
cut
us
me
to
off?
listen? Wait. You want
Don't
us
ask
to
me
listen?
questions if you want to hear the answer.
No. We asked you a specific question. You said he's immature, and there's a lot. So so the examples you're gonna give us has to do with him being immature. And it has to be a
I'm
father.
talking about, okay, when I
Not about
say,
fatherhood. Not about being a
pay
father.
attention. So, when I say immature, I'm not saying he's immature for his age. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
You kept saying, how old are you? You stopped him and said, how old are you?
you got me what it
It's
is.
about his age. You said, how old are you, Bama?
Yeah, I think he's in his mid-20s.
So it's about age. Okay. It's about you basically judging him by his age. Okay. Okay, set the age. But I still want the answer.
Don't ask me shit. You don't want to
That
answer.
is how he's unraveling himself.
We gonna let him speak. We gonna let him speak. We gonna let him get his thing. Yeah, we can talk about something else. You ask me questions.
It's okay. I'll go on mute.
Go for all of these things.
I just want you to give it. I just want you to answer that. That's all I want. It's not that difficult.
It was several things. Like even when I made the reference to him, I'm like, Master give you good clothes. You know what I'm saying? How he looked at even certain things that you corrected him on. I would think that somebody in their mid-30s would have known that by now. I'm not saying that he's immature for his age.
What did he get corrected on?
Earlier, let me try to remember the exact word track. It was something to the Congo. Not just not. It wasn't so much the Congo. Like okay, when we was talking about Caucasian people coming into people's different lands and stuff like that, and conquering those lands and enslaving people. His response was, "Well, black people own slaves." That's something to me that a young person would say that probably either
That's ridiculous. Next.
educated or, and I mean, the way that I interpret things may not be the same as you. But what I'm saying is, either way, whatever
You gave two examples. Jumping
That was two when you right? And there's more.
So let's have.
But this what I'm saying. You said that I didn't have no example.
No, I said
You know what's funny?
I said give us.
But that's no
You
problem.
know what's funny? I find it so crazy. Like
Why you not?
Bama has been composing himself. Like actually, he's been normal on stage, right? You've been very like on the offensive side, and it's ironic that you are calling him immature when actually you're the one that's whining and crying outside. He's actually been more composed than you on this entire experience of talking to both of you. If I have to say which one is more composed, it's Bama. And it's ironic, and he's younger. There's some kids too. Isn't that crazy? And the funny thing is, for Bama to live a life and not bring a child he's not ready, I think that's very mature.
This is exactly
You brought kids to this world, and it's not a two-parent household, and you're judging him because he doesn't have a kid.
I'm not
And he didn't want to. Like, you should not be judging nobody.
It's hard to borrow. Hey, where Bam at? Bam, are you here, bro? Yeah, but I wanted to say something to you, Point Kufu. It's the fact that I didn't know what Caucasian even does. I was just saying.
He's in Alabama, of all places.
I know. I'm just saying, I don't live in that realm of blaming.
He doesn't want to be a victim.
I don't want to do that. That's why I was like, hey, and a lot of people do call me Uncle Tom down here because I have a different way of thinking now that I've grown up and grow out that victimhood. So it's not that I cannot recognize it, which I recognize multiple times. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I say people think you have to agree to understand this side. I don't have to agree. I agree with what you said, but like, yeah.
You don't want to live that experience. Like you don't want to put yourself because of the historical injustice. You're not going to live your life as if you are, not worthy of doing bigger and better things. Which I'm trying to.
I was saying the same thing.
The odds were against you growing up. Like you couldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Look, young brother. This is the thing, right? And I understand this is big sister. She feeling like she needs to defend you and all that.
I don't have to defend.
Hold up.
I'm going by my observation with
I get it, Jay. I
don't have to defend him, actually.
What I'm saying, okay, then you can allow the man to speak for himself. So, listen, down. I'm not coming at you, bro. What I'm saying is, right, and in a lot of ways, to a certain degree, you reminded me of myself when I was about in my mid-20s, right? Just your training. And I'm not saying you were very intelligent, brother. Not dumb, right?
Jeez, admiration, Jennifer.
Bro, what I'm saying. No, stay on the path. No, let's stay on the path. I'm not there. Let's stay on the path. So, yeah, I'm on the path with you. So this is what I'm going to ask you. Are you in your mid-20s? I'm 27. Okay, thank you. That's about your mid-20s. So you're pushing 30. Right? Okay.
Asking if he's more mature than you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand what y'all going to say.
You were probably way more mature than Cooper was in his 20s.
Yeah, and I'll give him that. But not by 27, but I'll say that in my early 20s, yeah, I was wild as fuck. But what I'm saying is, I didn't misread the situation. Now, the women can take it however they want to take it, that I'm jealous, and I was coming at you, and I was on the offense, and all that. I'm giving the brother his props right now. Anything, y'all. Hold on, let us go and get done with this going back and forth real quick.
It's not our fault he gets distracted.
It ain't even really.
He's not composed.
It's really no back and forth, really. I'm just saying. We talking back and forth, then we'll see. But I mean, initially, Bama did speak on me not. He said something about not intelligent, right? Yeah, I did say that. You said what? I did say that. Right. So I'm saying.
So it was a clapback. Okay.
So,
then say you're immature and you wanted to clap back. Just say you were immature and you wanted to clap back.
You right now trying to speak for me. You cut me
No, you wanted to clap back. You said
actually came at me. And no, I wasn't clapping back because I know I'm intelligent. That don't move me. If I wasn't intelligent, like, come on, man, what?
You wouldn't even bring it up if it wasn't moving you. You had to bring it up twice, 3 times. It bothered you.
You wouldn't be having an intelligent conversation that we were having about what happened in the Congo, about a lot of things that we brought up.
Where's Elegant?
You misleading me all the time. You don't ring me well.
Elegant, go watch your boy.
Probably from the white boy. Well,
I love them. And I love them Kufu.
I bet you
All
do.
my heart and soul. I sure do
I
love
bet
them.
you do. And you
I'm
love
married
the
to
white
one.
boy.
I'm married to one. Okay? I'm married to one. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel
Okay?
anything.
Okay? So then don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it.
Okay, then don't reference it.
You brought it up.
You said
Not the
you
reference.
like all them white boys. You brought it up.
Let me just say this right now.
I said I don't want you to think I hate white people.
I know you don't hate white people. Why? How would you hate white people? I don't
You
even.
didn't know I was married to one until right now.
I knew you was fucking
Shut
them.
up.
I knew you was fucking them.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm Muslim. No, you don't know me.
Came out of your own mouth.
You don't know me. I did
I
not
know
say
what you
that.
said.
Never did, never have.
I know what
Never
you
said.
said.
Bama, did I ever say that?
You said you swirl.
I don't even talk. I said I swirl. So what does that mean?
That means that you fuck white boys. What are you talking about?
No.
Then you ask Elegant.
Dumbass, you're dumb. You don't know me.
And then she
I
was
said I
talking about the
swirl.
white boy that she was fucking with.
I said I swirl. That doesn't mean I'm doing. This guy's
That
dumb.
means you're
You are
fucking.
dumb. Bama, you're right.
That means
He's
you're
dumb.
fucking.
He's dumb.
That means you're fucking. Yo, John, what the fuck is you doing? Is you cool? Hey, turn in that pink ticket, man. If you gonna talk on stage, background.
What's going on, Kay? I see you so far.
Sound like you got caught, man. Hey, turn in your pink ticket, bro.
John, I don't understand what you're saying. Hello?
We can't hear you, bro.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Can you go louder? Like, are you on your
voice? The isolation is like.
You can hear me.
Hey, turn your music down in the background, whatever.
John, we can't hear you. If we can't hear
You
you,
have a lot of people saying we can't hear you. Why are you telling us we can't?
okay, but one can hear you. I know.
Is he okay?
You sound drunk, this motherfucker. Hey, turn your other.
I can't.
One moment, please. You I'm not real quick. Hold on, real quick. We're closing. Tennessee, you got to go.
They had to turn hand raising off, man.
I'm sorry. I
What the
took it
fuck was that,
off.
man?
I took it off.
So Kay, what are they talking about?
Sorry, Bama. I just had to go on it and I had to look for it. Gosh, whoever set the room up did it.
I think we did it at the same time. Because I did it.
That shit was funny.
Yeah, man. It's all good, man. Hey, we be cool with it. I don't want to take shit up on it. But yeah, back to the subject at hand. Storm, what up? Oh, she on the big ass voice.
Hello, Bama. I love that picture. I love picture storm.
Thanks, okay.
Hi, Pretty, one of my favorite podcast characters. Hi, Bama.
I think she's asleep because she doesn't talk much at all.
Yeah, so in regards to the title, should you let Mentee in peace? It will be so peaceful that he will be in the relationship by himself. That's my answer.
That's messed up.
I think that I think cheating is a
Psychological.
it's a psychological disorder. It's emotional abuse. And why would you want to be in an abusive relationship?
You know, like.
What's psychological abuse?
Cheating.
Oh, yeah.
You know the part about cheating that I think is the worst thing? To me, it's not even the sex part, right? It's just the part that you're lying, right? And you're trying to deceive the person that you say you love. To me, that's the worst fucking part. Like, how could you be in somebody's face and tell them you love them or whatever, know what they've been through, and you're trying to deceive them? Like, you a cold motherfucker, for real. And then you come home and you're smiling in this person's face like that. Like, that's some reptilian type of shit. That's some cold blooded shit, if you ask me. And people do it every day.
You'll forget smiling. Niggas don't go to the doctor when they get sick. They gonna have sex with somebody and come home and have sex with their girl.
That
It's
is
crazy.
evil. And that, I think that there needs to be a criminal law against that shit. Like, for real, like, honestly, they need to create a law about that color. Like, you affected someone's livelihood at this point. Like, there needs to be a criminal law for that activity. Like, that's not clear written law to date that will say that somebody who was in a relationship with someone gave them that. It's hard to even prove, and it's usually done during like divorce hearings and custodies and all that. People bring that up for that type of thing. I don't hear like this is so common, obviously, that they need to do something about it. That's my point. Like you can give someone AIDS. You know what I'm saying? You can give someone STDs.
I was just saying.
Yeah, you can give someone AIDS. Yeah.
There's this guy that got locked up because he had AIDS.
And every woman should make sure hold on. I feel like I tell every woman this, right? When they meet some guy or they're interested in somebody, I'm that girl that would say, get your medical tests. Get all his, make sure he does his blood work. You do your blood work too. It has to be fair, right? But she needs to gain access to his blood results when it comes to this, because like, do not like this your body. Like I don't understand this. Like how people can just not know that information ahead of time.
I agree. I love it. Say that should be done
every so often. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because
it has to be
it's a snapshot in time. So just because they're clean at the start of the relationship doesn't mean that
they could have been picked up
dormant.
later.
Yeah, it could be dormant.
Exactly.
What
were you gonna say, Chris?
Yeah, I was about to tell you there actually was. I did see a case where a guy knew he had HIV and he was spreading it, and they proved that he knew he had it and shit, and he affected like a number of people here.
Yeah, I heard about that, but that's like it took how many victims?
Didn't Usher get someone had AIDS?
It was a crazy number. But yeah.
Oh, you talking about down here? You talking about down here in Birmingham? Know what you talking about?
He was
was it?
It was in the projects.
I think that it is in Birmingham. You're right.
It was in the projects. It was in the Birmingham room. They were talking about it in the Birmingham room because he got my cousin, baby mama's sister. He got her.
Oh my God.
God damn.
He got her.
Hey, I know this is a little offbeat, but I've been to Birmingham before. What's that street? It's named after that doctor, but he actually wasn't a doctor. He was said it was this guy. He did a lot for the community.
Dr. Sebi?
No, not Sebi. It's somebody.
Lloyd Nolan. Talking about Lloyd Nolan.
Man, I'm gonna look that shit up because
you gotta look it up because
I was getting my hair cut in Birmingham. I had a layover there, and the guy that was cutting my hair, he was an older guy. He was telling me about him, and he did so much for the community that they called him a doctor, but he didn't have a PhD, and they named the street after him.
I don't know what that is. Part of Lloyd Nolan.
What's that got to do with?
Anyways, can we just say we're gonna go off topic?
Yeah, it was kind of
say that. I want to go back to the topic, if you don't mind, because you and Ben would talk about it offline. I don't really care.
I don't want to talk about that.
It's really crazy.
God, ADHD is killing me. Gosh. I have that issue.
Yeah, let's go back to it. We're not talking about
cheat on your significant other with the potential to get her sick because you having sex with some other random woman, you're not going to have this random woman take a drug test, nor are you going to provide your drug test information to this random chick that you met that you're going to smash. But the potential that you can get a disease from her and then bring it back to your significant other is what we're talking about.
Thank you, Kyle.
Not a problem.
I'm an advocate for condoms. I think you should maintain the use throughout relationships. That's the only guarantee of your safety.
But if you're in a relationship and it's committed, right, and you agree not to use it, wouldn't?
I mean, how would you prove who was the carrier? Because it's just he said it, she said.
The lying ass cheater is how you know.
But he could just say
If that person definitely did it.
No,
that's a manipulative psychopath at that point.
But that would be that situation.
No, I think the way to remedy that, Alexander, is they need to have technology to determine how old the STD is. That needs to be the next. That needs to be the next step in sexual health. I think they need to wait, and that way you can determine who gave it to who.
How?
Yeah, I just said they need to make some advancements in technology and be able to establish how if you can find out how old the STD is, you'll be able to determine who had it first, therefore who gave it to who.
How though? If they're both infected?
If they're both infected and they're both tested and it's determined who had it first, then you'll be able to determine who gave it to who.
So you're gonna look at both the infected people and say your herpes is 10 hours old, less. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, maybe.
That if they had that in place, then that would remedy.
I think it's not just medical. Like I think you can with great detective work, and you can find out through their behaviors, their activities. There's evidence lying around that will give you pinpoint at least a time frame. I'm just saying, like what we have is what we have right now, right? So like the only way for you to get an idea of what went down, when it went down, is for you to do your own investigation. That's all I can.
I agree. That would be the way to establish the cheating. I agree.
Like there's signs, like the way they behave, how they spend their money, their whereabouts, stuff like that. Like you can, the way they carry this. People who do that, they don't realize, but they do leave signs, even if they're trying to cover it up. They inadvertently leave like signs, the way they act, the way they dress, the way they carry themselves, their behaviors, everything to even their finances.
I think the issue is the deception of the cheating. I don't know how you can build with somebody who's deceitful. That's why I think that if you find out your partner's cheating, you should leave them, because it's impossible to build with someone who is untruthful.
Yeah, they do it once in a blue. You got condoms are not 100%. So they break. Like you want to do something like that. Some people just follow their gut. They mistake attraction. Motherfuckers tell me they love me.
So Kufu should then be allowed to cheat then.
Fuck no. If that man is fucking cheating, man, you better stay the fuck away from him. He's gonna end up getting you with diseases. Fucking your life up.
Should men be friends with men who cheat? Because again, if your friend is a cheater, your friend is deceitful, would you want to have a friend that's deceitful?
Fuck no, because if he'll do that to his wife, that's who he got a fucking baby by, that's who he live with every day, then how the fuck is he gonna give a fuck about me? You can't get no closer than having a mate, you know what I mean?
who don't think you can't even do business with that person. He can cheat again. He can cheat on your business practices. Like there's just so many.
If that were true, men
characteristic
would
flaws.
business with any men.
No, there are men who do business together. That's not. No,
I would say more men cheat.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the characteristic flaws. Like if he's cheating in his marital relationship, he can definitely cheat on his work with you, like the business deals. He can lie to you. What makes you immune to that possibility? No, you can't. What makes you immune to that possibility of him doing that? The very same thing to you. Exactly. In financial ways, like there's no guarantee that he already showed you who he was, and now you're gonna risk your business practice, your livelihood, with this guy who dogged his wife. Like you ain't gonna be dogged too. That's crazy.
I mean, if I got that far as his friend already, and then
that's what the wife thought. Sure, that's what the wife thought.
I mean, depending on like how it went down, sure. If it was some crazy shit, sure. But if it was like on the sly, where it's like I kind of caught him, like you know, whatever, I saw something in some weird text message, or caught him having dinner or something weird like that, you know, like hey, who's that? Nah, man, I'm not gonna fucking dump my friend just because that's what he decided to do. I'm gonna have a conversation about it, and then I'm gonna make a decision. But most likely, like, unless it's some crazy shit, no, I'm gonna cut my friend off just because he cheated.
You know what? Then maybe you're not a savvy business person, because I would think any savvy business person would look into that before you do.
Most savvy business people are the ones cheating, so.
Only if that nigga trying to make me cheat, then I gotta cut that nigga off because like nigga, you like Jada cut.
I guess risk averse is the issue here. I guess some people are willing to. Some people are willing to take more risks. Fine. I'm just saying a smart business person would not feel comfortable being played and seeing your track record. You have a high chance of doing the same to me. What makes you immune to that? I don't understand.
Those last guys probably go to church and reverend cheat.
I have cut motherfuckers off.
You can find some loyal business people. I don't know why you just want to work with cheaters.
This shit that I hate. I hate it when a motherfucker I might miss the question. Trying to use me as a motherfucking like a scapegoat, like lie to his girl and say that he was over there chilling with me. Like when I heard him tell me that shit, I cut that motherfucker off.
That's different.
Nah, it ain't different. It's the same
shit. Yeah, he's using me as a scapegoat. It's way different.
If that's your motherfucking friend, he gonna try to get you to lie to his girl for him.
I would never do that to my friend.
I live that motherfucking shit. What are you talking about?
Well,
that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons.
Why they do
that shit all the time. They used to do that shit all the time. Kufu went around there trying to make you.
You did the smart thing.
I never had a friend do that to me.
I cut off so many motherfuckers because of that shit. Like, look, if we go to the club, we all going to the club, and then when we go to the club, I see you trying to talk to another woman when you got a woman at home. I cut you the fuck off. I don't fuck with you. I'm not gonna go over your house and then your wife being nice to me and shit, smiling in my face, and I'm all in her face, knowing that you're fucking around.
Why are you going to a club then? Dude, you're gonna cut off if you talk to a girl in the club.
Because this the thing. Because I didn't went to the club, right, and just went to have a good time and have a couple of drinks. So if that's what you're just trying to get a break or whatever, have a couple of drinks. That don't mean you gotta be trying to get some woman's number and trying to fuck on something. Like, you're fucked up, bruh. I'm not gonna be around your ass.
You're gonna cut the dude off because you
No, I wouldn't with a motherfucker like you. No, I
go to a
wouldn't.
club with him and he to go to a club and you're gonna cut him off.
Yes. Just because you ain't going to the club don't mean you gotta be chasing every fucking skirt, acting like a fucking dog that sniffs every butt that passes by. That man, get the fuck out of here. Bitch, I'm a dog, roof. And now if this girl says, oh, I'm going on a girl's night out, does that mean she gotta be talking to another dude?
Like, for a fact, she's talking to other dudes. If you don't think she is,
well, I mean,
no.
Nigga said for a fact.
That's sad. It's sad to see that women
You stand there in the corner.
No, some women motherfuckers have drinks and shit. Not trying to get no dick. They just having a good time with their girls and and go home to their fucking man.
And as someone who really worked in nightclubs for like a good part of my early 20s, they're talking to dudes.
You don't know if those women are single though. But the point I'm making is that's you're setting yourself up for a life of a high fidelity nervous system if you think that your woman every time she has a girls' night out she's talking to other men. That's a recipe for high blood pressure. But I was gonna say, Kufu, I wanted to ask you, if you discovered that your friend is cheating on their partner, and they're married, is it your responsibility do you think, to let the wife know?
You know what? This is a cold ass question. I've been in that situation, and I'm gonna just be honest with you. When she came to me and asked me, right, I gave her my most honest answer. I don't get in people's relationships, and that's my boy Drake. I love him to this day, but I stopped hanging out with him after that because I don't like being put in those positions. I'm not about to be disloyal to my friend, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie to her. So that was the most honest answer I could give. I don't get in people's relationships, and that's true. I don't.
She would convert between the lines.
Cause he, let's put it like this. I would have been betraying my friend if I told her the truth, correct? Right. And if I would have lied to her, I'd have been a fucking liar. And guess what? Even if I'd have told her the truth, she might have still went back to him. So now once they get back together, they're both looking at me like I'm fucked up. So I don't get in people's relationships. I just don't.
I think that's a smart answer. I think that's very diplomatic, and I think you're right. There is a chance that they could get back together, and then you could be seen as the person that the blame might be.
Yeah, you're gonna be mad at me like, motherfucker, you tried to fuck my shit up. I ain't trying to go through all that.
But
no,
me,
but I stopped hanging out with him.
I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care about how I'm perceived by the world. You're the cheater. You're the person that's initiated this bad behavior. It's your fault. You're the catalyst for disaster. I was asked, and your woman approached me, and so I'm gonna tell her because I'm gonna cut him off anyway. So I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
No, I didn't lie.
I'm lying all day.
We know you lied all day.
Yeah, you're Alex, your character is so flawed that
No, it just means I'm loyal, and I understand my fucking role. I'm not gonna sit my homie out.
Why would you act like lying is a noble thing? That's crazy as fuck.
This is only noble.
No, but you know what? I was in my early 20s, and that's what I really started to learn about. Be very selective about the people that I allow around me, or people that I place myself around. I started to learn that, like, I just can't be around anybody because if you hang around dogs, you leave, and I don't need no fucking fleas. I'd rather be by my motherfucking self. I'd rather go to the gym, study, go to school, work, whatever the fuck I'm going to do.
The reason why this idea of I don't want to be disloyal to my friend doesn't sit right with me is because the wife is also your friend de facto, because that wife is inviting you, welcoming you into her home. She's hosting you. She's making sure that that when you come around you're fed, you're watered, and if you let's say you were in need, and her husband is supporting you. Let's say you needed a loan, for example, that money might come out of the joint account. That's also your.
Yeah, but none of that happens without his.
So I don't think the argument of being a loyal friend stands, because if it did stand, it would also apply to the wife.
No, he's my friend first.
And
if Alex ends up being your husband's friend, boy, you know you in trouble.
Yeah, don't look to me. I see shit, exactly.
Yeah, I stopped I would keep women around. And then I learned that some of them wasn't shit. So then I had to be like, you know what? I gotta make sure I get quality people around me, right? I'm not trying to be part of nobody fucking shit.
There's also the community argument as well, because when these men are going around cheating, they're also destroying the community because they're creating these broken homes. They're damaging women who are supposed to be the child rearers. They're also ruining women for men, future men who want to be with this person, who might be with this person. So, there's also the community argument, and I feel as though the only people that can actually correct that is other men. I feel like a tactic would be shaming. I think those men need to be shamed for cheating. I think stop being their friend is like phase one. I think letting the wife know that the cheating's happening is phase two. But I also think phase three should include shaming so that this doesn't happen. And I also feel like before all of that, we need to stop socializing men to believe that cheating is part of manhood.
Where's the woman's responsibility from? Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. A lot of times these women know that these men are married, so it's like women have to stop doing that to other women too. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know that this man is married, you know what I'm saying, don't fuck him because you're doing that to another woman. You know what I'm saying? As women, just understanding that and really respecting that. Instead of thinking, oh, she's a pick me or whatever, I'm the side chick. It's like, no, you're hurting another woman, and one day you may want to be married too. You don't want your husband fucking cheating on you. So
Silence.
No, I agree. I think there needs to also be accountability by the women, especially for the community argument. The women, like you said, need to not make themselves available to be the proponent of the cheating, but also the wife who's been cheated on needs to not take that man back, because once a cheater, always a cheater, and men don't learn their lesson until they've lost, until they've lost their wife. And so I feel as though there needs to be, you need to buy a passport and take a trip to the UK. That might actually make you just be normal about accents. Anyway, I think that you need to, I think there needs to be an assessment on both men and women in this situation. I agree.
no, I just like how you said it. I didn't mean to offend you. I got plenty of friends. And they say girl. They don't say garage. You like girl?
When you speak to us, you sound foreign, but we don't ridicule you about it.
I wasn't trying to ridicule you. I actually like people's accents. I'm sure I do sound like I have an accent.
Yeah, you have an accent. You have an American accent.
For sure.
All the years I've been on this planet and lived in the UK, everyone says cheetah or cheetah like that. So when we hear somebody say cheetah, they're like, wow, that's different, but we don't make a mockery of it.
I wasn't trying to mock you. I apologize. I didn't.
But yeah, both men and women need to take accountability, I think. It's not just on the men.
You can tell, when you're, women should also pay attention to, the type of friends they're with, the type of character they are, if they're, hanging out with folks like Alex. That says a lot, you know what I'm saying? Where they stand in terms of a committed relationship. The older I get, I'm like, it does make a difference, who they're hanging out with.
I've talked to two girls who are dating like a friend of mine, and they asked me the same exact question because we're just fucking around having a chat. They're like, Alex, if John was with another chick, would you tell me? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna tell you. Like, she's like, no, I know I wouldn't expect you to tell me that. That would be weird. See, normal girls know that's not that. It's weird for a guy to snitch on me. Right? That's fucking weird.
And ladies do that shit.
But it says a lot. Like for her to like.
Yeah, it says that it's dumb.
Friend. Wait, it says a lot. For her to like approach his friend to ask such a question makes me think that she has some suspicions or like ideas about the character of that guy to begin with. For her to even come up to you with that question. And like
he was saying right next to her,
gonna further flock together. So she probably saw where your character moral stands when it comes to being truthful and honest and upright character, right? So she's like, oh my god, like, of course she wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. That's what she said.
I mean, I'm actually
of course. Just saying, of
very
course
honest.
It was a compliment. I don't think that was a compliment. I don't think that was a compliment.
Why would I lie? Why would I lie against my friend? Like, why?
Why would you lie?
I would hurt my friend. Yeah, why would I take her side over his side?
Why would you support a liar? Why would you support a liar? Like, why would you?
Because she's my friend.
No, I'm saying you. Why would you?
My loyalty lies with him.
Liars. You would be busy covering up for them. Like, what kind of life?
I mean, look, if there was something egregious, like the other day, if there was something crazy and he like scapegoated me or some crazy shit, I'd be, oh fuck. Yeah, then it'd be a different story. But if it's like she suspects him of maybe, oh, I saw something on his phone and I'm not sure. Nah, man, like that. I'm saying.
And you only care when it affects you. That makes sense.
I know. I care.
When you're scapegoated.
When it affects you. When it affects not only my relationship but someone else's relationship. When it affects three fucking people, when I don't need to be in the middle of, that's where I don't need to be. I can just take a step aside and let nature run.
You really don't give a fuck about women. Like you really
I just have nothing to do with
women. Have no regard. No.
I would do the same for a homegirl.
On stage with you. You asked them, I would never. You were like, I would never treat my sister for a birthday trip. You were like shocked that he did it. So
I would never
do that for your sister. You're right. Who is this chick to you? Nobody. I get it.
But I would do the same for my homegirl. I have female friends, and they're like my homies, and I wouldn't fucking snitch her out for her new boyfriend. If her boyfriend's like, hey man, he's fucking so deep, he's so fucking. I'd be like, dude, I don't know, honestly, man, you gotta talk to her about it.
Can I also just circle back to that scenario, Kay, about the woman who has a suspicion that her partner's cheating? I think there's also space for accountability there too, because I feel like if women have a suspicion, then they shouldn't be with that person anyway. The relationship's supposed to be peaceful. The relationship's supposed to be on the same page with your partner. If you're constantly thinking to yourself, this person's cheating, and then you start acting on it by asking his friends.
Exactly. That's the problem. I said that's the red flag.
You should have left that relationship and found somebody who doesn't give you suspicion.
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds like
it's very childish, and like for her to have to approach your friend, I'm like, and then not only accountability, like, but the type of women, like, not every woman's the same, right? Some of them they put up with a lot for no reason, like they put that on themselves. Like, why would you want that type of environment? Why would you want to? Yeah, genderizing. Yeah, I'm saying we're talking about this particular. We don't have to say because girl. We don't have to say guys. Like this, right? I'm just saying why would she put herself to begin with in that situation? Like why does she need to be on edge?
She may already on off of
He lives with him.
But that's her accountability. If she wants to live that life of being suspicious 24/7 without you and authenticity, then that's on her. You're right, Storm. There has to be some onus on that part.
I'm gonna tell y'all some shit, man. My uncle, he was like
can't hear you.
Or y'all can.
We're just saying his uncle was a true player.
Yeah,
He had multiple
yeah,
women.
he needs to speak more into his mic. I heard it. but
Yeah.
still, like,
So my uncle,
that's better. That's better.
he used to always have multiple women, right? He just had a way with women, and he got mad at me because I wouldn't lie to one of his girlfriends. I mean, he got mad, and I was like, I was like, I love you, bro, but you can't put me into that. I was like, these women come by, help grandma, they're good to me. I can't just look somebody in their face and fucking lie. I can't. If it's by accident because of a lack of knowledge of something, that's different. But like blatantly fucking lie in somebody's face that I'm supposed to be cool with, I just can't fucking do it. And I wouldn't even lie for my uncle. He was so mad at me. He's like, when she called, say this on the phone. I'm like, Uncle, I'm not doing that. He stopped asking me that shit after that, though.
Of course.
You've got a good moral compass, Kofi.
That's good.
You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what the fuck it is.
You're still a hater then.
Yeah, he's a hater with yeah. He's still a
I
hater.
know.
That side needs to go. That side needs to go. But he is good at knowing
Let me say what I'm finna say though. Look, so I was thinking like, where the fuck did it come from? I'm gonna tell you where it came from. So when I was younger, right, if I did something wrong and I lied about it, and my mom found out, she would beat the fuck out of me. But if, let's say I did something wrong, but I was at least honest about it, she might put me on punishment, she might give me the talk, but I didn't get the fuck beat out of me. So she instilled in me like to tell the fucking truth. And like to the point, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it was right. My mom was off the fucking chain. But what I'm saying is like, even from childhood, it's just like tell the fucking truth. Now I'll lie to the police or some shit like that. I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to the system, I'm gonna tell them what the fuck I need to say to get whatever I need and get the fuck out. But when it, because I don't give a fuck about the system. They can get the fuck off my land as far as I'm concerned. I don't owe them no fucking explanation. What I'm talking about is socially, like dealing with society, with just people, especially people I'm supposed to be cool with or have some type of alignment with. Hell no. Lie to you about what? And for what? I ain't got shit to hide. And I ain't finna lie for the next motherfucker. Look, if I'm not in it, I'm not in it. Figure it out on your own. But I'm not finna fucking lie. Fuck no. I think lying is the way of the coward. That's what I think. You're a fucking coward if you just, because once you tell enough lies, and you gotta cover up that lie, cover that.
Heard that, Alex? Coward.
I guess so. So you would say you don't know, brother?
You're a coward.
You don't know.
He said you're a coward.
I would say I'm not in it. I would say I'm not.
Okay, that's what I was saying. I'm not in it.
Yeah,
I think that point about being a coward is true. I feel as though if you enter a relationship and you're somebody who knows that they are not going to be satisfied with just one partner, they should let that person know that they're getting into a relationship with. I desire multiple women, or I desire multiple men. Are you okay with that? There needs to be consent.
Exactly.
And if you're not able to have that conversation, if you're not able to give that person consent, you are a coward. If you then go off and do it behind the person's back, you're a coward because you don't even believe in yourself. You don't have the guts to do it. Exactly. You know you do not have what it takes in order to have that woman be part of your plan, and that says a lot about you.
That's cool. I didn't okay cheating. By the way, I've never cheated on my girlfriend, believe it or not. I'm just not gonna snitch on my friend. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I was gonna say the way that you explained it and broke down lying in aspects, that's more to do with you're a coward because you lack bravery, whereas Alexander's talking about loyalty, whether it's his friend's a guy or a girl, he will be loyal. It's not coward. It's not cowardice.
It's more about being loyal to your friend, that they don't want you telling their partner what they're up to. However, I personally believe that you should just be righteous and just tell the truth no matter what. So even what Kufu said before about, I would just say I'm not involved, that itself is you omitting information and you withholding the truth. So that is a liar. Is Kufu being a coward if he says I'm not involved? No, he's not being a coward.
No, that's a coward, and I'll tell you why. Ozzy, that's a coward. Okay, I see where the angle you're using, right? You're using the person not being brave enough to come up with it and say straight up, this is who I am, take it or leave it, right? That's a coward. If you have to sneak, I get it. That's a clear. There's layers to it, right? Of cowardice.
But Alexander's not a coward.
But Alex is a coward in a way, because the reason why I yelled out coward is because, first of all, he said, I am not a cheater. I've never had been. Never will be. You're comfortable, listen, not having that honest talk with your friend and saying how this is a disgusting trait to have. You should never be a liar and a cheater, and I don't want to be associated with that.
Daddy.
He's not. No, I'm not saying he's your friend. You don't have conversations where you're honest with your friends. That's a coward. That coward. That's the element of coward I'm talking about. Where he's saying I would never do that, but he doesn't have the honest conversation to tell his friend that he should never do that. As a friend,
That's fine. Here's the thing,
friends
though.
do give advice. Wait, friends do give advice, right? Ozzy is well known in trading in the stocks, right? I'm gonna lean on to Ozzy. Ozzy's gonna have to tell me, like, this is a bad idea. Like, as a friend, I'm hoping that you would give me some wisdom. Alex just pleading the fifth 24/7. What kind of friend is that? Like,
First of all,
you can't be with a friend.
one of my
I
friends-
wouldn't want to be with a friend who's always pleading the fifth.
I only know one friend in my entire life that ever actually
He's
cheated.
going to tell me, wait, Alex, he's going to tell me, whether I like it or not. I have a friend, right? Even if I don't like it, she's comfortable enough to still tell me what's right and wrong, right? Because she's my friend. I've had her friend for decades, right? She's comfortable. We're at that level where she can tell me even if I don't want to hear it. That's the authentic, friendship that I seek. Not some I'm only going to be with you with this condition. You know what I'm saying? My
No,
friendship
that's
is
what you're saying.
unconditional. That
I'll tell my friend everything. I don't give a fuck. Me and my friend.
they wouldn't be
There's no
comfortable cheating around me. I'm that type of friend. You would never be comfortable. No, I'm talking about my female
And that's
friends.
fine. And that's fine. But what I'm saying is, even if I did tell my friend this, and he so happened to fucking get belligerent one night and went off and fucked some shit, I'm not snitching on my own. Now, me and him could have it out one-on-one, and whatever that comes, that's it. But I don't need to be involved in his relationship. It's not gonna help me.
No, I didn't say, okay, I don't want to be around those type of people. That's just my personal preference. Like, I don't want to be around cheaters, cheating ass people. Like, that's just something I can't stand, right? But a lot of them tend to use their friends. Like Kufu was saying, cover for me, do this for me. I was with you last night. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of them need their friends for their shady ass activities. And that's the coward thing to do as well. Like, there's so many elements of being a coward, and it's just disgusting. I don't even know why you want to be around that. Like, what happened to character? Nobody wants to be with someone with good character.
He has no character, no integrity, no, you know what I'm saying, no moral compass, none of that shit. They just out here doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
No character, no backbone.
That's why I stay to my fucking self.
Kufu, to be fair,
Hey, real quick though, because I did want to speak on something that Storm said.
Okay, Kufu then Ozzy.
Whenever she was speaking about that part about, like, when you meet a woman, you know that, you're going to want to deal with multiple women and not having a heart to fucking tell that woman. You know, man, if you would tell that fucking woman the truth, she would respect the fuck out of you. And you will be surprised at what the fuck women will deal with just dealing with an honest man. Like, motherfuckers need to really learn, like, just don't fucking lie to women. Just tell the fucking truth, and that way you give them the choice and the decision. And guess what? At least fucking with you, she knows she gonna get the truth. Fucking with this other motherfucker, this slimy motherfucker is all lies. So who the fuck is she really gonna respect and give a fucking chance to? She gonna give your motherfucking ass a chance, even though you're being honest out the gate. You know how fucking rare that is to be a man and he's fucking honest out the gate. That's actually gonna want to make her want to be with you even more. Look, crickets. You never experienced that before.
But I just think what you're saying is all wrong. I don't think it's gonna quite go over as well as you think it might.
I didn't live this shit. I'm not telling you. Listen, man. Relationships come with all kind of fucking complexities, right? But what I can tell you though is that being honest with the woman, you're gonna have a lot more traction than fucking lying. Because even if she get hurt, she wild the fuck out, whatever the fuck, in the back of her mind, she's always gonna respect you because you always told her the fucking truth. You probably would not know anything about that.
Alright, I can go now, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, I think
Okay.
you can go now.
Now, realistically speaking, I see and understand and envision what Alexandra is saying to be reality, because amongst men, it's very, very common for there to be someone in the group that isn't necessarily cheating, but it's just the one that's talking with a lot of girls and doing this, that, and the other, and then probably a kiss here and there and whatever. They're in a relationship, and guys would see it, would be like, what's going on there? But because you don't know what's going on in his relationship, you stay out of it. And with guys, we generally do that just because it's none of our business, unless that friend wants to tell us this is what's going on in our relationship, and then at that point we give him advice. What you're saying, Kofu, there's a bit of a contradiction which isn't sitting well with me, because you're saying all these things that you're very upright, and you stand up to the moral high ground of making sure that you're always being right by women and this, that, and the other. But it contradicts what you said earlier about if your friend's girlfriend or friend's partner asked you and you answered, I'm not involved, you are admitting the truth and you are not standing by the high values that you're claiming that you have. And that just doesn't sit right with me. And I think if that's the duality that you wish to live life with, that, yeah, I respect women and I think and I will always tell the truth, but that's the kind of answer that you would give to your friend's girlfriend if you knew that your friend was fucking up, then you just need to look at yourself in the mirror a bit harder.
Just to make things clear, I respect your submission, right? And there's some truth in what you're saying. What I was actually given was a real life scenario that I actually went through.
He said at the end he dropped the friend.
Yeah, no, allow me to speak for myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, allow me to speak for myself.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I was given a real life scenario, something I actually went through in my early 20s, right? And at that point in time, I knew Dre a lot longer than I knew this woman, and I didn't know he was gonna cheat on her. It was like we were supposed to just go to Branson or whatever, have a good time, whatever. Next thing I know, he's fucking a bitch in the car. And I'm like, fuck. So then we get back, and I say maybe 3 days later, his woman came to me while he was right there. And she asked me, did he cheat? And I said, I don't get into people's relationships. And that was my honest answer. After that, I didn't hang with Dre no more. And I love Dre to this day, but I never hung with him ever again. And I'll tell you something else. I stopped being going to the club with motherfuckers. I stopped hanging around me.
Did you tell Dre why you stopped hanging with him?
No, like.
You didn't tell Dre why you stopped hanging
No,
with him? Okay.
Listen, I cut motherfuckers off. And then when I cut motherfuckers off, it took some years for motherfuckers to catch
said that happened in his early 20s. I don't know how old he is now. He's much older. I don't think he's putting himself ever in that position. And I want to ask a follow-up question from Ozzy. Wait. I want to ask a follow-up. Today, if you witness something of your friend in terms of cheating, and a woman came up to you and asked you today, not 20-year-old Kufu, right? Today, would you be honest?
Is that to me or is that to Kufu?
That's for Kufu.
You was asking me?
Yeah, I was asking you.
Ask it again. I'm sorry.
Okay, 20-year-old Kufu was in a predicament that he didn't want to be in, right? So you just like, I'm not involved in this. You walked away, right?
Right.
Cool. So you learned from that, I'm thinking, and you told yourself, I'm not going to be put in that situation. However, let's say you're hanging out with someone, you found out that he cheated the day you hung out, not at a club or someone, you just found out he cheated on his woman. And a woman came up to you, not 20-year-old Kufu, today, Kufu, right? And asked you straight up. And you know he did. Would you tell her the truth?
That's why I don't fuck with motherfuckers.
I'm asking you.
I'm
yes or no.
I understand, right? But it's not that simple because I don't fuck with nobody. I stay to myself.
Okay, let's say hypothetically.
I'm saying hypothetically.
Oh my God.
Listen, I know you don't like the answer. Hypothetically, I'm not being around that motherfucker. Niggas ain't shit. I stopped hanging around niggas a long time ago. Listen.
Okay, I'm saying.
I need to make this shit clear, right? Because Ozzy talking some shit, high brown, and
I'm not talking shit at all.
No, you made a stance, and we're just seeing how far you can go.
First and foremost, yeah, I get it. I get what motherfuckers trying to do. First and foremost, I'm not saying I'm the fucking pillar of the community. I'm saying,
I'm asking you. We're asking you to be truthful. If a woman came up to you and said, your cousin cheated, your uncle cheated, your brother cheated, would you say yes? Would you tell them yes or no?
I told my own motherfucking uncle I'm not finna lie for him.
I'm talking about today.
I'm telling you today.
A woman came up to you and asked you a question. A woman came up to you. I asked the question, you're not answering.
You don't have to repeat the motherfucking question.
Okay, then answer it.
I'm not putting myself in that position. Yeah. That's the
He doesn't want to answer. You know why? Because he's not fulfilling the claim that he's the upright man. That's all it is.
I'm not saying I'm upright. You motherfuckers put that on me. But I let you know, the situation I was in, I let a motherfucker know I'm not getting in your motherfucking relationship. And I left motherfuckers alone.
Okay, hold
I
on.
stayed to my fucking self. And then after that, I started dealing with nothing but women. You know why? Because women tend to be less jealous. They don't want to fucking fight. You know what I'm saying? They're a lot prettier and they're a lot smarter. So I started hanging around motherfucking women. Yeah. Listen what the fuck I'm telling you. Listen to what the fuck I'm telling you. I started hanging around nothing but women. Period. Because of the shit niggas do. If I get money and I get a new car and shit, a woman gonna want to be around me. She's not jealous of me.
Alexander, read the chat. Read the chat, please, Alexander.
Yeah. So I started hanging around women.
I think everybody.
I started hanging around women.
He doesn't want to tell the truth.
When I started, I'm telling you, motherfuckers
telling everybody. Everybody, I would never lie for a guy. That's lying for a guy. Omission is still considered a lie in my eyes.
And that's fair. I'm not getting in nobody's fucking relationship. That's something I don't fucking do. Because guess what? Like I said, even if I'd have told her, yeah, Dre cheated on you, guess what? She'd have still been with Dre. Exactly. Me and Dre are still friends to this fucking day. But I'll hang around him. He live in a whole nother state. But I can hit him up right now. Be like, what's up, Dre? He'll be like, what's up? And like nothing ever happened. Right? Because he was a cool dude. Right? But I ain't finna go to the motherfucking club with him. I ain't finna hang with him.
And he doesn't know that.
He doesn't have the balls to tell him either.
They know that. They know that because I'm gonna tell you your persona and the impression that you have on people as an excuse to bypass being honest with your friend Dre about what he done wrong that put you off him. He just thinks, oh, Kufu's just on his own journey and he's doing his own thing, and that's the reason why we're just not catching it. But really, he doesn't know that you were put off by what he done. Y'all are real interesting, right? So check this out. No, check this out. You call it whatever you want, right?
You know what? Let's be honest.
You went in at Alexander, and Alexander, I generally don't agree with him, but there's a lot of what he said today that is very realistic, even though it's immoral, realistic in terms of this is what transpires in the real world amongst male friends. Right, it's realistic to you, because them the type of motherfuckers you hang with. Listen, no. I'm not saying that. I never said that.
Yo, Kofi, you gotta let him land, bro.
I never said that about myself.
No, it's getting annoying. His body, Kirkle's body. Let him land.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright. Kufu, you're assuming certain things about me, which is not the case with me, because I don't have friends like that. And a lot of my friends at my age are actually married or engaged. Some of them even have children. So they definitely not rolling like that. But what you have been doing, and you even called Alexander a fucking weirdo after you made a submission. And Alexander, even though he's very curt and he's very direct with what he's saying, it's ruffling your feathers because you're here saying, I think it's absolutely lame that no one is straight up with women and that we should always tell the truth no matter what. But even when Kay asked you right now, bearing in mind what you went through when you were in your 20s, would you go and tell the truth if you asked? And you still refuse to answer that question. That to me shows that there's no growth and reflection that you apply in your life, no integrity, avoiding that sense of justice that you can give someone. You'd rather just, none of my business, I'm out. You can just make their life easier and let them walk away with honor and complete integrity over the situation that they've had to go through, because that woman, hypothetically speaking, it's embarrassing for her to go to her boyfriend's friend or her fiance's friend or husband's friend to find out what's he doing. A woman does not do that, hardly ever. They would get their friend to research and find out, is he cheating on me? But it would be 1 in a million that they would actually go to her partner's friend and ask that question.
Because they know that the partner wouldn't be upfront with it, so that's why women tend to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
what's the reason?
He said, if he said, in my 20s, I didn't handle it well as being an upright person, strong character and integrity. Over the years, I'm very honest and direct. If some woman came up to me and asked me, I'm going to say, he's not saying any of that. He's still back into his 20s way, and then he's going to come on stage and say he's holier than thou to Alex and every other guy, but he's not. So I don't understand why he keeps doing
Your
that.
Dre friend still doesn't know why
and even his own best friend, his friend doesn't even know why he distanced himself.
Your current
He doesn't even have the balls to tell his friend, hey, I don't rock with men who cheat. Instead, he's just, oh, we're cool. I can hit him up whenever I want. He doesn't even know that you didn't like that.
Well, shit, maybe I'll hit Dre up and let him know.
Yeah, maybe.
I would want a friend to tell me they didn't like that.
I'll tell you this.
If I did something wrong, I would want a friend to tell me, hey, it's not cool. Not distance myself and be a fake ass friend. That's weird.
Here we go. So I never looked at it from that point of view, and maybe I could. Maybe I will talk to Dre about that one day. But I'll tell you this. At that time, in my early 20s, when I started seeing how things were playing out around me, I was like in a state of, I know it's a word for it, but basically I was going to cut off everything negative. Like I stopped going out, I stopped going anybody an explanation. You know what I'm saying? Because I had made the decision that I was gonna do something better with my life, and like for me to have to explain that to somebody, I will.
You don't have to. That's not. I get what you're saying. I'm not.
Like I didn't give a fuck about
That's your choice. Like you're entitled to do whatever you want, right? But for me, right, if I'm just speaking for my friendships, right? If I'm friends with someone, right, and I did something that was foul, like or something they didn't like, I would want my friend to come up to me and say, hey, I'm not gonna go out clubbing with you anymore. Or, I don't like the way you rock with this. I don't like this anymore. But we cool from a distance. I don't have any problem, whatever. Or I'm gonna cut you off, bye, or whatever. But I would want that friend to talk to me. Like if we're real friends, I want them to talk to me and share that was not cool. According to my morals. I don't want to be around people who go against my morals, which you did went against my morals. You have a right to like be open. You shouldn't be like holding that in because you're a nigga in America. Like what the hell?
I understand what you're saying on that point right there. And being the person that I am, you have to understand. There's times when I did talk to my friends about something, and you know what? And you know what happened? It would be like a back and forth, like an argument. So like it got to a point where I started to realize that we had different moral compasses. Like for instance, money was more important to them than say like certain value system, right? Or just even I shouldn't have to explain to you not to cheat on your woman. You know what I'm saying? So at that point in time, it was like I'm growing in a totally different direction. I'm growing, and I can sense that. Like I can't being where I want to be. Say 5 years from that point, I knew I couldn't keep being around these people. So I did. It was just a cold turkey type of thing, and I don't regret it.
But how is it growth? This is what I'm stuck on.
Can I ask a question,
Wait,
please?
1 second. Wait, I want to ask one more. How is it growth? Right? Like I'm a grown man that was in my 20s, and I asked you the same scenario, and you're still stuck in your 20s answer. Like I don't understand what part of what is growth about that? What did you change?
My growth was in that situation that I learned that I had to be very careful about who I place myself around.
But the truthfulness
that I can be allow me to what I learned from that is I have to be careful who I put myself around that I can be guilty by self-criticism. So
Wind up your teens.
Okay, y'all gonna listen.
Oh, I thought I was on mute.
So with that being said, my growth came from actually acting on that decision. Because the people, like first of all, I don't hang around a lot of people. I don't need a lot of people around me. I don't need people around me to validate myself. You know what I'm saying? So I got to learn that about myself. So now, the people from that point forward, for the most part, only place myself in positions where either somebody was older could teach me something, or or I was a mentor, or work, or whatever. But there always had to be something productive going on. Like not just
Okay, we gotta wrap it up.
yeah. So I mean, with that comes a lot of growth. Even to this day, the people that I be around, like very smart individuals. Some people got millions of dollars. I know a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? I know people that
Yeah, I'm ready to ask it. Okay, so from what I'm hearing, I see that you perceive growth as your own independence and agency to make your own decisions. And with that, you take it upon yourself as and when you wish to insert yourself in situations and who you wish to bring into your circle, into your space. And that's something that you cherish and you value to a high level. However, what I realized is the sense of integrity that should be attached to your values, because that is what it is. Like the way that you are one way should be the way that you are in other ways, and to not
unspoken truth that still exists in your life about your friend Dre and the real reason why you distance yourself from him. So just as a word of advice, that's a conversation that you shouldn't necessarily have it one day. You should have it as soon as possible for your own integrity, for the values that you claim to have, Kufu. But let's just leave that there, okay? What I want to ask you is, do you see a trend of avoidance? And are you an avoidant person when it comes to confrontation? Like, do you just prefer to just stay out of an argument and not have an argument with someone? Because you even gave an example of, you said there was someone else who you realized you and him had different morals and you had different moral compass. Are you just the kind of person that would rather
That would make sense.
like walk away from getting into a heated debate where these truths get revealed and you just want to turn your back and be like, I just want to focus on myself. I've got my own journey to deal with. Oh, there's an amazing event over here where I can meet millionaires and blah, blah, blah. Rather than having to face some struggle and strife with these individuals that are in your life. And you don't want to have that hard talk and that challenge that could potentially bring you guys closer as friends. You'd rather just cut them off. You're not fitting into my life. You're not fitting into my life. Do you think you're that kind of person, that you're just avoidant rather than you'd rather confront something head on and have that hard talk?
That's a good question.
That's a very good question. I think I don't mind having those hard talks if we can get somewhere. And I think you're missing the point that I have been around these people for quite some time. And you gotta understand that there's a reason why his woman came to me to ask me, because she knew out of all of us, I was the truth teller, right? She knew out of all of
But you didn't tell the truth. But you, wait, Ozzy. But you didn't tell the truth. That's why we're having this talk right now.
This is the thing though. I told my truth, which was true. I don't get into people's relationships.
What?
I don't get into people's relationships. I don't.
Your truth? Which is the truth?
My truth.
Yes.
Your truth.
Actually said my truth.
Yes. My truth. I don't get into people's relationships. But what I was trying to express to you is I had many talks with that group that I have been around, right? Many back and forth. Okay? Those hard talks, like you said. Even to the point where we down there fighting, right? Sometimes you fight with your own woman, right? Remember, I'm in my early 20s. So I don't mind having those hard talks as long as I think it's going to get somewhere.
Why did you come code until Dre's
Hold up,
partner walk one?
Hold up, this last part. I want you ask me something, and then you don't listen to the complete answer. You just want to.
I'm just listening. I'm hearing,
But
it doesn't matter.
There's no way that you can be listening and you're talking while I'm talking. There's no way you can be listening.
Okay.
Okay.
So now let me get back.
You know what it is? The problem is, you guys,
Hold
the
up.
question was long and the answer was long. I mean,
Look, I can wrap it up. But I'm saying, just don't interrupt me when I'm answering. I can have these hard conversations, but if it gets to a point where I feel like it's just a drain and it's not getting anywhere, yes, I'll cut a person off. And I will keep moving.
so your friend is disposable. Good to know. CEO, do you have
Yeah,
any
ain't that important?
disposable? Got it. CEO, do you have anything to ask or add or anything?
Well, you know, I think it's an interesting discussion. I think Kay, you and Ozzy had really good perspectives, really good questions. I think the gentleman is really working toward it. I think he's admitting that he's Kufu, for whatever it's worth. I hear your voice. I think you're well intended, and I appreciate it more than anything. When they said that you never told them, at least you made an attempt to acknowledge that you've done that. You did that and said, hey, you know what, maybe I need to call them. I thought that was
I thought that was cool.
Kufu said young, that nigga's older than me.
No, he's not young. He said when he was young. This happened when he was young. CEO, I want to reemphasize. Sorry, I don't want I don't want us to misinterpret what's going on. This happened when Kufu was young. Like he was in his early 20s. He's an older gentleman now, and he's now reminiscing about like we were asking him. The question was,
people online. Just block. Like I just need to protect my peace. So I think it's a common thing to do what Ruth was talking about, women or men, where they literally walk away. Like if somebody doesn't, attend to a suitor that's trying to approach them, they're not gonna say, no, I don't like you because you're ugly. You know what I'm saying? People just
Yeah, but see, I don't want to interrupt. This is different though. Somehow, like this is his friend from back in the day, like decades, right? Like that level of respect is going to be totally different from a stranger at Clubhouse or like.
Obviously, but still, the point is, even with friends, there's a norm of people just not really telling people stuff. Now, here's what I was going to separate if I could, and then I'll be done. Kufa, when you're looking at it, it doesn't benefit you to tell them, and you said what you said and had to go back and forth. I would just suggest that whatever age we are, that it doesn't take when you walk away that person being convinced. You don't need to convince them of anything. To me, it still gives another human an opportunity to self-correct or think about it later when we give them information that causes us. I would just say consider that, my brother. You know what I'm saying? You're right. I don't open the information. You don't have to give it. You're a grown man. You have your perspective. You know what's best for you. But I think it's be able to say, look, man, there's some things that I don't really rock with. Step back for a minute. One day maybe we can have a conversation. So at least there's that level of honesty in the way you do it. Does that make sense for both?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. That different perspective, and just to give y'all a little background, right? So how I was raised. This is what my mother told me since I was 5 years old. Come on, far back as I can remember. She was like, because I used to always talk about, oh, I want to go outside and make friends, you know. And this is what my mother told me. She said I could live to be 100 years old. I'll be able to count all my real friends on one hand, and I won't lose all my friends. Now, mind you, she repeated this to me all my life. And then on top of that, I was a military brat. So what that meant is I was constantly moving, right? I didn't have this, the friend that you went to elementary school, middle school, and high school with, like you know each other your whole life. I never had that. So I was always the new kid, right? Had to start all over. So I always kind of been independent in how I moved, and it almost inspired me that way. Not to mention, if you're in a situation where you think you have a friend and then you feel betrayed, right? That turned me off even more. And then certain people, like when your values don't line up, it's like there's no reason for me to be around you. You know what I'm saying? Like it'd be like certain people. It's almost like, yo, me and you wasn't working at the same place, we would never be around each other at all because we're not in alignment. So a lot of that is like how I've been wired. But not to say that I'm not hearing y'all's point of view on it. You know what I'm saying? Because it does give me a different perspective and it gives me something else to think about. And when I hear it, it's more about, okay, if you just be honest, the impact that you can have on somebody. Yeah, maybe Drake would have got mad at me in that moment. But years later, he might have looked back on it and actually respected it, right? That's growth. Or maybe he still be pissed off, but still, even my own individual growth, to be able to just be straight up and honest with somebody. You know what I'm saying? And just let it be what it is. And be able to move from that point on. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So yeah, I'll probably get Dre a call and probably some more people too like that. They may not know why, I don't answer the phone when they call. Or, you know what I'm saying, why I'm feeling like this over here might be more important. Maybe not. So you got me looking back and saying, well, damn, that was important. Because I was so busy trying to better myself, and that's all I was focused on.
Yeah,
because I realized
that. Wait.
I want to make sure nobody can do that for me. You know what I'm saying? Drake can't do that for me. Go ahead. You get what I'm saying.
Sorry. No, I get what you're saying. Like, I agree with CEO. He did it in a very great way of stating it. You can set your standards, like you can tell this is not cool, without compromising still intact. And she goes, right, that person might have more respect, damn, like Khufu was true to his word. Like he does not put up with that cheating, lying behavior. You know what I mean? He's not the type of guy you can do that near. He would have had that reputation. You know what I mean? Instead of them not knowing why, they're just thinking you just lost touch. Or you're in a different state. That's the only reason why Khufu doesn't really kick it with me. But I would want a friend that's honest and sincere about that. You know what I'm saying? With compromising who you are.
Thanks, Kay. I would just add to, and sure, say that that's something, Kay, I think you made a really good point, but sometimes you can be, if you're not in a space in your life that you don't think that person is in a space in their life, you don't even need to get into the details. I'm just a fan of saying something where you can say literally, hey, look, sure, Mom, before we were ready to discuss the whole thing, but there's some things that bother me about how we interact in this thing that happened. That's going to make me step aside for a minute and come back to it. Like, you don't even have to get it.
When you're ready. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll have to be right then.
I appreciate this conversation. I really do. Because I kind of like been in this space where it's like, I want to grow more mentally, and I got some things, some projects that I'm working on, and things are opening up, and I'm just like wanting to take it to the next level. You know what I mean? And I think y'all have shared with me like a few of the keys that I've been needing as far as like communication. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people to think like they're not important. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just like how people move sometimes, even family. Like it seems when it's not in alignment, it can become a threat to the seeds that I'm planting. I see when I'm like to my highest potential and I'm strong, it's like yeah, I can take on the world. But it's like right now, even now, at the age I am now, I still got things that I'm working on. Some things are still in the baby stage. You have to protect me from everything and everyone because you're gonna come in my garden and stomp out my seeds because you don't even know what I'm working on. I'm like very guarded. Like I don't trust people. I'm trying to say. So like it's gonna take some practice. But it's most definitely put something on my mind that I know I can be able to feed off of and maybe, grow into at least certain degrees of that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like I'm gonna continue to protect myself and protect my growth. As far as whether I have integrity or not, I may not. I'm not claiming to be one, but yeah, we in the trenches. Like I'm gonna continue to have. But at the end of the day, I'm on my team. And I gotta look out for my investments, for my health, my body. Like some people, like I stopped drinking, right? So some people may not know, like why I cut the mama. It's because I'm not gonna be around alcohol. Like even if this one short, she was cool as fuck, but every time she drinks, she turned to somebody else. I was honest with her, like, yo, can I be honest with you? Yeah, I'm like, yo, like, you're a cool person. When you drink, you turn to somebody else. So then she, well, I'm gonna keep drinking. But now I avoid her like the plague. I done told you what I'm saying. I'm not gonna keep going through this back and with my friends, with like people know what the fuck I'm about. Even y'all on this app. You ever meet me in real life? This is how I am in real life. I'm not an internet personality. So don't pretend like you don't know what the fuck I'm about. So if your ass got cut off, either you don't care about it or maybe you can figure it out or maybe like it matter either way because you know what I'm about. Whether if I say it or not. So you like come on, like so I'm just I guess I'm saying that in my defense at the same time because I feel where I'm coming from too, like, okay. Because I'm sure I can talk to Dre about anything. But Dre was probably out of the whole group I was with, he understood me the most. And I was closest with him. At the same time, situation, you already knew. So for you to put me in equation, and then I gotta tell your wife, look, I don't get a people's relationship, which isn't to this
I don't see that. I don't see that as a truth. But it's not fair that he put you in that position. But I don't. I as a woman, I don't see that as a truth.
I'm not justifying.
No, Kuf, I think truth is the wrong word. I think you should say that's your stance. That's your stance that you don't get involved, but that's not the truth.
Okay, then that's
The truth of that situation.
I think that's what the issue is. I have like he keeps saying that the truth, and that that's not the truth. That's you just basically don't want to be involved, and that's it. But don't say you speak the truth.
Yeah.
When somebody asks you to tell me the truth and you run from it, that's not speaking the truth. Yeah, I think that's why he has obviously gave you the pushback. You need to stop saying that because to me, you're lying. No, but but we have to be, our verbiage needs to be fixed. Like to say, hey, when I'm in those predicaments, I stay away. I run away from it. Yeah.
That's my stance. I get that. That's my stance. I don't get in people's relationships. That's fine.
Okay, that's what you
Let me ask you, goody two motherfuckers, since y'all gonna put me on the cross. Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Yes.
He's being defensive.
Hold on, no.
I don't know. No.
Let him carry on. Let him carry on.
He'll say, thank you guys. 1 minute he'll say, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Next minute he'll call you.
Yeah, you're gonna deal with
Go ahead.
you're gonna deal with my crazy ass.
Go
That
on.
sounds bipolar. Like how
Deal with my
and then insult the next second. That's crazy.
I'm gonna test both sides. You're gonna deal with my crazy ass. So let me ask you this. So let's just say your grandma asked you something, right? And but if you tell her the truth, it's gonna give her a hard time. So what do? What and this is an honest question, right? And I really want y'all's honest opinion on this, right? If the truth you tell does more damage than you keep your fucking mouth shut. Because I'm feeling like if
I love how men come on stage with these extreme, random, rare circumstances to justify being untruthful. I think it's hilarious for me as a woman and a mother of daughters to entertain this bullshit. You ain't gonna ask me that dumbass question. No, you're not. You are not gonna ask me that question. You're not gonna pick some random outlier, extreme circumstances and situations of dealing with life or death to explain why you have to lie to a woman. That's not gonna work with me. I'm sorry. I can pass the mic.
that he cheated,
emotional labor and support that was just provided. Like, I don't get it.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
That's never
So
gonna
let
be
me
growth
ask you
there. There's never gonna be
Because
growth.
that's such an unrealistic scenario.
Okay,
Is that a lot of entering, they recording into hearing you out, giving you feedback, and that's how you respond.
think about it. But you
Nah, that was actually hella rude. Like, that was rude. What you just did was rude. It was. No, and that's rude. And that's rude. And that's rude.
When I'm joking with them.
And that's no
Okay, Kufu, can you let Dami speak? We let you speak for an hour. Kufu, could you speak for an hour? No, let Dami finish what she was gonna say. Let her finish and then respond.
you spoke eloquently for me. She spoke well.
Right. Does anyone want to keep
What I think,
censoring you and having this back and forth?
what I think you're not
I'm gonna
understanding
be
right
done.
now
I'm done right now.
is there were some principles that was introduced to me by Ozzy and the brother CEO, and I'm asking questions to gain more clarity on what it is.
Y'all might not have a room together because Kate, we're at 7 hours.
Yeah, we're done. I'm done centering. I have to step out for 15, 20 minutes. I'm gonna pass the mic to you. You can be done centering him. I'm done centering him because that's the stuff that I'm kind of tired of. It's the lack of, they're not genuine. You know what I mean? When you're talking to them, like there's no genuineness. There's no, it's like it's just some performative weird stuff that. I mean, we can do better things. We can do trivia. We can do some other topic. We don't really have to center somebody who's not genuine. You know what I'm saying?
That was just fucking rude.
I mean, it was just the thing was like the issue I was having was the fact that it was just such a contradiction what he was claiming, the values that he had, and what he actually did. And I just wanted him to explore that. And then even after exploring it, he still came to the answer that he would do the same thing that he did however many years ago. And conflating a sense of growth in terms of where he is now in life and the people that he surrounds himself with integrity. Because the fact of the matter is, at this current present time, he still holds relationships around him where they don't know the truth of how he felt, which is why he distanced himself. And for me and Kay, and also CEO who came on, to let him come to the realization that he needs to address that if he really holds these values that he claims. He's trying to use the growth factor and the I don't want to stomp my seeds out and where I'm currently at and I need to, take things slowly and as just a cop-out excuse to not have these difficult conversations. And essentially, that will manifest itself into a relationship where you're just probably going to be avoiding your partner and never wanting to have difficult conversations with her. Like Kay said, he's just going to cut people off. People are going to be dispensable. That's going to be an ongoing issue, and we were really trying to build that with him, slowly but surely, to make him realize.
And we tried to do the soft glove approach. Like I think CEO was the one that changed the temperature to lighten it up a little, and I kind of was following his lead because it was like maybe he's taking me and Ozzy.
I thought that. I actually.
So I kind of was going with CEO route, thinking, okay, this is going to help me a little more. And it really, to me, it was laughed at. In my opinion, it was laughed at. Like,
that's why I said what I said because I sat here for hours. You see me, I've been in here and I shut up. I was just listening. I sat here for hours. I saw and I heard it all. And I even noticed that difference. Once CEO spoke, I noticed your difference. Okay, after. And I saw that happen in real time. And Ozzy, what you just mentioned around what you felt the issue was or the contradiction was of his behavior in the scenarios he was giving. He just did that in real time.
Yep.
He just did that to y'all.
He dismissed us. He dismissed us in 2 seconds.
Literally, and then went back to being a clown.
With some bullshit scenario. Like, come on. You just literally trashed everything we talked about. Anyways, I'll be right back. You know what? Fufu, I can't. You just left a mark on me. I can't take you serious on this app, even if we have a genuine conversation. I'm not going to consider you as somebody I'm going to have in the future. I just make it a mental note, and that's it. It's all good. For real, for real. Good to know. I hope the audience benefited from this discussion. I like hearing your point of view, Ozzy. I saw the angle you took as CEOs. That was good for me. But yeah, I don't like people coming by saying I have integrity, masquerading as integrity business, and then we can't see it in real time and tell stories, whatever. Your form of growth is not wrong.
Guys, just I don't know, like I'm not here trying to preach, but just don't be afraid of having difficult conversations if you claim that you care about people. But you can't was coming at Alex. I was like, Alex was saying.
I mean, anyone should come at Alex. I mean, at this point, anyone.
Not really.
Everyone should come for you, Alex.
Yeah, really
Everyone
great argument.
should Mexican ass. Everyone
I was a
should.
huge guy getting destroyed most of the time, but sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Alex is a total piece of shit. So he's a misogynistic, anti-black, racist piece of shit. So everyone should come for him.
Everybody, I implore everyone to come for Alex.
He's doing it.
And don't feel ashamed because, again, he is who he is. And we should beat on it. Okay, like, release some of that frustration on misogynist rednecks, all of that. Take it out on Alex on Clubhouse, okay? Please do. It makes you feel better too, I promise. And don't feel guilty, ever.
But also don't cry if I say anything about black people.
You're a racist. I mean, it comes with.
I'm not. It's just you guys like to talk shit and just throw rocks in my head.
And to think that, like, people comment you and your character being a piece of shit is warranted by, in response to being racist, just literally proves the point that we're making. Like, you're a dumb cunt.
You never prove a
not
point,
the
dumb.
same. And that's the difference. What'd you say, you little bitch?
I said you never prove a point. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Wait, hang on, shut up, Bama. What'd you say, Alex?
I gotta shut up.
I didn't hear you. What did you actually say? Say it again.
He's gone. Something he gone.
Oh, what? Is he scared? He doesn't want to say it. What'd
No,
you say,
he's
Alex?
gone. I'm saying he gone.
Oh, someone moved him? Did someone move him?
Kurt, don't why you do that, man?
I love you, Kirko. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I'm so proud of you. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Oh, no, Kirko. Oh, you don't?
What y'all think Alex racist?
No, we don't think Alex is racist. We know Alex is racist.
Nah, I don't think he's racist.
Oh, Katie, do you want to inform Bama?
I just, like, I racist
Just.
I think you want to feel like, sometimes you want to feel included. That's basically sometimes.
No, Bama, when you say racist shit, you're racist.
Not necessarily. Black people say racist shit all the time. We're not racist. We just
Racism is not prejudice, okay? Racism is prejudice plus structural societal power. There's difference.
That nigga ain't got no power. He's a photographer.
Structurally, he does.
You mean just because he's white? I'm trying to see. I'm missing something.
Yes, that people who have a white phenotype or are white presenting have structural power. That's what equates prejudice plus power equaling racism. Black people can be prejudiced, black people cannot be racist.
So say if it's I'm in a upper class position, you know, and it's a poor white man, can I be racist to him or this?
Classism and racism are two different forms of prejudice and discrimination.
I'm saying, like, if I say this stuff, like, you fucking cracker and all that shit like that to him.
That's prejudice.
Because I'm confused.
What I'm talking about is critical race theory.
She's right.
I always hear, like, people tell me black people can't be racist. I don't understand.
It's based on the systematic structure. Black people are at the bottom of the totem pole on the structure. So who can you be racist to as a people? Nobody, because nobody's beneath you.
Racism.
So, like, Bama, you're thinking about it as in actual swear words. Cracker. Someone says you pig. That this is prejudice. It's not necessarily connected. example of. It's related to just someone's skin color, but it's not necessarily associated with the racism, which is a deep prejudice.
Well, they say racism is prejudice or discrimination based on the race. That means beliefs, attitudes, words, or action. And I think y'all talk about systematic racism.
That is, oh my God, you know what?
I
Yeah,
just
you're
looked
right.
up the definition.
No,
Well, that's fine. You can look up
Yeah.
Google
You
ain't
got
right.
it, babe.
I'm smarter than
You
Google.
got it,
You
babe.
can look up whatever you want, Emma, but I don't study classes for this. So,
But y'all can learn it from the show.
No, you like if that like if you want to put yourself in the same basket and take accountability for structures that have disadvantaged black and brown people for fucking ever, and you want to put yourself in the same pool, Bama, like that's your personal choice, right? Go ahead.
But that's not the definition.
You know, like there's a thing, there's words, right? There's words. And then there's like literacy, so understanding those words. And then there's contextual literacy. And that's when words are applied to context. And so when we take the word racism and we apply it to socio-cultural political context, of which we live and exist in and are fucking governed by and socialized by, the contextual literacy of like racism applied to a specific context, socio-cultural political context, then the reality is you need structural power in order to be an ist or to be phobic of anybody that has less structural power than you. So this is taking the term and applying it to life.
and she put it in layman terms. Literally.
But I really could you hear me? I'm like, but hang on, wait, no, let's put it like, ugh.
I was saying in general, like this as an individual.
And we weren't, and you can't be general with this shit.
Like a base level of racism. That's why I asked you. Like,
Not up the base level is prejudice. Everybody can be prejudiced. The end. I see people saying that black people are racist. That is what he is saying. Oh, God, you're quite incorrect. We're telling you the baseline is prejudice. Everyone can be prejudiced. Everyone cannot be racist because systematic structures. Exactly. However, if you were, let's say, in Africa, where there's predominantly quote unquote black people, then systematically you might be racist. Because if the white person is there is at a disadvantage based on your system in Africa, then you could possibly be racist. But because your ass live in America, aka Alabama, motherfucking Bama, white town, you cannot be racist. Exactly. I thought that's what y'all was saying because I've heard this rhetoric online a lot to my black people be racist. Not in America, we don't have no power to be racist towards any other group in this country. We just don't have it like that. But we can be prejudiced and not like your ass, but we can't be racist.
And you know, the attack on critical race theory, the purpose of it is to do justice. So, and that is a fucking MAGA, Trumpian, white nationalist, white supremacist agenda, is to erase CRT so that you flatten the discussion of racism to just phenotype and based on quote-unquote race, which race science is not real anyway. And what CRT does, what critical race theory does, is provide the framework of understanding that racism is something specific because of the structural power that non-black, brown, and indigenous people have. So when you go along with this narrative, you are participating in the dismantling and erasure of critical race theory, which is fucking outrageous.
But what's so funny to me, Dolly, when I heard about critical race theory, I looked it up. I'm like, this is number sociology. Because I majored in sociology in college, and it's, to me, saying the same shit. I don't know what people are all in a tippy for. We know how to that state is terrible. So that explains his ignorance.
I'm not gonna hold you. I was actually kind of along the same line until I did right now. But you're right. Can't have power.
Exactly. I can't go to work and be racist towards my white boss.
There's a class you can take virtually. It's called Dialogue on Race. I'm taking basic, standard, and advanced. So the next class will be beyond advanced, which they don't host often. But I've literally even heard these people talk about eugenics and all kind of stuff that's made up for a social construct. Race ain't even a real thing. That's a social construct white people came up with to make themselves superior. And for them to get away with, they came over to North America. They have to justify why they all this shit. They said that people was a lesser being. When they people to America, they didn't send their best. No, they did not. They sent the crumbs. Right. Right. And they told them, what they basically told them is, if you uphold this quote unquote white race, we will give you land, we will give you power, but over there. You can't stay over here. Yeah, they sent the bombs to America. And they actually, like, for example, a lot of different ethnic groups don't care for each other, like Spaniards, Italians, all of that. They don't like each other based on and if you read like older books, like they didn't even have race in the books. You was like, if you was from French, Italian. They were French, right? Exactly. And they called the black people the Moors because they was dark skinned people. There was no such thing as race until the discovered North America. North and South America, right? To my understanding, that's like an Islamic black person. Exactly. Different ethnic groups. It really broken up by tribes and ethnic groups.
Because it was really like 18th century Northern Europeans who were Nazis, who really created eugenics and race science as a means to justify what the Nazis and white supremacy did, which realistically they actually did to Europeans who weren't considered quote unquote Aryan first. And this includes even during the times of the Catholic Church, where they constructed the doctrine of discovery, which is really what justified the colonizing of lands such as North America and Australia and other indigenous lands. That was an agreement between the Catholic Church and the British, I can't remember what it's called, the British Church off the top of my head.
Think about how long the Irish and English fought. They still fight to this day. They turned to Christianity after Henry VIII.
Yeah, and so they created the PayPal rules that made up the doctrine of discovery, whereby within that they declared that any non-Christian lands were a quote-unquote terra nullius, so weren't occupied by people, because any non-Christian person was not considered a human, right? They were considered barbarians, so they had various other terms for this. And then that continued over time until we get to the 18th, 19th century, where you literally have the rise of eugenics and race science and all of the other weird shit that those fucking weirdos did.
And we ain't gonna even talk about the sexism, because I did my college thesis on the marriage of King Henry VIII and his first wife, Catherine. Girl, how he treated that woman and his own fucking daughter like shit, because he wanted to marry another bitch with something else. It was Catherine was old as fuck. Yeah, she was only in her 40s. And they wanted to declare their daughter a bastard and talking about the daughter didn't even really exist because she was a girl. I'm talking about the baby marriage was cursed with childlessness. How's the marriage childless and you got a daughter? She probably was old. That's how it was. I know. It was wild. And then everybody thought she was supposed to just retire. But our mother was Isabella of Spain, who conquered the Moors. So she knew that woman could rule. So that's why she went and stepped down. She's like, you're not going to put my daughter to the motherfucking shit. And what's so funny, when he married Anne Boleyn, they had a
though they didn't go through with it, she was willing to partake in incest just to possibly get a boy. Because it seemed that Henry wasn't here. He was the type of boy.
And he was old and fat. Shit, he had this. And then the way he killed Catherine Howard, that little young ass girl he married, he actually cheated on his old fat ass. Yes, she did. And they put it like she was in her late 20s. That Catherine Howard was young as fuck when he married her. She was about 17 or 18, like 55. Old and fat. He couldn't even hardly walk. I love English world history. It's very fascinating to me.
That's interesting.
No, he was old and had Tylenol sperm.
And he had gout. He had a sore on his leg that they had to keep open. And it stank. This is your husband. And you got to give this man some coochie. And he stank. He got an open sore on his leg.
I'd rather I took the father.
Yeah, it's a kind of soap opera.
Okay, shout out to Julia.
Right, history is the biggest soap opera of all time. They had that drama.
Julia did not play that Aquafina. That was a makeup product. Those nasty, abusive men up out of here.
You know how common that is amongst, like, okay, Aquafina is one of the most famous, but amongst Southern Italian women, because, you know, we all had our indigenous medicine practices, like, we've been killing people with poisons forever. And that's why, like, that was also really prevalent in the Southern Italian mafias, because all the women were making all the poisons to take out all of the people who were the quote-unquote enemies to the mafia.
But which I think, I'm probably going to pronounce her name wrong, because I fucked her name. Catherine Demici. She was a goon.
Catherine Demici.
Right, she was the queen. She was from Italy, and she became the queen of France. And they call her the serpent queen.
Oh, I need to watch her show.
She was something.
She was Florentine. Yeah, I don't know much about, like, Northern Italian history. I don't really care about Northern Italian.
I love history, no matter where it's from.
Me too. Yeah. I was sitting up there and all those queens, the Spanish queen, the white queen, the serpent queen, I will watch all that shit. Valhalla, all that.
Just for the record, it's Medici.
I told you I fucked up names.
Thank you for correcting.
That's why I gave all three of my children names that I could pronounce. Because I couldn't do nothing else.
And you know, I could be a little biased based on the influence of the culture. I really do. I love Versailles like that. Palace. Oh, it's so beautiful to me.
Oh, you mean the one where they used to shit on the piss on the walls and in the
They were nasty, them motherfuckers. Goddamn.
They were dumb.
I remember seeing like well, in our Louisiana, they all the park is just very grand, gold everywhere. I feel like that's what y'all's president.
Like,
Well, I got a book y'all should read, The Royal Art of Poison. It's very
you think nothing about that?
It's a good book. Girl, I learned a lot about how dirty the royals were. I didn't take baths with strength and hair and shit. Right, The Royal Art of Poison by Eleanor Herman. Okay. I've got to look on her books. Yeah, she talked about all of that. How they were poisoned by the makeup they were putting on their faces.
Yeah, that's why I was a father.
Right. Oh, y'all got to read this book. It's a short read, but it's good, y'all.
Yeah, Aquafina was, like, legendary.
Yeah.
Because it was so undetectable.
But they usually did that to husbands who were like super like abusive or
Yeah, well, the ladies that the women were going to her to get poisoned to get rid of their husbands. I was just reading this shit like, ooh, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
And they was abusive husbands.
She had a feeling about that girl anyway. She thought about not selling to her, but somebody vouched for her, so that's why she sold it to her. But then the girl felt guilty and told, and I was just like, why? You have to do.
It's always one that's gonna spill the beans.
I bet she was a pygmy.
Okay. Yeah, an old century pygmy.
I wish it was on Audible.
All her books are good. She got several books. Because somebody on Facebook told me to read when I was just called about mistresses of the kings and stuff. And I like, well, this shit good. Yes, like still kings, gone of legends. Yes, I got it. Those are fiction, but all her non-fiction books are great. Second president. Yes, second president. Oh, girl, we had a rapist in the White House. Broke the lead. And off with her. I'm a old rapist. Yeah, but he did her so they did her so dirty. She had a baby with him. They took the baby from her and farmed the baby out. He did that woman dirty. Damn. The treachery. Sexual president is crazy. And sexual queens is crazy too, because a lot of them queens had kids that didn't belong to the king, because the king was gay and shit, or they couldn't have sex, so the king didn't mind that she wouldn't have had sex with somebody else so he can get an heir. Some of them they put a lot of kids on the kings. Allegedly, King James was bi. Yeah, he was bisexual. Yeah, but he had two favorites that he loved the pieces. Right, the Bible. Exactly. But hey, let me shut up because I don't want that to go over there. Imagine you translate the Bible for King James, and he telling you to take this out and take that out. All I heard was that nigga nasty. What you talking about? You still trolling them? Who trolls? I ain't saying I'm not saying troll. I just believe in what I believe in some of this stuff. Let me be chilling now. Choose some thoughts. A lot of times I just say what comes off my head. You know, sometimes I think about it. I wish men would just like read a little more, you know? Read what? Anything. Everything. I read the back of the nutrition facts on it. Yeah, because y'all be saying stuff that don't make any sense. I can tell when people don't read, because they'll say the dumbest shit. I'm like, you ain't read since you left high school, have you? And have you noticed how, like, most of what men say is an opinion? Like, and anytime women say anything that's an opinion, they're like, based on what reason facts. What is that? Well, there's nothing I do. Right. They don't know how to read stats and shit. Quiet. And then just be like, oh, a thought just came to my head, and this is just what I believe, and based on what? You know how many times I was told to a occurrence, oh, you wrong. I'm like, you need to read the book, boo. I can't help you. I can't do shit. Right. I still was based on the definition. You think they know how to use IBM SPSS? I doubt it. I haven't used it in 20 years, but I think I still got my mind up. Take a road out here, but you know what I'm talking about. Exactly. I haven't used it since college. And it's not easy. It's not. Who's the people that? I don't got to use it. I don't think I have to. I just do that. That's all my just did it there. Hell, I don't want to use that shit. I don't know why we used it in college, because that shit was out of date. Exactly. Because it's been exactly 20 years since I took a research and statistics class. And I'm like, I got to A, because I worked hard trying to learn that shit. That shit went right out my ears once the class ended. I remember shit. Hey, why am I sitting here manually calculating and cosine? Oh, no, please. I tried college. That's okay.
okay, it's not for everybody. There are other means of work. I mean, you can get a trade, get a certificate. You don't have to do a 4-year university. You can do a 2-year college.
And I think sometimes when you get older and go to college, it's easier because you're more settled. You go on and do it versus when you young in college. You get sidetracked.
Like you're forced to. A lot of people feel like they're forced to do this.
Exactly.
I like she ain't push college on my other brother, but she tried to put that shit on me. I'm gonna do this shit. I want to shoot niggas. But it all worked out for this though, man.
Rich, you're too opposite and say every man read all the time.
The main ass out, mainstream ass out.
Even if you don't want to physically read, you can listen to audiobooks. Just like you listen to Clubhouse.
You like poem books? I like a lot of poems.
Good morning, Jesse.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, Grandma, were you still speaking, sir?
Nah, you cool.
No, my question was for Elliot, actually. And I enjoyed the conversation. I was just wondering, actually, for anybody on stage, have any of you seen the documentary on the Boyd family?
No, I haven't seen it, but I just read the book on them. They were the hot
Oh, that's the family. I believe it's his son who's the picture of Jesus.
Yeah, Caesar Borgia.
Yeah, he was a pope, and he was a busy pope. That's when them popes used to have kids.
Kids,
Kids, the law, and they took care of them kids, so they took care of their back.
Yeah, but they were scandalous.
Very scandalous.
They were willing to kill each other just to get the book on shit.
Because I know one of the girls, they killed all her husbands. I forgot her name.
And that's what's so sick and twisted about some of them, man. They take this person and they tell us this is who you're supposed to work for. You know what I mean? Like that is so demonic, man. Look at that. Like that's sick, man.
I agree that it's sick.
It is, and that's why I mean modern day, if you really look at it through a spiritual lens, that's why they work so hard to try to prove who you are existence. Because they know intrinsically there's something special and divine about us. That's why they work so hard to try to diminish our IQ. Oh, you people, you're not smart, you're not intelligent, you don't bring value to the American society. That's bullshit. Let's say you take every black man out of America right now. You know how they would whine and cry that there would be no NBA, no NFL, and boy, them rednecks are show raise hell and ain't no college football after
They took all black people out of this country, they would lose their mind, not just the men. They wouldn't know what to do. Who would they argue with? Who they feel superior to?
The poor people.
Nah, they turn on each other like they always have. But they wouldn't know what to do without us, for real.
Y'all doing a little bit too much celebration of yourself. The reason is real simple. Reduction in competition. Black man is competition for resources. They marginalize you. They have less competition. They focus on the competition among themselves.
Why should we celebrate ourselves, though, dude?
Because you're over celebrating yourself.
I will always over celebrate my people.
All right. Well, that's you, but that's going to give you a skewed view of reality.
I don't have a skewed view of reality at all.
You're not more special. You're not more special than another of God's creation.
Yes, I am.
So you would now try to you did what Lucifer was mistake is you're doing what Lucifer is doing, right?
I don't
But it's
care
okay.
about
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're telling me everything about you. That's fine. Do you? But it's vanity is. See, the thing is, you think, oh, because I'm persecuted, I'm virtuous in my vanity. No. That's just another.
Well, if you don't think
that's
you
just
ain't
another.
shit, that's on you.
That's just another pot for, or crack ditch for you to fall in. That's the wonderful thing about the devil. The devil has multiple ditches for you to fall in. You
I am the great granddaughter of a slave that ran away. I come from a great stock.
Tell everybody about it.
I'm gonna tell everybody how my great grandfather was 18 years old. He ran away from the barrel.
Just real quick, please, y'all let people finish. They have to talk at the same time. Things. I don't know if it's concrete or if it's something that one of y'all is. So just thank you, Kirk. Your mic is a little low. Pause. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say about this discussion is when we evaluate the persecutor, don't like then deify yourself. Divinity? No, they're gonna collapse. They have entire fucking countries of homogenous races, and they're fine. Not just whites, all a bunch of groups, even blacks, have homogenous groups that don't mind that the strangers aren't there. So they're thinking, oh, they lose their mind. Come on, that's delusions of grandeur. Sorry.
Well, I just look at all the chaos and drama that this particular group of people we're talking about have caused all over the world. And yes, I feel that my people are better than them. And if you don't like it, I don't care.
You're just ignoring all the drama that the African creates in his own country. Now you're gonna say, oh well, it's their fault we created all the drama in our country. Yeah, some of it.
Most of the drama that was created in Africa was created
All right,
by
man,
the
you
other
gotta follow the
race.
rules, man. Calm down. We're doing one at a time. Yeah, what? That's so crazy. You're so special, but you feel so bothered when somebody says that you're not special or you're literally think you're too special. Like, goodness gracious. Rest in your specialness. Fucking A.
Well, I guess we as the black people not supposed to think we shit.
That's where I was.
As compared to other races, you know.
Concrete, I respect your submission, but it's like, you don't feel like it's time for us to uplift each other. I'm not saying deify, and I apologize if that's where if it sounded like.
You gotta apologize to me, bro. We just have a discussion.
But man, we need to uplift each other, bro. Like, haven't we been marginalized long enough? I'm not saying deify each other or say that we're better than
course, you gotta uplift each other. You gotta
we
support
been
each other.
talking down on each other long enough, bro. Like, we need to uplift each other, bro.
I totally agree, brother. I just don't want to fall for the trap that we're better.
Yeah,
because we are susceptible to the exact same dynamics of, okay, I'm in power, and you see it every day in Clubhouse. People with power, it's something that happens to them, it corrupts them, it goes to their head, they fucking lose their minds. And they end up wanting people to subjugate them or celebrate. If you're not going to celebrate them, they're definitely going to subjugate you. And then you must celebrate them. That's human nature. That's all I'm saying. That's just human nature.
I have no desire to subjugate anyone. I just feel my
You're trying to subjugate me. What the fuck? You're trying to shut me down.
Right. I'm
not a baseline. Not a baseline.
Again, I get this is sample data, but let's not make it, like it's the main course.
Yeah, you're trying to undermine the point, but you can't because
I'm not trying to undermine shit.
Yeah, you are. You said it was
you're
you're trying to make it a baseline.
5:56 a.m. trying to argue concrete, please.
Exactly. You came in on that shit, boo.
What does that mean?
For
what?
Undermine nothing.
So what? You're arguing back.
I'm not in here trying to talk down or
you're arguing back.
As you say.
You're arguing
Maybe
back.
Maybe you should get to the point where you uplift people and stop being so hard and angry.
Nobody's hard.
Exactly.
Now Now you're trying to pathologize.
I think you're hard.
Okay. All right. Now you're trying to pathologize a disagreement. You're trying to make it more than what it actually is. Because you don't have an argument. It's
I
okay
don't
that you
want
don't
to
have an
argue.
argument.
You want
I
to
understand what you're doing. Okay, then
You
mute
want
up.
to
Nobody's
argue,
telling you to
so
mute. Talk while I'm talking.
literally here to
You can
argue.
mute up, though. We're talking. We're adults. We have conversations.
Okay,
I know it bothers you
so
that I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not celebrating. You know what? You know what? You're right,
My
Queen.
homework right now.
You're right.
Why is this so important for you to be right?
You're right, Queen. You're right. You're the right, Queen. You're right. You're the best. See how I now have to get pressed down because you have
No, I
to talk to you.
asked you.
Oh, so you're right, Queen. You're right. You're right. You're right. I give up. I give up. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Why is it so important?
You're right. You're right.
Right.
You're right. You're right. You're right. See how that works? You win. You win. Black Queen. You win, Black Queen. I now have just gonna do what you want me to do.
I want to dialogue.
You don't want to subjugate me, but I'm just gonna end up doing what you want me to do. See how that works?
I want to do that.
How did that happen? I just did it voluntarily, right? I just did it voluntarily.
You got on the stage to argue with me.
Actually, it was Jody that made the point, but for some reason, you want to be the center of attention. That's okay.
Actually, no.
Niggas like attention. I get it. Niggas like attention. But unfortunately, I was talking to Jody, or to Jody's point, and yeah, you decided that you wanted to jump.
No, Jody hadn't even spoke when you came in here. You said we put black people on the pedestal, and that's a no-no.
Yeah, Jody was speaking, and Jody knows it, and Jody can confirm that I was addressing.
You really want to argue? I'm about to ignore it.
Yeah, all right. Do that. Anyway, so like I said, talking to Jody, having a conversation. He seems totally okay with it. He's not spazzing out. And yeah.
I can speak to the topic real quick up front. I don't think men should be cheating at all, let alone cheating peace. Now, I will say this from the Yoruba tradition. You know, I'm Yoruba, Nigerian. Some of my elders, have stressed that once a man reaches a certain level of success or prosperity, he should be allowed to at least have multiple options as far as women. Now, some of the more forward-thinking Nigerians don't believe that one woman, one God, especially those that are given to the Christian faith. We believe in one woman. And so we should be faithful to that one wife. Because, and a lot of times we go over the life of King Solomon, man. And you say how he had 700 wives. I couldn't imagine, bro. No wonder he went damn near crazy. Like, man, cheating peace? No, you shouldn't be cheating at all. Not if you're a man of integrity.
That's a great point, brother. I think Jody, do you feel like women's ideology have a lot to do with that?
Unfortunately, yes, there is a significant number of our female counterparts that kind of egg this type of behavior on, because a significant number of them are so just financially gain focused, for lack of a better term. It's kind of just, man. And so in turn, you have a lot of men that, okay, all these women want is money and get their bills paid. Fine, I'll play the game right along with it. I'll pay what I have to pay, get what I have to get, and you're not going to be the only one. And a lot of guys they're very bold about it now too. But for the women who are good natured and have good intentions as far as relationships, they're ended up on the short end of the stick because the 304s are kind of having their way, and that kind of that leads to good women that are seeking meaningful relationships. It's is leaving them deficient. Man. It's very important.
I agree with that perspective, but the one that I was thinking about was the guy is trying and the woman is holding the box hostage or rationing it out, and then the man is like walking around thirsty, hungry, and he sees this pork chop sitting on the floor, and he just ends up, succumbing to the pork chop because he was hungry walking around.
Well, no, must be hungry eating off the floor. That's some visual.
Do you think that? Don't you hear about the married guys who are happy to get it once a week, once a month, and that's normal?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's like they've conditioned themselves to just be satisfied with that. Now, I will say I do know some couples who one or the other, or even both, have profound health issues where that kind of limits their intimacy opportunity.
No, that's different.
Yeah.
I think too, what you gentlemen are saying, going to those men who have those issues, they got to be able to get themselves out. I used to live that lifestyle. They got to be able to get
What
themselves
lifestyle?
out. When I was married.
Oh man, sorry to hear that, brother.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm not appreciate this. But it's like you can't pick the pork chop off the porch.
Kind of low. You're kind of low. You're more full than something.
I was just saying the pork chop analogy that you gave.
Yeah.
That was on the floor. That can never be the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's perfect. I know people do what they do. But I think a lot of times we leave ourselves in these situations instead of being more proactive. As men, you know what I'm saying? Get myself out.
What is the solution? Okay, I can say, okay, don't eat the pork chop off the floor. What is the solution when your counterpart is engaging in this type of guerrilla warfare behavior?
I'm leaving.
You're leaving? That's worse.
No, that's not. The bigger one. I got divorced and it's so much better. Like, was it terrible? But anybody who's willing to use it as a bargaining chip, like you were just saying before, rationing it out, right? Anybody who's willing to do that isn't somebody you need to be in a partnership with regardless. You don't need to be married to them.
Yeah, but if you find out when you're married, you can't, you gotta keep the union alive.
Nah, you don't.
No, I guess.
I used to think the exact same way. And again, I'm not encouraging, but the person who is going to use it as a bargaining chip, you are going to be bargaining. We need to lead. And we need to also encourage more brothers to stop dating women. Because typically they don't get out.
Oh, you're breaking up.
Yeah, you faded out, bro.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like,
You were making a friend of mine went through that with his now ex-wife. He said they were having sex before they got married. Then when they got married, she said she didn't like sex. And that caused friction in the marriage. And now they out of war. Right. And I didn't understand. I was like, so y'all was getting it in before y'all got married. Then after they got married, she flipped the script. He was like, I need sex, but she didn't want to have sex with me. I'm like, wow.
That means that dick was trash. That's all that translates.
But after we used to mess around, so no, the dick wasn't trash. She was just,
No!
It wasn't trash. It wasn't. So I was like, what
does that translate to, brothers and sisters? Come on now, y'all.
That's like birds. You get what they want. You get what they would use the man to get what they want.
Manipulation.
Exactly, manipulation.
Oh, okay.
I like that shit. It wasn't trash. No, it wasn't trash at all. That's why I was mad. Like, you know what I'm saying? back in the day. So
Wow.
right, we still friends though. You know, some people.
But it could be
The best type of friends.
it could be fire to you and trash to her. Y'all don't got the same pussy.
I guess so, but she told him she would like sex because of what her ex-husband did to her.
Oh, she
But
was
she
already
knew all
married.
that. Yeah, she was previously married just like he was previously married.
Oh, shit.
So if you really don't like sex, why are you having sex in the first place? That never
You don't
makes
like
you
sex with
win.
him.
Maybe so. But that's still, why would you marry somebody that you had sex with before you married him?
Because he probably looks good on paper.
Is she
Like
the defense attorney?
some men are good on paper as husbands. Like everything on paper.
But why is he married this person?
How much you get paid to defend the shit?
I'm not going to marry somebody that I don't like having sex with.
Married girl, like if I don't listen, I can get sex anywhere. But a husband, you look good on paper. Everything looks good on paper. I'm going to marry you, but the sex is not that great. I'll sacrifice that because I'll just dip out here and there. You know what I mean? It's not that.
Wow, that is diabolical.
I would not want to dip out on my husband.
I'm gonna come back home though. I'm gonna come back home.
What's the purpose of getting married?
Stay over there. What the fuck? Oh, that's
I'm gonna
disgusting.
keep it real. Like y'all need liars. That's what keeps y'all like complacent. And when y'all have liars, the truth have y'all in a.
Queen, you need to make sure we don't ever
Because
be
I
women like this.
could easily
Fellas,
lie.
what do we have to do to make sure we
Because I
never
could
be a
easily
woman
lie.
like this?
Like, yeah, I'm afraid for why. I'm just my husband. I don't think out. I don't believe in that. Actually, I stay put. Even if his dick is trash, I'm the same. I can easily lie and make you feel comfortable.
Yeah, we know you're being diabolical. Like, how do we stay away from you? Is the question.
I mean, you can't tell when
What's
someone's
your
like
kryptonite?
that. So you can't tell when someone's like that. So I don't know what to tell you.
What do you do?
What do you do? You're the man. I don't know.
But what do you do? What do you do?
Like what you mean? What do I do?
What do you do? I'm trying to create a profile of diabolical women and see if it's
So
correlated
when I
to
give
occupation.
a hypothetical to like the context of what we're talking about, that doesn't necessarily mean that I personally do it. I'm just very intelligent to know that it does happen, and I'm also intelligent to know when somebody puts out a hypothetical, it doesn't mean that that's their life.
Well, it doesn't sound like a hypothetical. It sounded like something.
You can't talk to me as if I actually do it, but I know people that actually do that.
It sounded like something you believe. It wasn't merely a
So
hypothetical.
now that is coming from the horse's mouth, and the horse is saying that it's a hypothetical.
Oh, I don't believe you. Remember, you were the one that said that we like liars.
Okay, am I in control of how you assume or how you think?
It's an assumption. It's how you presented yourself, ma'am.
Well, I'm gonna
The way you present yourself gives us
indications.
indications of what you think and how you believe.
Okay, so it is possible that people can lie, and I just gave a plethora of examples of how people can lie. Now, if you take that as me doing that personally, that's your problem.
Yeah, I think personally, yes.
It has nothing.
It has everything to do with what you said.
But it's still a perception of what you said.
Thank you. Thank you for the intelligent one.
There's no nuance. She presented it as her belief. She didn't present it as a alternate possibility.
Well, I never said that I believe
She
that.
said, y'all niggas need to be lied to. I'm gonna go and dip out. I'm gonna go get me some. That was her.
Like, yeah, because
Now she's trying to walk it back.
I don't know how to articulate it even simpler for you guys. Like, I can't go like that, like dumb. I don't know how to do that. But I can say that, hey, I can.
She's mad that she told us all about herself.
I can easily be like, yeah, I can dip out and this and the third. But do I personally believe that? Do I personally do that in my real life? Absolutely not. But I'm intelligent to know that it can occur, and I know how it would look like. I'm intelligent to know that.
Usually what people do is say, I wouldn't do this, but, right? They offer that caveat, that humor. You did none of that. You jumped right in. You defended this woman who stopped having sex with her husband.
Yeah, it's
and went on to say that it was all. One second, ma'am. You then went on to say it was all his fault because he had trash penis. And then when somebody said no, and disconfirmed that, you still said, that's the reason. Then you went on. No, these are your thoughts, ma'am, and you're ashamed of your own thoughts. That's crazy.
Yeah, these are
throw anything out there that can land and protect you right now. No, these are your words. You don't want to stand by your words.
And what
That
do you
shit
want to
makes
do
you
about
look
that?
crazy.
And what would you
That
like to
shit
do
makes
about
you
that?
look crazy. And all I'm saying is, what can we learn about you so we can stay the hell away from you? And now you don't want to talk. Now you don't want to talk. Okay. Do you believe in? Do you go to church? What kind of job do you have? What kind of background? I want to know more about you so I can know what to avoid. So let's go.
I mean, I think the things to avoid is like the character flaws when you're dating somebody. Because a lot of times when you talk to other divorced men, and I got remarried by the way, but like when you talk to divorced men, a lot of times we get paying like half the time. I just thought shit was gonna change, or I thought this was gonna happen and that. And it's like believe yourself. Like trust your
What
instinct.
kind of character flaws?
So what are we talking about?
What kind of character flaws do you remember at the earliest point, the most subtlest, earliest character flaw?
The emotional manipulation. So if I'm bringing something to you that you have done to me that bothers me, in the span of this conversation, you are now giving me fear or things of that nature to make me feel bad for bringing some shit to you. And now I'm apologizing because you are upset that I brought to you. Now I'm, in my 20s, and so it's like, I didn't know about all of that kind of stuff, but that's one basic thing now that fucked me up, man. I didn't bring nothing to you, and you over here like in tears. And I'll be honest with you, it wasn't until I seen a TikTok. This white lady was like, fellas, this is what women do. And she broke down the whole shit, and I was like, yo, the fuck? Y'all really be doing this shit on purpose?
Oh, you're talking about just crying out and
I was like, oh, this is really a play. So I'm not easy. Okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that I've seen on Rip. That now I tell brothers like, yo, if your girl or your wife is trying to negotiate with you now on some shit, just know that the negotiations is always gonna be there. It's always gonna be there. How you doing? Good morning. You know what I'm saying? Like the brothers who be getting the sex ration, typically there's signs of that ahead of time. It's not.
So you know what I don't understand? I don't understand why when you're married, like, to me that's crazy because I feel like when you're married, you should just give your husband sex whenever he wants. Like, fuck him on demand.
You would think so, yes, sister, yes.
That's your husband. You fuck him on demand. I don't, and because in the bedroom, it's like, that is his playground. Like, this is your playground. So you are to do whatever you want. Like, I don't understand. I mean, and I get it, well, kids stuff, but I mean, it's still that I feel like that is important for a man. And your job is to be his freak, however he wanted to be. Like, but you also, the woman also has to know that she's safe. But you do whatever you want. We're married. And so I don't know. And I think that's an important
it's like I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, the psychology behind it, like women have sex with men that are dangerous and that they're scared of all the time.
No, it's not emotional safety, Joe.
I mean, they have a problem. They have something within themselves. I think it's how they were. What can I say? I think it's how they view masculinity. Like I think it's a ghetto hood thing. Like they view masculinity as, oh, he gotta be tough, he gotta be rough, he gotta be like a gangster, and he gotta be like the head honcho of the hood. It's like a ghetto fairy tale that they've been reading or introduced since they were small. So when they get older, that's what they think masculinity is. And if you're nothing of that, then you're not masculine. It is a ghetto. It's a cultural thing. Like, oh, if you're not hood, and if you're not gangsta, and if you're not hardcore, then you're a pussy. You're lame. So that's what they think. They think masculinity are those men. That's why they go to those men, because they're like, oh, I feel safe here. He can fuck you up. If I'm not in, and that's every girl's dream. That if she walks in the street with a guy and he's a macho man and she's protected, she loves that. But if she's with a guy that she feels like, oh, if I walk in the street with him and we get bullied, he's gonna run away or I'm gonna get beat up because my man can't protect me. So that's probably why I can see why they go to those dangerous guys, because they feel protected and they think it's masculine. That makes perfect sense. Psychologically thinking, it makes perfect sense.
King, who asked that question? Was it Jody? Jody asked that question?
Yeah, started kind of digging through the psychology behind it and tied together like.
Yeah, I think it depends on which box she puts you in. Are you in the long-term box or the fun box or the excitement box? And it depends which category you're in, depends on how quickly you get the box. That's what I think.
More toxic, the more the quicker it'll happen.
I mean, if she's in that mood.
Yeah, most of the time, brother. Most of the time. In my personal life and what I've observed, especially in modern day relationships, maybe not so much back in the day, but these new folks, man, I'm so glad I have a queen that's solid, that loves Jesus, and that it's just about family and culture, man, because it's dangerous out here right now, the way some of these women think, bro. And these men, too. I don't want to make it like a gender war, like I'm just, but these folk ain't shit, man.
They ain't shit, bro. They ain't got no Jesus. They ain't got no conviction.
What is she?
They just fucking off. And they be trying to make topics to make excuses for their bullshit. Talking about, shit, you let man cheat in peace. And here talking about a woman wants a man that's gangster and tough, because, which I understand the psychological breakdown. But what the fuck? Man, hey, shouts out to you, brother, man. I want something like that, like what my parents got, man. Like, just loyalty and faithfulness towards God and towards each other. But you will not find that in this culture of people, man. These folk, they wanna. I mean, it's a lusty, perverted world we live in.
I mean, you can find it. It's very rare. I will not say, because you can find it. I mean, is it rare? Yeah, but you can find it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. You can find it. I'm not saying it's not out here, but the general, like the air, the whiff, the aura out here is just not loyal. There's no loyalty to each other, and nobody wants to do the right thing. It's too hard. I understand there's a lot of women out here. There's a lot of women. It is difficult to stay faithful to a certain extent. So, but why are you making bold commitments? Why don't you just stay single and enjoy your life? What the fuck? I know the woman. Look, sometimes just keep it honest with the woman that you're dealing with, and let her know that she's not the only one she's gonna be dealing with. I do it all the time, and yeah, they don't like it at first. They'll call back. And then when you get ready to settle down with one person, man, get all that shit out your system. hard I find big problems. But like some of these women, they know what they're signing up for.
That is, I don't know. It's the part like, oh, I can play that game. It's that's the part. Oh, I can play this game. Like, you know you want to be in a relationship. You know you want to be in a relationship. But because you're so fucking bored right now, and you don't want to have patience to wait for the right guy to come around, you want to play the game. And then when you play the game, you fuck up. Because you're no longer in the game. Like, you caught feeling, oh, what are we? We have sex so many times. We went on so many dates. Like, what are we? That's how you end up with what are we? Because you thought that, oh, you could just fuck him and be okay. Like, no. No, you gotta get it's like, my thing is, people act like having a man or just having somebody is the be all. It's more things to focus on in life. So, but when you're not in a relationship. And when I said that you should give your man sex anytime you want, I remember, well, I'm 44 now. Because when you get older, you want to have it. When I was in my 20s, my ex-husband used to always talk about sex, and I did not care to talk about sex all the time. I did not care to have sex. It was just not like a big deal to me. I didn't want, like, I didn't need it all the time. But as you change, as a woman changes, her, like, when you get 40, in your 40s, your sex, you will feel like a man in some sense. Just like we say, men, all they think about is sex when they're 20s. That's how it is for women. You're just, I don't know why, but it's just, that's how it is. But, damn, I was trying to forget. Like, my thing is, look, you don't have to be on nobody's program. Like, and then so many women just try to force, act like having a relationship is everything. It's more shit to life out there besides a man. Like, it's so much, like, it's a whole life out there. Travel, see the world, save your money, fix your credit. Like, there's so many other things to focus on besides a man.
That's not true. None of that's more important. It's gonna be incomplete like a Cisco song.
Yeah, I agree, but you're not. When I say that, I mean, of course you want somebody, but you don't have to be. If you make that your main focus in life, you're gonna be out here running from dick to dick to dick. I'm sorry, because that's all you're focused on. I said when all you're focused on is having a man or having a woman. Well, me, it don't matter. I see what you're trying to say. You're just gonna that is a fact. And that's why I tell women, yeah, listen to men, but don't listen to them 100% because they only see from men's eyes. They don't see from a woman's lens. They only see from a man's lens. But from a woman's lens, you have to know yourself before you go on dates. They want dates automatically because they're men. They don't know any better. But women, you have to know who you are before you go on a date, or else you're just gonna end up being like dicked down a million times because you don't know your red flags. Nobody's telling you about your red flags. So how can you know about your red flags? It's a lot. It's a lot.
Dates. Do men like to go on dates, or is that something we have to go through to get to the other side?
I mean, it's up to the man. Some men like to go on dates. Some men, if you don't like to go on dates, so what do you do to get to know the person? You say, hey, come to my house?
That ain't going on dates. Like I said, do men like to go on dates, or do we do it to get to the other side?
I want this woman to speak on my behalf.
It's okay. It's okay. That's not mean you gotta spend your money. It's dates where you can go with no dates. Like, how about you go to a coffee shop or go to the park? Or how about you just sit and talk and get to know each other? Like, that's a date. Everything doesn't have to be required to spend money. You spending money to know somebody is crazy because you can literally go to the park and talk, go to the beach and talk and get to know each other. Like, in so many ways that you can get to know somebody. Not spending money at all. It's nice to get something like, yeah, you gotta understand men and women are like two different things. We're two different things. We're never gonna be the same like that. They're never gonna be the same like us. Like, you know it's the woman's job to, like, say if you're trying to like date for marriage, it's your job to find the right husband for your children. So say you're dating a guy, you never see him spend money. You never see him spend money. You never see him and when y'all procreate, and he can't afford the family, that's gonna be your fault, right? That's going to be 100% the woman's fault. That's why it's like literally. That's why you cannot do that. You cannot listen because you gotta understand you're in a pool of the. You're in the pool. It's like a race. Like survival of the fittest. Look, survival of the fittest. The men that are not fit, they know they're not fit, and they're trying to like get themselves in the race, like by any means necessary. They're trying to, you know what I'm saying? And then you pick those type of men, you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer. You and your family will live under the bridge. Like, I'm confused because I don't know. You have to see if he's able to provide for a family.
Right, Nisha? Let her explain it to you, Nisha.
But first of all, you can't explain it to me. And then there's guys that's gonna try to distract you from marriage more, and my don't look for men that are me.
Listening, let her.
Yeah, let me.
Right? She don't want to even listen to you. She's
And then you gotta understand. That's what I'm saying. It's fucking. It's a fucking crazy system. Because then there's guys that know that, like, oh, don't date guys with money, and don't date guys that can support you, and don't date guys that can support a family, and they're gonna try to guilt trip you. You could choose them, knowing that if when you choose them, you chose wrong because now he can't support the family. The family is fucking struggling. You might live under the bridge, and that's gonna be your fault because you let the distraction. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's why I don't listen to like degenerates. Like degenerates. I don't fault them because it's survival of the fittest. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They're trying to survive too. They're trying to survive too. So.
President. Like I was saying, this is terrible. I don't know what the fuck y'all have been talking about. I've been listening press you. Yeah, like you too, but you're not talking about shit.
Let that look the fake little Ryan.
Long-winded as you are, like you've definitely been chatting. I just don't think you're chatting about
How y'all feel about the Ty Lil situation?
what Tyler Hill situation.
It's this streamer guy.
Did he cheat a piece? Wait, what happened?
This streamer guy named Ty Lil was accused for sexual assault for this other streamer lady named Jordan Pauline or Pauline, something like that.
Topic at all.
I don't know. I just thought y'all was talking about that thing.
Like, I don't know what the fuck. It definitely is just throwing spaghetti at the walls. People that cheat in peace. I just really want to know your perspective on that.
I mean, ultimately, like, if they got a bunch of money, then yes. I'm talking about like a lot of it.
What's your name?
My name's Big Mom.
Okay. I said so red.
Oh. My bad, bro. I didn't even hear that part. My bad.
I have a whole different mindset and a whole different like way of thinking. I don't know. I don't know if you want an echo chamber. I could do that too, but if you want,
No, I'm not looking for an echo chamber. Your opinion on if men should be able to cheat in peace. If you're not able to answer that, I think Big Mom is ready to go. So no pressure at all. You know.
yeah. So should men cheat in peace? I personally, yeah. Why not? They should cheat in peace. Because at the end of the day, I know for a fact that lust will be their downfall. And it's not my place to correct men. I let the universe correct them. That's what it is. I let the universe correct them. Don't worry. Don't worry, sis. Let him. He gonna see you. No. I'm gonna be like, don't worry, sis. Let him find out. Because eventually it's the same story. It's the same fucking story over and over and over. She done took him for his money. She done did some sneaky shit. Like, you can't do snake shit and thinking that you're gonna reward doing snake shit. Like, there's universal law.
Perfect. So just remember to take the poll red right up here. It's got the yellow bar. It says, if you let men cheat in peace. Remember to vote. I think you would be under. Yeah, fuck it. That would be your answer. Big Mog, over to you. What do you think?
I mean, I feel like if the man has a bunch of money, then yeah, let him cheat in peace. But Ray said something that it made me think, like, yeah, just let the universe correct this. It'll happen. You know, I think a man just needs to learn how to, if they're gonna do the cheating thing, learn how to leverage commitment. All right, don't exactly commit to anyone, just leverage it, move it around a little bit. You know. Like, give a little commitment here, a little maybe commitment here, a little preview of commitment. Preview of commitment is good. You know, don't necessarily commit to anyone. So, and keep it as honest as possible. It feels weird at first. Like, it feels like you're gonna get slapped or cussed out or like you're gonna get in trouble, right? It feels weird. But once you keep it honest, then they did it first, but they will come back because of your honesty. All right, they'll come back. And probably other things, but they'll come back. So a man should, if you're not gonna do the Jesus thing and have a God-centered relationship, and yeah, cheat in peace. Let man cheat in peace. All right, let the universe correct the man. Okay.
together. You can cheat by yourself. It's fine, because you're not with me. So bye-bye.
And you by yourself.
Like, it's not like, it's, I don't give a fuck. You're not going to cheat, and I'm going to be okay with it. No, but that's not, that's not. I have mixed feelings with this, because, like, if, it depends on the situation. Like, if I'm married, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna just let the universe correct him, and if it takes too long, then of course, divorce, whatever. But if I'm a girlfriend, like, I got no ties to you. I'm looking at my hand like now. I don't see a ring. I'm fucking out. Like, I'm running, and especially if we ain't have no kids, that's a fucking blessing in disguise. Like, I'm fucking out of here. If you cheat, I'm out of here. And guess what? I could probably cheat back or show you, let you know that I'm cheating on you. Just because I'm a girlfriend, that shit don't mean nothing to me. I'm a girlfriend, that holds no weight. But if I'm a wife, you see, that's fucking different. We done bought assets together. We done got fucking investments together. And I'm like, damn, nigga, like, you really want to do this? You know what I'm saying? Like now I gotta, now when you outside, I gotta wipe your bank account clean so you can come back home to show you, like, yo, you forgot? I got access to that account. Are you dumb? Like, it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy shit. But girlfriend, as a fucking girlfriend, for man, you are not obligated to stay. Any girl that is single, and especially if he's not, this is what kills me. Especially if he's not claiming you as his girlfriend, if he really cheating for real. And if you don't like the situation, you could date. You're not chained to him. But as a wife, you're technically chained to him. You have his last name. You got okay, and I ain't saying y'all. Okay, when you're married, girlfriend, you can get out of married. If my husband, you know, I don't know. I can say I don't know if he did it. It never was in my face. So you can't get mad about something you don't know. It was other problems. But okay, I can forgive you. We can go to counseling, yada yada yada. But if you keep doing it, I don't give a fuck. I married you. I can leave. It's not. I can know how to get on myself because obviously you don't care. Obviously you don't care. You don't care about the vows we made. So I can forgive you the first time, maybe the second, but by the second we're into counseling. We're getting help. And if you keep on to cheat, I'm leaving. It's a no. It's like you gotta not make excuses for shit. Like either you want to fix it, either you don't.
I feel like that's why marriage is in this day and age and culture is just not a good idea for a man who aspires to do things and have things. It's to me, it just hit me. It's literally mixing business with pleasure. Like you're literally mixing business with pleasure. Like one false step in your pursuit of pleasure to fuck up all your business. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So marriage is business mixed with pleasure. So wouldn't it be wise to not do such?
I mean, marriage is a business. Like, that's a contract.
It is a business, and it is it's supposed to be a pleasurable business, or it's pleasure too. It's love and all that commitment, all that loyalty. It's business mixed with pleasure, guys.
No, you want to eat and shit in the same place. You can't do that.
Right.
Maybe I do, but it's still business mixed with pleasure. I just thought about this. Oh my goodness.
You need to pick. You need to choose wisely who you have both of those things with. Why, you know, like, or you need to have an understanding before you even go into the marriage.
It's a bloodline contract. Aren't you doing it for your bloodline as well? Your children. Legitimacy, all that shit.
Is pleasure, which is temporary lust, is that worth the business?
No, this is not right. This is not right.
But it's been like that from the beginning of time.
I know it's not right. When Jazz was talking a second, you were like, what? What she said was like, your point of contention. Like, what didn't you, I guess, agree with? Yeah, no, she was just really confirming that it indeed is a
comes to business and marriage in 2025 in America. Okay, let's put these in perspective. I don't know, guys. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good idea. It's just too risky.
Get a prenup. Like, what is risky?
Okay, when you you can lose your assets, and it doesn't have to be just infidelity. Things could go wrong. Things could go awry. Irreconcilable differences could grow into your everyday arguments. Fuck the cheating.
But you gotta have confidence.
You also can't lose your assets. Again, like you just agreed to, it is a business decision. So, prenuptial agreements and things like that, they exist. I just don't think one niggas don't know, like, they're not aware about them, or they don't know how to do that part. I just think you're supposed to, you propose and then just do the wedding. I don't think that there's any, logistical conversations that are being had prior to that moment.
Or y'all just don't want to pay the attorney. Is that what it is?
Or is it that? Which in that case, you locked it out. So,
And why are you thinking negatively in a marriage anyway? Going into a marriage with a negative mindset. You want it to fail because to Red's point, the universe gonna circle around and give you what you want.
Right, like with me, when I get married, I already know my nigga gonna last. I already told him, you gotta kill me in front of the kids if you want a divorce. That's always a joke. You gotta kill. I'm like, kids, we got a meeting. Daddy has something to tell us. You gotta do that shit in front of me and the kids. Anyway, that's besides the point. My thing is, I know men are not. They're not gonna be perfect. They're not perfect. So in my marriage, my future man, I'm gonna have an infidelity. And infidelity is a clause. I'm saying the right word. Infidelity clause or infidelity. Something in my freedom. Something within those lines where, listen, I know you're gonna cheat this other day. As long as I don't see it, I don't feel it. You don't come back home with it. There's no STDA. There's no outside children. We're good. But the moment you breach those things, this is what I'm taking from you. Or or if any of them call my phone, any person calls my phone, this is how much I want. 200K of cheating. Every time we cheat, it's 200K, 200K, 200K. That's what's gonna be in my prenup, and it's gonna be in fine print. Make sure you're aware of it, and it's gonna be stamped, and it's gonna be fucking notified. I'm not playing around. That's how you gotta do it.
realize the cheating fees.
Yeah, cheating fees, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. You should cheat a piece if you're gonna be responsible. Yeah. Be responsible. Don't be irresponsible. Clean up after your mess. Just being very, very careful. Being very careful.
Careful makes no mess. But if we made a mess, how do we clean it up?
Perhaps we're already being messy.
And that's a part of the contract because actually they're going to mess up, and the whole point is to get you rich off of his cheating scandal.
Hey.
You gotta pay tax, not checkers. Eventually, it's not saying that if you present this contract to him, yes, he's aware of everything. So now he's gonna try to be neat as possible. But you have to remember he's human, so he is going to fuck up. And the moment he fuck up, that's where all the fucking breach has occurred. And now you rich.
Are you human as well?
Now you rich off of his infidelity. You have to make it make sense. Either you be broken poor while he's cheating on you, or you become rich off of his own infidelity. This is a smart fucking plan.
Yeah, for you. Who's gonna sign up for that? Somebody who is blind reading braille? Like,
I feel like
can't read braille?
a man who's not a cheater would just asking, I think that's an easy question with an easy answer. A man that's not going to cheat. You don't cook everything. You got one time you go full month without everything. Put some baby shit on papers. Boom. Yeah, like Jazz said, y'all don't know what to think. But Ray put in the chat that it's for think about that.
What he said? You didn't what?
The cheating.
Or you in and out, Corey, that's why. Is he still here, guys?
I think he trying to say hello.
Oh shit.
It's like you far as fuck from the phone. Look, man. Ray, your idea is very it's terrifying. But it sounds good. It sounds good for you, so I hope it works out for you. I know it will.
It sounds terrifying for a cheater. Like, dang, I want to cheat. Dang, I know I'm a mess up. I'm not gonna sign up for this contract.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Because it also releases your intentions. It could save you. It could save a lot of women too. Like that's how you really know who you're about to marry. Because the moment you present that to him and he starts to hesitate, God doesn't save your marriage. But the moment he doesn't hesitate, you're like, okay, I'm safe. Like it also shows it's scary, but it also shows the true demon or the true intention that he has. Or whatever it is that he was hiding, he can't hide that. So that's the whole purpose of that.
All right. Well, then it needs to be. It needs to apply to the woman too. Then.
Of course. Why not?
Y'all cheat too though. Y'all be acting like y'all just hate.
No, why not? Why not? I agree. I don't want to talk so much, but I'm gonna just be quiet.
Yeah, I know, cause y'all be cheating like fuck.
Too much truth. It's too much truth. Cause I don't want to say it.
Say it. You've been doing well. Say it. You've been doing great. Okay.
Even if you were to present that to a woman, who invented cheating, men or women?
Women, of course.
That's what I'm
Y'all are goddamn.
Smart women. The other ones, I don't know.
Well, I be getting caught up left and right. All the niggas gotta know is that y'all be on that shit. That's it. Like once you know that you're once you know women are
But you
smart.
gotta have evidence or else you just look like a fool.
It doesn't matter. We'll get evidence because once y'all get in that arrogant space thinking that you're just so smart and nobody will catch you because you're a woman and cheating is inherently in your nature, you can do it very well, which is very true. It's okay. Once you get caught slipping with your pants down, by the commode, all right. Once you get caught with your pants down, you're gonna get caught. I always get caught up. This is life, okay? Just like how you said karma, God will send the karma back or whatever. Everybody got to. Now, if a woman cheating like for a long time, the man quote unquote doesn't know about it. He either knows about it and ignored it for some whatever reason, or I don't know. But do y'all cheat better? Of course, way better. Of course, y'all are more careful, but y'all still can get caught up.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they can't get caught up, but I'm just saying like it's just that we do it way better. We just do it way better, and it's just interesting. Because it's like because when women like sometimes women they hold back from their power too because it's like when men cheat sometimes we laugh and we say that's cute because we have in our head like this is what if I was in this is what I would have did whatever it is. But when y'all cheat and you see we don't get angry sometimes and we just like smile and shit, it's like you have no idea what I could do to you. Like this was cute, this was very cute, but let me show you. Let me show you something really, really quick. Just really quickly. You know what I mean? So, but hey.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can always end it and just start another one.
So that's what I'm thinking about to do. I'm scheduling now just because I know we gotta be like everybody else for sure. This room has been open since given this top my picture that I took of my foot.
Hey Jasmine, hey Corey. Okay, bye. Hey. Hey, Bree. Hey. How y'all doing? Hi, everybody else. I'm sorry, that was rude. How you been? I'm okay. Living life. Okay, how about y'all? Doing super good too. Actually, no babies on the way. Just to let y'all know.
Are you sure?
Not yet. Dropping up to though. I haven't talked to nobody in like 7 months. Different day. Same thing, child. Doing hair. Smoking up Lizzie.
Once I disappear, just you shut this one down.
Yeah.
We're looking for full migration, everybody.
Y'all gotta send me something because I'm so lost on this. I don't even know how to use this shit no more. Click the title at the top, Research Purposes, and you'll see the next room already open. Say it again. Click the title, Research Purposes, the house, and the next room will be open. Okay, I just joined it. Okay, see y'all. Okay. New room open. It's called RPO Morning Show. Click the title of the house and click the room. This room will be closing.
or something in the city. Damn, he held on to a grudge and came back and said it?
It was like,
What's it up?
it was so funny, but it's also a funny line too. Like it was like just like you know, all that norm. It was also just funny and other stuff. Like there are rooms to learn. Because there are rooms to learn. Those rooms are terrible. Oh my god, y'all been there. Those people's English must be getting worse. Oh, it's so bad.
You think?
Okay,
So wait,
it's,
when you say that they have bad English, are you saying because they don't put the words together, or just because you can't understand them?
no, it's less about the understanding. They don't really, a lot of times they're self-guided, self-directed, and the person who's quote moderating, their English is really poor. So while I guess it's okay because they're kind of talking, they oftentimes they usually don't have native English speakers in there. So it's like the inept teaching and working with the inept.
Excuse me, but my English is not the best, but I am here to participate and thank you.
Right. Imagine if you were leading the room.
Well, you are a homosexual man, yes? Why are you leading a room for a Friday recap? What makes you so great?
Now, he would be in that room. Read Soraya's English.
It is pronounced Ra'ed. Ra'ed.
Sorry, Ra'ed's English compared to the English First Lady would make Ra'ed sound like John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Martin Luther King Jr.
We play too much.
The three greatest orators in America. You know the Robert John Quincy Adams wrote a multi-volume set books on oratory. I don't know if you know about this on both its ancient Islam, classical history, and then its importance in American life. He was a fascinating guy, not the best president. And his representation in film is terrible because of all the stuff.
Well, what about John Jay and Alexander Hamilton and the Federalist Papers?
Alexander Hamilton did not like the Federalist Papers, or did he?
You don't know who John Jay is and you call yourself an American?
He didn't. Who were they? Who were those Federalist Papers?
Some of the human communication I think I haven't read the
Yes.
first,
He's kind of the last major one that goes away because you get the Agent Jackson, but it's very interesting. Who wrote the other directors of the Federalist Papers? So I can see if you know.
John Adams? What is the purpose of this room? Are you MAGA? Because I came in here, but I don't think you're a MAGA. I think you're a gay, biracial black man who can sing little songs, drive fancy SUV, come here and waste everybody's time with his elegant homosexuality. That's what you are. I know you. You are the old goat. You are the old goat from Clown House, that gay guy who went around annoying everyone and you did nothing. You are a failure. Your family is ashamed of you because you come here every day and waste your fucking time.
That was good. I appreciate you, man. I enjoyed that.
Everyone is entitled to a ra'ed roast every once in a while.
Compliment. Calm down. Let me get the compliment. Now you see, remember early in the week when I was calling for good trolls and insulters of me and everybody else? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was talking about. Do you see how he set this up? This is what I mean. Let's bring this back. You think you're going to be fighting on a case on a homosexual? This is what he said this on perfect. I don't know who he really is with the fake accent, but I respect this brother.
And I'm happy to know. Thank you, Ryan. God bless you, brother.
You are welcome, F word, N word.
You went too far. Now you've gone too far. But you didn't mean it because you didn't say it. So.
No, I meant a friendly Nostradamus.
That was your old, you might have smoked.
Oh, great, Concrete is here. The IQ of the room just went down 10 points.
Thank you, brother. Afternoon, sir. Blacks and whites.
Good morning, Concrete.
He wasn't talking shit about politically correct in Philly was. Of course it was. They were streaming it. We heard all of it. Everybody goes to the so I have to defend shit. They're like, well, there comes that matter. He's politically correct. You don't have to defend it. We got people streaming it, and we hear them do it every day. We heard it this morning.
Yeah, what did I say?
You know what you said.
Yeah, say it. Say it, bro.
Nope.
Exactly.
I take it there's a possibility of the vagaries of structure that we heard you.
I take it that it's easy to run a narrative around particulars.
And you should know that you got correct. That is correct. Ellie. So you weren't talking about us? So
Concrete, don't accept his flattery. They are so gay. You are a much better man than Maga, the former goat.
Now you're pushing it. You had a much let the troll land, brother. You were 10 for 10.
I'm just saying, Concrete, though he has a low IQ, sometimes you can be right.
You got news for a second? Okay. Before you go, I'm gonna beat up. Neoliberal, what is your favorite of the rags in American politics? Hill, Politico, Media, any of those aggregators, what's your favorite one? Mine is the Hill now.
The Hill is doing great work lately. It's between Hill and Axios, just not because I like Axios in particular, but because they do tend to get the exclusives. At least in foreign policy. So in the new Senator Mike Lee introduced the Cartel Mark and Reprisal Reauthorization Act. The bill authorizes Trump to commission American operators under letters of marque and reprisal to seize cartel property and persons on land or sea outside of the United States. If this passes, that would be the first time since Second World War where privateers are legal. This is the same privateers that are piracy, you know, when the government sink Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Last time it was used by U.S. government was President Madison in the Second Barbary Wars. Yes, and before that during the American Revolution.
Mike Lee turned into a bit of a kook. You know, he was a smart guy. I don't know if you're following politics back then, but he had come in after Ted Cruz. And they were supposed to be the smart guys because I think they were lawyers. I forgot where Mike Lee went to law school and college, but you know, Ted Cruz was well trained, but they turned into kooks.
Good afternoon, Patty. First Lady, neoliberal, MAGA, ML, Sue, I don't know you. The goo.
You don't know Susu? Susu is my laughing partner.
I don't know Sue, sorry. Who is Sue?
Sue is Sue. That's who Sue is. Oh God, I got so much fun. Sue is our West Coast media in regards to immigration and ICE updates. Thank you.
You mean she spreads your disinformation and lies?
Okay, is this Io?
No, this is Raed. Do you know how to read, First Lady? It is pronounced Raed.
I know, but I feel like you are somebody else as well.
No, my name is Raed. I came here to roast the low IQ, like Maga, the former goat, and Concrete, the concrete block.
See, I don't have the I'm just gonna go right ahead.
Only us two, not ML or neoliberal.
Yes, ML is also stupid. He is former IT employee for Army, not a war hero, a fucking IT guy. And Patty also, she is low IQ and former soldier. And you were never soldier, Maga. You are just gay man in a marriage. And you drive fancy SUV and you sing songs like an F word. You're like a dancing stage boy in a speaky. You're like the lowest IQ MAGA I've ever met. And you are not MAGA. I will put link in chat. I don't have time to talk to you.
Man, come on, bro. It's too much. I can't do it with him.
Exactly. You know that you are wasting your time. Your wife knows you are wasting your time here on this app every day. And then you watch your pathetic little football games and call yourself a man. You come here and talk your shit. You're such a loser.
That's fair. I can't put the name to it.
I can't put it. It's John Kitover. I just went through his.
Who is John Kitover? He sounds like a great American.
Wasabi!
Oh, we got him! We got him!
Brown shooter. The brown guy.
It was John Kitover!
It was John Kitover!
It's seeming clear now that it's seeming clear now that he did both murders, and he was a Portuguese dude who shot up used to be and still is the physics class, but they had moved for a final exam, and then it became like an economics review room, and then he shot it up, and then since he didn't get caught, he went to settle an old score with the nuclear fusion guy, which is...
He went to school with that guy too.
Yeah. Kind of wild that they were connected, you know?
Yep. John Cecil's right.
I think it's kind of wild that the Department of Energy is out here fucking killing people.
So Trey was saying they took out the female Charlie Kirk.
Who's that? Oh, the student Republican. Yeah. Well, it's weird because it seems politically motivated when you realize realized she was the first person shot. But then the other person killed was a random dude from Uzbekistan. And then the MIT guy, like, it kind of on its face does seem like it's personally motivated schizophrenia and not, you know, I don't know. I'm sure the conspiracy theorists will spin it into a whole bunch of stuff, but like,
we gotta shut down all these Portuguese immigrants until we know what the hell is going on.
Well, that goes without saying. Is he here? He's a Portuguese.
Bro, the Portuguese had to come here because Portugal's filled with fucking Africans now.
Not according to, but now he was a fucking student back in like the 80s or 90s or something.
2000 to 2001.
Oh, okay, yeah, he hasn't been a student in a long time.
This was a vendetta 20 years old.
Yeah, but like I guess his life really just had not gone well, and he pinned his class or that guy, the MIT, the physics guy, the fusion guy, as being like responsible.
He stole the idea.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that coordinated, you know? Because if you're going to do a hit on the physics guy and then also do a mass shooting, you would do the hit first. He does the shooting on campus first, and then the hit after the fact. You have a way higher likelihood of getting away with the home invasion than you do with the. And also, by the way, the guy knew the guy, so he probably just opened up the door and let him in, and then the dude killed him, or at least opened the door to him and was like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And then bang. I don't know. Weird shit, man.
Yeah, so they both went to school in Portugal at the Instituto Superior Técnico from 95 to 2000, and then he went to Brown 2000 to 2001.
Wait, but I was promised by all the very mentally healthy people on Twitter that the death of the professor was some grand conspiracy.
It's seeming more like it's personally motivated, but it is weird that they're connected, you know?
Well, this guy clearly was like, had some grudge related to Brown, and like, obviously it's
yeah, it's some sort of schizophrenic or whatever. And he like, you know, by the way, people do this where they pinpoint like some moment in their life where their life went wrong, and then they go back and enact vengeance on whoever they get wrong. You know?
Everyone on Twitter was saying that this is the three-body problem playing.
Well, it is.
It's aliens could have tricked this guy into doing his act. Jesus.
I mean, listen, I don't think you can like get mad at people for thinking that it's like hinky when a nuclear some top scientist dies in a home invasion. It is a little like weird. It needs an explanation, and now we have one. Yeah.
The aliens put a countdown clock into his eyes, and then he knew he had to kill that guy, or I don't know. I guess he killed himself anyway. So I'm not sure what the filter was if he hadn't done it.
I'm also grumpy about the people who are dunking on Nick Carter for having invested in a quantum cryptography startup when he believes in quantum. Whether or not you believe in quantum, like, if you just assume bad faith because he puts his money where his mouth is, you're probably a socialist.
I think the conversation Nick brought up is like worth having, but I don't think Nick is like right.
That's fine.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No one needs to think that he's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's right that there is a dislocation between how capital allocators.
I think that's the best point. That's the best point. And I was making this point, Zach. I don't know if you were in the room, but I was like, we really should, treat ourselves more. Maybe BPI can do this. Like, we really should treat ourselves more like adults and have a sort of state of quantum like conference.
Oh, no,
that's
like the BPI will definitely be doing more and more of this over time.
Yeah. But like, you need to make it explicit and be like, this is the state. Not that we talked about it at a random bit devs, but like, no, this is the state of quantum conference. We got here to discuss
the specifics of this one problem in Bitcoin, or this one potential problem in Bitcoin, and we're keeping track of it, and this is the state of it, and then you can bring that to capital allocators and regulators and whoever else, and be like, hey, this is what's going on.
We're going to do a big briefing for the government. We're going to eventually do a public version of this. But like we talked about what we think are real existential threats to Bitcoin and what are not. And like the three we think real existential threats are quantum, like fee market / 51% attack, and catastrophic bug in the code, whereas like government bans and crypto and CBDCs are not real existential threat.
Yeah, which is true. It's just we need to get better at outgroup signaling.
Well, also
in Bitcoin.
The part about that I like the least is how defensive people get. Like you can think that quantum's not a problem, but if you start screeching defensively every time someone uses the Q word, you're not helping.
I think it's like there are people that are doing the screeching. And to me, I just ignore them because, like, who cares what they think? But then, it's interesting when Adam Back is telling Nick Carter he's wrong because I think Adam Back is a higher authority than Nick Carter.
Like, the way that Adam Back actually, Bitcoin doesn't use cryptography, it's like, shut the fuck up. Like,
what doesn't use encryption in the way that they're talking? Like, we went through this.
Zach still hasn't even learned what it is.
Right. So we went through this the other day and basically, like, David, you want to take this? You had a really good explanation that made it really clear, and I'm still digging into it because I need to get up to snuff too.
I think that this idea that devs are not working on this is fucking insane. Like, I think Nick is a fucking liar, and he is like trying to shill his bags. I think tons of devs are working on it, and he hadn't talked to these devs until like a month ago or whatever. So like the idea that he's an authority on this at all is retarded. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I read his articles. He's like learned some stuff, but like fundamentally what's going on is we have figured out there's a bunch of quantum resistant signatures